how do I put it? It was like, what do you care about them? What do you care about those people? What difference does it make to you? Take care of your own life. Do the best you can for you and your family. What do the rest of the people mean to you? They don't mean anything to you. They're just serfs. They're just people. You know, what's the end goal? The end goal is to get everybody chipped, to control the whole society. They want a one-world government, controlled by them. Everybody has an RFID chip implanted in them. And if you're like me or you, and you're protesting what they're doing, they can just turn off your chip.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Andy PG's back. It's Double LMC. Yes. It's Rise Above. It's Friday night. I tell you what, we haven't got any DJs to play us in this week, so let's start as we mean to go on.
Yes, at the 21st of June.
Yes, you did.
But I guess it was too soon to go out raving with my crew. But at least my nan's immune.
I heard him say on LBC, baby, this time we'll be free. Should have never trusted him. Them has never had a dream. Where's your papa? The laughing man.
Boris Johnson and Matt Hancock.
The laughing man.
You never said you left, said you late.
The laughing man.
And there's more chance of England going through.
The laughing man.
The Boris banging on his guy, on his guy. You're turning your back.
Yes, he is.
You're turning your back. You're turning your back.
Oh my God.
On the promises we had.
What's that saying?
You're turning your back.
Oh, once again.
You're turning your back. You're turning your back.
Oh my God.
And you knew that we'd be mad.
Welcome back, everyone. It's Rise Above. It's Friday night. Welcome back, Andy PG.
Thank you.
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above.
So, first of all, how is the house move?
Stressful but really good, mate. I'm really happy.
They say after a death or a marriage, a house move is the most stressful thing that you can go through.
Yeah, I can see that now. But, you know, now I'm living in the forest. I'll get woken up by the sound of birds instead of sirens and traffic.
Lovely. You've escaped the parasite a little bit more.
Escaped the parasite a bit more.
Big ups to all the Rise Above family. How you lot doing in the comments section? And I tell you what, hello to all of our new viewers. I know we've attracted a whole new set of new viewers in the last week, so I've been hammering it hard on Facebook, and I've been telling everyone that this is the show to tune into.
We're going to get some more after tonight's show.
We're either going to get taken down off the internet forever, or we're going to get a shitload more viewers. So big up to everyone that might have seen some of the stuff that I've been posting on Facebook in the last week.
You've been at it this week,
Yeah,
mate.
do you know
Literally
why? Because the denying force has been at it. And as we know from the teachings of Master Leon in the Guardians, right, when the denying force is working its hardest, you've got to use the friction.
Yeah, absolutely.
You've got to use the friction. So, yeah, this is Rise Above. If you're new to our show, we broadcast every single Friday night on YouTube, Facebook. Tonight we're going out on Periscope. We're going out on Twitch.
Loads of platforms.
Loads of platforms. We've got a real family here. Every single week we talk about the week's news. We sometimes dissect some really off-the-wall topics. And we don't dive down rabbit holes. We try to dissect the entire whole goddamn rabbit, put it all on the table for everyone to have a look at and have a discussion. And tonight's show is the tipping point.
And let's not forget the little midweek teasers that are becoming really popular at the moment. Yeah, I'm really into that. I like that on Wednesday.
Shall we say hello to someone we haven't seen for a little while?
Let's do that.
Spoken Word Nerd, welcome.
Evening, fellas.
Evening. Now, here's the great thing. We haven't got any echo because we've had Sean from Restream, the manager of Restream, sitting in with us trying to get rid of this terrible echo. So everyone in the comment section, please behold, Word Nerd is here with no echo. Say hello, Word Nerd.
1 2 1 2.
Sounding good.
Evening, everybody.
Yeah, let us know in the comment section that we've got rid of that stupid echo.
I've missed you. Well, I'm still catching up on the last two shows, but the hour that I got of each was awesome.
Mate, last week I haven't listened to the full show of last
Amazing
week.
show last week. Big up Terrace Slim, mate.
Big up Manic for sitting in my chair and big up yourself.
Not an easy chair to fill.
Terra Slim last week was
he didn't pull any punches, did he?
Absolutely not. I thought he was absolutely brilliant. We definitely got to get him back on the show.
Yeah, Terra Slim is welcome back anytime.
Yeah,
he's part of
sure.
he's part of the extended Rise Above family. He is on point.
He was literally no holds barred.
The next day he made a post. He's like, I don't care. Everyone can fuck themselves. Everyone is lying apart from Bad Slave and Rise Above. He's like, fuck the Soviet Union. Fuck all of you guys that are just lying. You know, you're going back on what you said. I told you it's not 2 weeks to flatten the curve. Terra Slim's a badass, mate.
He speaks the truth.
He's a rampant truth teller, an aggressive, brutal truth teller.
And the truth attracts.
That's what we like.
Anyway.
Word Nerd, I have to congratulate you on that epic trailer that you made for this week's show. It was superb.
Oh, right, thanks.
Should we play it?
We'll play it a little bit later.
Yeah,
because we've got a lot to get through. What time are we? So we're 10 minutes into the show.
Magix is en route, guys.
Magix is en route.
Coming to the studio
Sadly,
tonight.
Oma Beats isn't going to make it tonight, but Magix is coming. Lee Gould saying, what the fuck? No echo on Word Nerd. Yeah, that's right. Imagine what happens when we have Master Lee as well with no echo. Come on. Rise Above is cooking
Full
on full
table.
gas. This is the first time you've seen the new studio, isn't it, Word Nerd?
Is it? I've seen the
you haven't
Crucible.
been in it. You haven't actually been in the chat with us successfully since we've had the new studio. Is what I meant.
No, I haven't been able to sit and hang. No.
So many problems.
Haven't had a seat at the table.
Yeah.
So.
No, not for a couple of episodes now.
No, so, right, tonight's show is all about interaction, right? Because obviously I've got my week's news. We've got the slideshow. We're going to be talking about all the stupid stuff that's been going on in the Soviet Union. But tonight, with what's happened this week, it's called the tipping point. And I'm sure I'm not the only person that's felt that we're at the tipping point, yeah? So tonight, it's all about interaction. We actually want people to call in. We want our regular people to call in. We want newcomers, and we want people that actually totally disagree with us.
Yeah, we want people who think we're weirdo conspiracy theorists. We want those.
We really want to speak to those people. We want to have a proper discussion with them.
Everyone will be respected,
Yeah.
as we do here. We've literally never had anyone cause any problems, apart from like 2 people in the chat once, I think.
Yeah. Well, some people got abusive in the chat. They had to
So
be kicked
literally,
out,
everyone will be respected, even if you don't agree with us. We're perfectly happy to sit down, have an adult discussion, and just talk, just chat.
Yeah, we're going to be accepting call-ins from 8 p.m. onwards, and this is the way that you contact the show. It's on Skype, riseabovelivestream@gmail.com. You can do it on your phone, on your tablet, on your computer. I've got a couple of calls lined up, some people to chat to, but we want to hear from you guys. What are your experiences of what has been going on in the last week? How do you feel about what happened on Monday? Are you surprised? I don't think any of our regular viewers are surprised. Obviously not. We predicted that weeks and weeks ago. So, yeah, we're going to be hearing from a couple of different people. I've got a care worker who wants to come and tell her story. I'm going to be speaking to Brian, a guy in the martial arts and close protection circuit. He's going to be talking to us, and I know that for a fact a few more people are going to be calling as well. So please do, if you want to come on the show, you're not going to be on camera, just your voice, just like what Master Lee is most weeks.
Yeah.
But we can have Master Lee on camera tonight because we've got all the problems sorted. Thank you
We've
very
already
much
checked it.
to
We've
Sean
already
at
sound
Restream.
checked it, everything. We got Sean on standby over in Tennessee.
It's Rise Above, people.
2 meters, you come.
Right. I think I should probably share my old screen because, as per usual, we've got too much going on the screen here. Let's get rid of some of these amazing graphics. Big up Magix, he's on the way over. So, tonight it's the tipping point. And I don't think I need to explain to everyone why we're having a show called The Tipping Point, because if you live in the United Kingdom of the Soviet Union, and in fact, if you live in Australia,
any Commonwealth
country, pretty much a lot of states in America too, you're feeling the effects of the Soviet Union. Yeah. So one thing, here's a very important thing for tonight. We're being watched like a hawk. As you know, my other station is on 2 strikes. 1 strike away from getting banned, totally deleted from YouTube forever.
Threat level midnight.
We have had problems with apparently giving medical misinformation when we're talking about what's going on at the moment. Now, we don't give any medical information here whatsoever, but tonight we cannot use the C word or the V word. And
we've got just as much credentials as Bill Gates.
Yeah, we've got exactly the same.
We should be able to
medical qualifications as Health Chancellor Gates. We will not be giving out any. No, we shouldn't give any advice.
What's the C word?
It's the name of the current people's pandemic. So it's the word that we describe by you saying COVID.
The one we came up. Oh,
no,
right,
COVID. When we talk about the COVID illness.
Right.
We can't have the
Sean's saying there's an echo.
Oh no.
Nothing has changed, Sean. Nothing has changed whatsoever. It's just the only thing that's changed is what we're talking about. We've just got we've got the management at Restream listening in. He said now he can hear an echo.
Right.
The V word is
now we got it in the chat.
Yeah. Well, nothing has changed, and now we've got it's just happened.
It's only happening when Word Nerd speaks. Right.
Okay. Well, Word Nerd, we'll have to just boot you out for a sec. Well, we had 5 minutes of no echo, and I think we jinxed it by talking about how good things were going. So, Sean at Restream, we've just had to kick Word Nerd out because we're not dealing with the echo anymore. It ruins the show. I'll give it one more chance. We'll get him back in. Cancellation on.
One, two.
This is one last chance for there to be an echo before we have to boot you out again, unfortunately, Word Nerd. So, yeah, people can't say the C or the V word tonight. The C word can be COVID. It can be the people's pandemic. The V word has to be described as spearing, or the glorious cure.
Yeah.
But if we say the actual V word, we can get done for medical misinformation. So apparently it's okay now. Apparently it's okay with Word Nerd.
Okay.
I've changed my settings there. No, someone's saying there's an echo.
I can't hear an echo.
Sean, yeah, we've got an echo again. Please, can you sort it? It's very disappointing.
Say something, Word Nerd.
One, two. We are shadow banned on.
Yeah,
TikTok.
still an echo. Still an echo.
After 3,000
Sean, I have activated my echo cancellation. It is active, and the noise suppression. So I'll have to kick Word Nerd out again. That's very disappointing. Sean, please look into that. I just can't waste any more time on the show with the echo. It's very disheartening for the listeners. Right, big up everyone that's been buying the t-shirts. Thank you very much to Laura, our official Rise Above t-shirt model.
Excellent.
She's been rocking the t-shirts down the beach in Cornwall. So thank you very much to Laura and everyone else that's supporting us by buying the t-shirts and the merch. Flags are currently sold out. Right, let's do it. Let's go to the Soviet Union and we'll have a little...
Straight to the gulag.
A little interview. Yo, welcome to the Soviet Union. Human rights, you're losing them. Weak minds, we're confusing them, grooming them with the toxic pollution, poisonous airborne aluminum. You're a precursor, transhumanism. Soviet ethics are like tech eugenics. It's all Schwabian and Malthusian. Yeah, wow. You're not getting better at that one. Every single week it's getting a little bit tired, just swabbing it a little bit more. These fucking Soviet bastards, mate. Right, everyone, suspend your logic. We are entering the Soviet Union.
Gosh.
Right, the theme of this week. Oh, sorry, I keep stealing the mouse from you. Right, I'll do the talking, you do the mousing.
Let's do that.
Big up everyone tuned in, and Sean, please, you can chat with Word Nerd and get that echo sorted out. We're just not dealing with that echo anymore. That's so 2020. We're in 2021 now. Andy PG, please elaborate on this meme.
In the end, we will remember not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. Yes, we will.
We certainly will.
Yes, we
will. And I know which one of my friends have been silent. Yeah, I'll big up Jin Hung, everyone watching in Canada. All the Canada, Australia, New Zealand, America. Big up Bradley Golden, all the Texas crew, and everyone that's watching. Tonight we are talking about what is going down. What the Soviet Union is seriously exposing itself this week. So there's a kickback. Have you seen these stickers that are going up all over the UK?
I heard of what is this, White Rose? This is what Mark Devlin was talking about in his latest video that he's put out on YouTube. And he said it's just awesome stickers, as you can see here. Lots of funny. Nothing can stop the great awakening of humanity. Mummy, what's an immune system? Oh, it's just a conspiracy we don't use anymore. Anti-vaxxer. What's this one here? A critical.
You just did a swear word. Yeah, you did. You did. You did the swear word, and you know what the rule is now.
What's the rule?
We're actually doing I'm not going to fine you now, but from this moment forth, £10.
A tenner?
Yeah, it's a £10 fine.
Wow.
Yeah, go straight into the Rise Above Fund
Wow.
to help pay for the studio
Right,
that I paid
so
for. Right,
anti-haxer, a
an
person,
anti-maxer.
a person who trusts their own immune system more than they trust the pharmaceutical companies, career politicians, and the corporate media. See also critical thinkers. Yeah, brilliant. These are great.
Nothing can
stickers.
stop the great awakening of humanity.
Whoever White
Humanity. What's that?
Whoever White Rose is, big up yourself. They're obviously spending, some money on this and spending their time. Apparently, Mark Devlin said these were plastered all over London, everywhere, on buses,
Heavy.
They were even on police vans.
Well,
People were
I've
just
pumped out
sticking them.
200 Rise Above stickers so far. So everyone that buys a T-shirt, you get the sticker with the QR codes on it. And yeah, when you put it up, people can scan that sticker and it takes them straight to the Aladdin's cave of Rabbit Hole Red Pill
Big
Central.
up 120 listeners, people watching in there.
120 already, early days.
You've
Yeah.
got Ian Brown, yeah, big up. Imagine being
Oh.
tricked by nonce billionaires and their devil puppet minions into believing a piece of cloth over your cake cut would stop a virus.
Now, I posted this on Facebook this week, and everyone that got involved in that, thank you very much, because some people, when you post these posts, nowadays, now that we're sort of like getting to we're approaching critical
now
mass.
that divide is even more visible.
Just massive.
The divide's even more
Massive
visible now.
gaping
When you
hole of the
when you
divide,
post
mate.
something like this, you're poking the bear.
I'd like poking the bear every day. It's my favourite hobby.
Yeah.
But I think, if you don't poke the bear, if you don't poke the bee's nest, you'd never get the honey.
Anyway, big up Ian Brown. Again, another person chatting it, keeping it real.
Right, don't fly through these because we're going to have some call-in soon.
Any man still complying with this bullshit need to see a gynecologist to get their vaginas checked. Again, straight to the point.
So remember, we are going to be accepting call-ins in 10 minutes' time, right? And what you need to do to call us is, let's put it back on the screen, because, I know that the Rise Above family are obviously agreeing with everything we're saying here, but we actually want to hear from some people that don't agree with us. If you
We're not just going to slate you when you come on.
it's all polite. Look, this is actually a chat show, believe it or not. This is a chat show, right?
Because we get stick constantly about not having an opposition to our narrative.
Oh, God.
Or,
Yeah, all the time, yeah.
All the time, so...
So, yeah.
Big up Woke Realist, Vagtastic in the chat.
Absolutely Vagtastic. Big up Wim, big up God Vag if you are watching. Thank you very much
Absolutely.
for everything. Like the last video was superb. That Series B is amazing.
2 weeks till the next.
2 weeks to the next, and we're just waiting for the next Vag.
Oh, that's going to be 33, week 33.
It will. Big up Milski Van Helsing. Thank you very much to all the team. Big up Millie Bite Size as well. Actually, I think we missed a little Bite Size this week, didn't we, Millie? What's going on?
And what happened to Milski?
Oh, Milski last week, he had some dramas. He couldn't make it. That's why I had to replace him with MC Manic. Big up Manic. If you're watching, I know he is. He says he religiously watches every week,
of course.
obviously. What else are you going to do on a Friday night?
He's sitting there smoking a fatty in his t-shirt.
Yep. Big up Manic.
Don't believe me?
No relevance. I just wanted to have a drink.
So here we go. If you think this is normal, then your brainwashing is complete.
Yeah.
You are fully indoctrinated.
Right. If anyone lives in Poole, they will know in Poole shopping centre that it's quite famous. They have these. What?
In Westbourne High Street, they've got this. They've got masks.
Oh, they have this.
Well, they've got little
In Poole, they had
boutique
masks
shops.
over the big wooden animals. Do you remember those animals that you slide in when
Oh,
you're a
no
kid?
way.
The big hippo and stuff?
No.
Yeah, I walked past and they had big paper masks over this. They're essentially a kid's playground in
This
the shape
is
of animals. It's
ridiculous.
absolutely
This is ridiculous.
crazy. Absolutely crazy. Oh, big up Scraggly Old Tramp. He sent me something really cool earlier on. He's got a band. Sent me a really cool song he made.
Nice.
I got some
What, like an anti-Coviet song?
just an anti-establishment song. Yeah,
Nice, nice,
wicked
nice.
sort of wicked. I don't know how to describe it. Folk punk music. I'm not a guitar dude, but it's really good. Thank you to everyone that's sending me emails. Who else? I wrote it down. I'll go through my notes a little bit later. I've got some thank yous to say anyway.
Here we go. We got a
Let's do some comments. Let's have a little bit of
comment
interaction.
here from Chrissy. Big up yourself. The
Oh,
White
big
Rose,
up Chrissy. Bought a flag. Thank you very much.
The White Rose was and is the leaflet droppers against dictatorship. It started back in World War I/2. Freedom fighters against Hitler.
Whoa.
No way.
That's awesome.
That's amazing. Thank you very much, Chrissy.
Thank you very much for that. What else have we got here?
So that's like someone. Is that just someone adopting that alias, or
It could be.
could be the following?
Could be the grandchildren.
Could be a bloodline.
Yeah, bloodline anti-Nazi, like the original,
yeah.
The original Antifa,
Amazing.
the proper ones.
Amazing. Right, so yeah, this is what we're up against now. Just generally shopping. Imagine little kids walking around with their mums and dads, and you just walk past this, they'll see it and think it's normal. That is exactly what social engineering is.
This is literally textbook social engineering.
Yeah.
It's textbook drip. You can call this many different things, but it's normalization. That's mostly what it is. It's normalization. Change the graphic because we're actually hiding the thingy there. Big up Magix, he's on the way around. Sorry for the lack of music tonight.
Yeah, he's in traffic. He did message me.
We're a couple of DJs short. Get that one, yeah. So riseabove.news merchandise. Go to the next one there. Rise Above Gmail. No, that one. Yeah, so this Rise Above Gmail, if you want to call us on Skype, that we're starting in 7 minutes' time, that's how you call us on Skype. If you guys know me online on Facebook, send me a message and I'll send you my phone number. Obviously, I'm not going to put my phone number online.
Yeah, we have to invite people, don't we? We have to invite them.
No, they send me a little thing and it says, and I say accept. But you're in control of the Skype.
I'm in control. I've got the Skype.
Andy's the operator tonight.
Yeah. Anyway, so what we got next up?
Big up first mate Pete tuned in.
Govern me harder, daddy.
No, govern me harder, daddy. Even harder. Do it again.
Govern me harder.
No,
harder.
Next slide. Govern me harder, daddy. Watch.
Oh.
Oh dear. That's going to offend some people.
QR code forehead. My oh my.
It's like the mark of the beast on the forehead. I'm helping.
This is funny. What's his name? Ralph, isn't it, from The Simpsons?
Right, so we've had the footy going on.
What's the unlocking?
It's an L. You draw an L.
Of course it is.
Obviously, I've just told everyone how to unlock my tablet now. No, so you just swipe across from that, and then there you do it. No, you've got to do an L from the top. Don't make it back. All right.
There we go. Right, so yeah, the football hooliganism in their cages. Look at it.
Gorillas
look
in
at the
cages.
Energy being exploited out into the ether.
You're having
look
such
at this
a good
guy
time.
down here.
You're having such a good time. You're so extroverted. You're such an alpha male. I will rip my shirt off and go raw. But I was still standing inside my peasant cage.
Here.
I was still standing inside my little peasant enclosure, ripping off my shirt, showing how much testosterone I've got going raw inside my little enclosure.
But this is pathetic.
I would never do that. Never. So.
Oh, and all the meanwhile, you've got Ascot here, the so-called elites, enjoying their freedom, maskless. A lot of them with masks to match their ridiculous outfits.
Yeah,
and hats.
No,
Lord Sausage Fingers there. We see.
Yeah. No, in the bottom left, some people that posted this today got slayed, going, "Those are photos from 2019." Well. They might be, because these are the photos on the bottom left here that were showed by the media. They may have been taken from 2019. But I'll tell you what, a 20-second Google search of Ascot 2021 shows you that apart from some douchebags wearing like Diamante masks like this, or floral mask, it was basically exactly the same.
Well, there you go. Here we go, Lance. We've got some people here on Skype.
Okay. Say activate. Oh, that's Jim Hunt from Canada. Big up, Jim. So if you just accept, that means now. Yeah. Okay, Jim, we've got your connection. So after 8, we'll give you a call, mate, and you can tell us how it's going over in Canada. So tonight it's a proper international interactive call-in show from all over the Soviet Union, all over the Crater Realm. We want to hear what is happening, what is the fucking parasite forces trying to enact in your area of the Soviet Union, and how are you guys battling it? How are you fighting back against it? So yeah, Royal Ascot. We're also going to be talking about G7 in a minute as well. And
that was a tasty subject.
Yeah, that's a tasty subject.
Got someone else here, Lance. Sorry to butt you in, mate. We've got someone else here.
Is that from today?
Yeah, he's typing now.
After 8, we'll go through and we'll call people one by one. Okay, so we're just lining up all our coming audio guests on the Skype thing here. Andy PG's in charge of that. And after 8 o'clock, we will start having call-ins to discuss what we've got on the screen right now. What do we think about these people at Ascot doing whatever they want while I'm getting married in 8 weeks? I don't even know if I can have over 30 people at my wedding.
Well, how does that make you feel, Lance?
It makes me feel like a peasant.
Do it make you want to riot?
No.
Not quite that much.
It makes me just... I'm not going to write anyway, because that's dumb.
Of course.
It makes me just want to ignore all the rules, which I have been doing anyway.
That's the bait. Don't take the bait.
Yeah, it is. Don't take the bait. Okay, so who have we got there? Stephen Lawrence. Okay.
So we've got Stephen Lawrence. We've got Jim Hunt.
That's Sinister.
Oh, is it? Oh, nice. Sinister, big up yourself. Right, yeah. Moving on here from Ascot. I've had
Right, yeah.
at these
So
fucking
we know how
weasels
much
now.
of a piss take this is. While that's going on, look what's happening to people in Dublin that want to go to the beach.
I haven't seen this.
Yeah, this was sent by one of my friends who's Irish, and he said, Dublin beaches will be ticket only this weekend. Huge crowds are expected to make their way to the seaside.
Sorry, ticket only.
Ticket only to go to a public beach.
Wow.
Yeah. So the Garda...
And what are they charging?
I don't know. No, I don't think you have to pay, but you have to basically book your time at the beach.
Wow. This is getting fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, it's getting ridiculous, mate. It's getting ridiculous. So...
I saw this one, yeah. All I ask is that you take the Maxine, and then all the free donuts, fries, burgers, ice cream, and lottery tickets shall be yours, yeah? All your gluttony.
And weed. You get free weed as well.
You get your joints for jabs. Yeah. Can we say jabs?
Right, I think we're being told that we should allow Word Nerd back in because Sean, the top level sound engineer manager at Restream, has apparently sorted the echo. And if he hasn't, it's on his head.
Word Nerd, good evening. How you sounding, mate?
We need some instant feedback that there is no of this stupid echo from Word Nerd because tonight is the night when we finally sort it, ladies and gents. We've got the best dude from Restream, the top man, and he's sorting it for us right now.
Word Nerd, what do you think about this meme?
Let's have a look.
It's about getting treats like a pet. But
Yeah,
no, more
yeah,
importantly,
day.
let's reload a
Goes
little
the
bit.
going
What did you see this kind of fuckery that was going on at Royal Ascot?
Oh, I missed it. I saw the matching hats.
12,000 people were allowed to go to Royal Ascot.
They said it was. They claimed it was a test event.
Still have
Test event.
stupid echo. Still have the stupid echo apparently. So sorry, Sean. No.
Sorry, Word Nerd, mate.
Sorry, Word Nerd.
You're out.
You're out again. So annoying. So disappointing because Restream is such a wicked looking platform. And I've said to Sean, we really have to have this echo sorted tonight because it's so unfair on you guys and it's so unprofessional for Rise Above to have this constant echo problem. Right. So, yeah, we can see where this is going. It's all about... this is a good one.
Oh, this is, yeah.
This is a good
when
one.
the shortages come, man, you can't eat your neighbours because they're all full of spike proteins.
No, you can't say that. We call it the David Icke protein.
The David Icke protein, right.
That's the code word because spike protein probably... sorry.
Yeah.
The David Icke protein will not be picked up by the algorithm.
Is that £10, guys? Let us know in the chat if you think Lance has got
£10,
to put
£10 each
pot.
now.
Well, I didn't know about Icke protein. I knew about the C word and the V word.
The King David protein.
I didn't know about the rules here. You need to explain the rules.
Yeah,
guys.
to be honest, I only said no C or V word, didn't I?
Yeah. I think you need to put your £10 in the pot there. Yeah, it's going in.
Right.
I did. Here we go. This is Lance's.
Oh
tenner.
yeah, I happen to have a tenner lying around. All right.
That's in the pot, in the kitty.
We'll put that straight in the Rise Above fund, yeah?
Anyway, moving on.
Right.
Lance, you got this one.
Okay, right. So I don't know if anyone remembers. Right at the start, back last year, I think this is in March or April time, there was a story about this guy called I think it's Charles. Dr. Charles. Yeah, Charles M. Lieber. Now, this guy was big in China.
Big up Milski.
Big up Milski Van Helsing. This guy was big in China. He was part of like what is it called, the 1,000 Talents program? It's something like that. This program they have where they swap Chinese and American talent between universities, scientific institutes, etc., etc. Well, I can't really say too much because this will probably get picked up by the algorithm. But basically, this guy was caught by the FBI or the CIA or some international police for basically selling biological weaponry secrets to the CCP via two Chinese students that he was working with that actually turned out to be high-level CCP espionage scientists, right?
Wow.
Now, this all came out as the Soviet Union was rolling out the red carpet, right? And obviously, before all of the other hush, taboo conspiracy theories that we're not allowed to talk about, this was one of the original ones. It was totally forbidden to link this guy having federal charges against him to do with selling bioweapon secrets to the CIA.
That's a big deal.
By the way, he's linked to the Wuhan Institute heavily as well. That's where he was working partially.
Careful, Lance.
Yeah, okay. Well, here's the thing. If you want to scroll down, this guy is suddenly battling an incurable cancer that might possibly not make him live long enough to be able to be prosecuted to go on
which
is probably just a crazy coincidence, as we know, because there's lots of those happening all the time, right?
There's a lot of it around.
And I don't want to be a coincidence.
A lot of aluminum in the air.
Yeah, there's a lot of airborne aluminum making people precursor transhumanims. So, like, I don't know, maybe it's a crazy coincidence that as this guy is about to go on the stand and potentially tell a lot of stuff that might be very, very harmful to the official story of how this all happened, he's apparently
He may not be here to see it.
got some terrible,
And you
sudden, incurable cancer.
You
Comes from
know
nowhere.
that these lawyers can drag stuff out as long as they need to.
Yeah. Yeah, they can drag it out or as short as they need to.
Here we go.
Right, what time is it? Oh, we're 8 o'clock. Before we get into this, let's not race through. Shall we invite some people on?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so who have we got first?
We got Anushka here. That's a
No, let's carry on. We'll go down to let's call Brian. Let's call Brian Reese. Let's have a chat with Brian. Call him. 1 sec. You're not very good at that.
No.
Just call, just regular call.
There we go.
Hello, Brian. Hello, mate.
Hello, mate.
How you doing?
Good evening, Brian.
How you doing?
Can you turn your speakers off and put some earphones on? Because we're getting a little bit of kickback.
Yeah, hang on a second.
Oh, Lance, we've got Jim Hunt calling in.
All right. Jim Hunt's going to jump in front of you, mate, while you sort out the earphones.
Yeah.
Hello, Jim. Oh no, Jim's calling on my phone. We can't have that. Wait a second. No, Jim, please don't call. We've got too many people calling in. 1 sec. Okay, so Brian, you are from the UK, right?
Yes, mate. Essex.
Okay, can everyone hear Brian okay? I'll just turn him up a little bit. Right, so we know each other from Combat Sports and on Facebook. You want to call in tonight now, please. You are live on Rise Above. Please don't say the C or the V words, because that gets taken down, as you know. Now,
Absolutely.
Now, after this week's events, what do you want to get off your chest about the current situation, mate?
What do I want to get off my chest? Are we winning or are we losing? That's the question.
That's a very good question.
Are we winning? Are we losing? Because it's really difficult to understand what percentage of people are on our side.
What is your gut? What is your gut feeling, Brian?
I've been saying to people, my gut feeling is 80% are completely hypnotised. Most of that 80% are in a very deep trance. Okay, I think there is a percentage of those people are still on the fence, but still in a trance, and then there's 20% of us are awake at different levels.
Different levels. So you think it's an 80-20 split?
I would assume so. Yes. Yes.
I mean, the thing is with me, we know what the actual numbers will be from who goes and gets speared, won't we? But how are we going to actually know how many people have got speared? Because we all know how everyone in the media and the big pharma industry like to lie about statistics and numbers and figures. So how are we going to even know how many people have had the spear or not? That's the issue.
Well, we won't, will we?
No, not until they've all dropped dead.
Well, yeah, or a large percentage of that.
Yeah.
I mean, I just had a phone call, Lance, right, 10 minutes ago from a mate of mine.
Yeah.
Valence has just explained that between 60 and 70% who get the second one are going to have serious injuries or death. That's on mainstream media. He's just done it on mainstream.
Patrick Valence.
Are you talking about that SAGE report that says that 60 to 70% of the third wave will be people that have been double speared?
Yes. He's just said it on mainstream.
Holy shit.
How blatant can... I mean...
Because that was being shared a couple of weeks ago, just like as a screenshot of a SAGE report, and people are like, yeah, whatever. So are you saying he's basically said that on TV?
I haven't heard it myself, but I just got a phone call from a mate 10 minutes ago, and he said Valence is just literally, because we've been discussing it over the last 2 days, and he couldn't find it on the government website. A link came up just out of, just on my Facebook feed, and then he's just phoned me and told me that. I mean, how clearer does it need to be?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like we talk, we go a little bit deep into this about the dark occult aspect and how they tell us what they're going to do before they're doing it to try and sidestep whether you want to call it natural law, karmic reverberation, whatever. But yeah, they definitely seem to be signposting it every step of the way, and all you've got to do is pay attention, Brian.
It's all there.
Well, you've got to have an open mind. Your mind's like a parachute, isn't it? If it's closed, it doesn't work.
Yeah. You ever jump out of a plane with a closed parachute and see how effective it is? Good luck.
It's just it is that simple. There's a lot of psychological reasons why people are not interested, and fear and being shit scared is one of them.
Do you think there could also be an aspect that people would literally just hate to admit that the people they think conspiracy theorists have been right all along?
Of course, because we're dealing with egos, aren't we, Lance? At the end of the day, and there's a lot of egotistical people out there. They don't even realise what an ego is, and they don't realise that they've got one, and they're just argumentative. They just want to argue all the time. And there's a percentage of those people out there, and those will be the last people to admit anything, if they admit anything at all, which is fine because they're going to be a smaller percentage, so I don't really care about them.
A dwindling minority, really, if you think about it, because I made a lot of posts today, and I looked at the reactions. Okay, maybe my friends group on Facebook is an echo chamber. I try to keep it not that way, but I tell you what, the naysayers and the deniers are certainly dwindling in number.
They've got to be. Like I said, we spoke the other day, and I've said to a lot of people, this awakening, it can only get bigger. It can't get any smaller than what it is.
You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube once it's come out.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's just not possible. I mean, I believe, and the internet has played a massive part in this, obviously, that there's more awake people now than there ever has been in history. I know there's more people on the planet as well, or so we're led to believe. Yeah. Right? But the percentage of people that are awake, far more than what there was before 2020.
Yeah. I'm just welcoming Inner Guardians into our chat as well, our team member. Hello, Inner Guardians. Salutations.
Good evening, Master Lee.
So what Brian is saying is that there are actually more people awake now, or whatever you want to call it, open to the idea of the occult influences of the world, and that we've been stitched up badly. There are more people awake now than there have ever been before. It's
like you can't not see it, really. If you look,
no, you can. It's hypnotised.
If you're hypnotised, yeah, but if you're like you said, if your mind's open, you can't not see it. We've got echo here, Steve saying.
Oh no, an echo again.
Yeah, I can.
Right, I'm going to mute you and call me on the phone, Inner Guardians. Just call my phone.
That's really annoying.
Leave the video on so we can see you, and just call my phone. Right, yeah, we'll just get around it. Sean, sort that out in the background. He's got to leave his video on so we can see him. Anyway, so yeah, Brian, you were saying that we're actually at like we're saying, approaching critical mass.
Well, I believe the number is critical mass. I think it's either 15 or 20%.
I've heard that before.
I don't know how that calculation was completed, but I don't think we need that percentage of people.
You just hung up on Brian.
Oh no!
You just hung up on Brian and said hello to Inner Guardians. Inner Guardians, can you call me back on my phone, not on Skype?
All right, okay.
Yeah, sorry about that. Right, you call me back on the phone and I'll call you back on Skype, then we can all be together.
All right.
We'll call
you call Brian back. Andy, you're not the operator. I thought you were, mate.
What is your...
Right, while you do that, I'll play a video or something. What's going on here? Hold on, people. Hold on. It's Rise Above. You know how we do. Right, what is going on?
This is some serious shady tech.
We've been attacked by the Soviet Union in real time here.
Fucking hell, mate. With the tech pad.
Right, okay, look. Okay, so we're connected. Right, if you call Brian... Right, now it's not disappearing. The screen was like blinking and flashing. You call Brian and then Master Lee will call me on my phone. See, Sean, we're not mucking about. This never happens. It's so funny, guys. We've done like 3 sound tests this week.
Brian, there we go. Right, Brian's back. Sorry about that, Brian.
I was talking away.
Right,
Yeah, sorry, mate.
Have we got Master Lee on the line?
He's going to call me on this
right,
phone here.
Okay. Sorry,
hell.
continue, Brian. Sorry about
Sort
that.
it out, Sean.
Where was we?
We're talking about more people being awake than ever, and 15 to 20% possibly being the critical mass.
Right. So basically, what it's to have this, to get this sorted out. Like, we need to go to the end result that we want. We can't fuck about on the in-between bit, if you like. All this like walking around London and then going home at the end of the day and nothing really happens apart from a load of people that know what's going on.
So you talk about the process here.
Well, I don't know if I sent you that video with Robert Minard, and he was talking about the word protest, and it's a legal word, and it's basically acceptance. We're saying we protest. We don't like your T-shirt, but you're not going to change your T-shirt. You're still going to wear the T-shirt. Rejection is the word, isn't it?
Rejection. Yeah.
We've got to reject them.
Yeah, that's the only way. You don't, like I said to you earlier on, in our chat the other day, you don't go and stand outside the person that's robbed all your things and say, please can I have my stuff back? With a sign, please can I have it back? Give me all my things back that you took from me. No, you just make your own things again, and you take your things back and you make them unstealable. And a lot of people keep asking me all the time, when you come to the next protest, it's like, what am I going to do when I come to a protest? I'm going to come wearing a T-shirt. I'll say a speech that people have heard before. People don't need to hear the speech anymore. They need to start doing something.
Yeah.
They need to start doing
it. The end result, the organisation needs, what is the end result? Because that's what we need now.
This is what Chris Guy was talking about when we had him on the show. He was saying that we need to, like, enough protesting, enough talk. We need to now, start splitting up into small, effective communities, and being as self-reliant in that community as possible without the system. That's I don't see that any other way to go forward from now. Like you said, just walking in the street in London and everyone going home of the day after getting pissed in Hyde Park. Okay, it is a visual indication of how many people are not standing for this shit, but is just walking around and doing that not standing for it? Probably not. That's the issue.
Well, I think
they're very lucky. They're very lucky that they've taken guns away. They've de-armed the population of the UK. They're very lucky about that.
Yeah, well, that's the whole part of the plan, isn't it? So, yeah, what's the end result? That's the problem, isn't it? That's the $6 million question. How do we get there?
I think just by doing what we did before, but I think it's just total rejection, mass non-compliance. If every business opened up, everyone just said no, they haven't got enough COVID wardens, they haven't got enough people in yellow high-vis jackets to go around and stop everyone. Right.
Right, now we've got Inner Guardians coming in the chat.
Welcome, Inner Guardians.
Salutations, everybody.
That's better. Okay. So, Brian, our guest caller here, he's also from the close protection and martial arts world, same as you, Lee.
Yeah.
Just saying that, maybe these protests are actually fruitless.
Well, just on the point of close protection and martial arts, I raised a point actually last year, beginning of all of this, that the close protection industry, martial artists, instructors, all the so-called warriors, they're meant to have a thing called awareness. Now, the last 15 months has really shown me who I would actually want to be in a battle with, or who I'd want to work with or for, because there's a huge percentage, maybe 80%, that are totally unaware to anything that's going on, or they're playing the fool because they think it's going to serve them better.
Yeah, or they're denying what's going on because it's more convenient. What is it? A comfortable truth is easier than an inconvenient lie. No, that's the wrong way around. A comfortable lie is better than an inconvenient truth. Yeah.
Convenience 19.
Convenience 19. That's good. Right. So now that we've got you two, let's have a look at what happened at the G7, because I've got this all prepared here. Right. And I'll just get rid of that chat there. So here we go. Build back better, and we all know what that means.
Yeah.
Here's a few tweets, right? And breaking down Build Back Better. This is Boris Johnson to G7 leaders. We are building back better together and building back greener, building back fairer, building back more equal, building in a more gender neutral and a more feminine way. How about that? Right? Now, Professor Wolfie, who's been on the show before, broke it down like this. We are 666 together and 667 and 66 more communist in a more androgynous way. I think that's quite a good little gematria breakdown. But right, we've spoke about these photos from the G7 and the effect that they've had on the populace this week. Brian, have you felt it? Have you seen your friends, heard them talking about like these what that came out of the G7?
My friends.
Well, have you noticed maybe potentially people that weren't on board before with the contradictions when they've seen people?
Yeah. I mean, most of the guys in my club are kind of sort of awake to it. They're most of the people that I see at the moment. But yeah, some of them have definitely changed their sort of minds. The longer it goes on, because this is 15 months now, isn't it? Or longer than that, actually. So yeah, I think people are definitely sort of going, oh, hang on a minute, it's not right.
Yeah, I think
2 and 2 doesn't make 5.
2 and 2 doesn't equal 5. No. So also we've had this thing with Extinction Rebellion and these weird red priestesses. Now this photo with old Lord Potato Head's dad, what was it, Stanley Johnson? I thought that was photoshopped, but it's not. Apparently this is real. This is him with all of his sort of red scarlet witches stood around him. And then you look at he's got, again, I don't know if this is photoshopped or not, but apparently he's got this Extinction Rebellion badge on that looks like the, the Sands of Time, or one of the vortices in a Solomon style there. Big up all the Godvadge crew, you recognise that one. But right, this has come to prominence because there's some weird stuff here. This photo, in the Guardian, you posted this in the WhatsApp group, didn't you?
Yeah, stand by a second. Just because I'm looking at a different screen.
Oh, right, okay. It's the guy on the groin at the beach in Cornwall, rugby tackling the one of these red witches into the water.
Yeah.
Now, it's an awesome photo, and it's right in mid-action. He's literally sort of like grabbed them, lifted them just up over the shoulder, and about to dunk them under there. Now, when I first saw this photo, I showed it to the missus, and she's like, "Oh God, you know what? I really, really want. I want to like see the video of that." Now, I'm sure. Wait a minute. Let me just find it. I'm sure. Here it is. Oh yeah, it's right here. I watched it earlier. You saw it earlier, yeah? This is the whole video of it happening. It's awesome. Obviously got no sound. You don't need the sound, to be fair. So he's running up to the groin. He spied them. They're walking along there with their arms out. He jumps up. This is an awesome little prank.
Has it been identified?
No, we need to identify this guy. I want to send him a T-shirt. I badly wanted to send him a T-shirt. Yeah, straight in. Look at that. Mm-hmm. It's kind of annoying that the video ends there. I'd like to see it afterwards, because the rest of them, they just seem to carry on with the ritual. They don't even care.
Maybe he's part of it.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe it is. Anyway, speaking of rituals, who saw this?
No, you need to turn off lamps.
Sorry, mate. It's James Corden dancing around talking about how you need to get speared with a big picture of Anthony Fauci.
Yeah.
And right, with everything that's come out about Fauci recently, is this not a bit off? I mean, are they just denying that's happened? What do you think, Brian?
I don't know, man. I mean, the games that they play are just, the stuff that I've seen over the last 11 years. The games that they play are just incredible. They really are, aren't they?
It's absolutely next level. I mean,
it's just beyond any comprehension.
Let's have a look at it a bit more.
Anthony Fauci.
Look at my head.
It's actually quite disturbing, to be honest. I find
Very
it quite
disturbing.
So in the comments here, Mrs. Inner Guardians is like some demonic ritual. Structure D&B says he's a complete sellout. James Corden sold out from the start. He was always a sellout. He'd literally do
they
anything.
all are.
They all are. That's the thing. No more heroes now. They're all. Well, since this has happened, I'm sure I've seen pictures of James Corden kissing. Weinstein. Kissing him on the chin, like really subserviently. And then there's another photo with him covering his eye with some tattoo. You know the drill. All that kind of stuff.
The thing is, though, about we're living in a fictional world, and there's so many different sides to the fiction, to the illusion. I don't think they thought they was ever going to find us sussing it out. Does that make sense?
You don't think so? You don't think this is
No,
accounted for?
because it's so complicated. Because they've complicated it so much. Like we was talking about, like the birth certificate and the name and the capitalisation and stuff like that. There is some bullshit about all of that, but there is a lot of truth in it as well. And I'm seeing new people coming along now with new information about that. But I don't think I don't think they thought we was going to suss it out, to be honest. And that's what they're fearing. They're fearing that we're unravelling their fictional world.
I hope so.
They need sectioning. They don't need locking up and put in prison. They're psychologically not there.
Like what has been done to people throughout this COVID thing is literally next level. Like Zuby said the other week in one of his like epic daily tweets, how like we've basically had 16 to 17 months of proper psychological torture enacted on the people that were ready to accept it. Luckily, not everyone accepted it, and some people could see it for what it was. But
important to understand, this didn't just start in 2020. I personally think this has been years in the making, and some of these players or actors or whatever, they were prepared for the roles that they're going to play.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever that the planning that's gone into this is much more than just the medical, pharmaceutical, industrial complex, whatever you want to call it. It goes much, much deeper than that.
Yeah, it's done. Yeah, definitely.
Well, if you think about it, this is the first time, essentially, in history that all of these different sectors have all come together as one, in unison.
Yeah.
When you look at it from corporations, politics, economics, green issues, health issues, entertainment, media, mainstream media, news. I mean, they couldn't have just all come together like in 2020. There must have been some planning involved.
No way. It's far too synchronized. It's far too. This is so multi-layered. It's almost difficult to conceptualize it in one conversation to sort of speak about the whole thing.
People can't.
Oh, I've turned you off.
People can't seem to grasp when I try to talk to them about this stuff that they can't seem to grasp that this has been planned for maybe decades, possibly centuries.
At least 150 years, in my opinion.
Yeah. And people just can't get their head around that. But they're like, don't be so silly. Like, how can anyone? And it's an intergenerational thing. It's like a business that's passed down. But
yeah,
I reckon it was planned from the times of the pyramids.
Wow. And how far do you think that is? How far back do you think the pyramids are?
Good question. Debate.
Very debatable.
Looks like I've got a Rise Above Afro on it here.
You've got a Rise Above Halo. Wicked. Right.
I think their plan is always to depopulate and to control. It's just where we have got more sort of educated with technology and stuff like that, and what they've got away with over the years.
An evolving agenda.
Yeah, of course, yeah. It's always been the plan, because they don't see us the same as them. We've got different genetics, maybe even different blood. Who knows? Do you know what I mean? But
what people can't seem to grasp when I talk to them about this stuff is that look at the technology we've got now and look at the technology we've got 100 years ago. So what their argument is how can people possibly, because all what's happening at the moment is through technology. So people can't get their head around the fact that you can't plan something, 150 years ago because they didn't know this technology would be around, and it's just this is new science, and this
but it's just new tools for the toolbox at the end of the day, isn't it?
This is
Absolutely.
This is it.
Yeah, new tools. Same plan, new tools.
This is why I think it was. This goes all the way back to the time of the pyramids. I think they did have technology.
Do you guys think that there is a plan to enslave all of humanity? We all know that. We're all aware of that. And do you think it could be that when the technology evolves, then they're like, oh yeah, we can use this to our advantage to do X part of our plan to enslave humanity, or is it the technology is planned? That's what the question is. What's the end technology that they're planning?
Well, then you have to ask the question of whether the technology that we presented has really been released at that time, or whether it's been held back and we have no idea about what technology was there in the past.
This is
which to be fair, we are verging off the topic here because let's take it back to what we're talking about tonight.
This is going back to history.
Yeah, we're going deep into like the precursors of the Soviet Union. Tonight we're talking about the tipping point and how close we're coming to it, and how this week's events particularly have changed or possibly change the public consciousness. Right, sorry, I'm stealing the mask again. Cool. So, Brian, have you got any final thoughts, anything you want to say before I invite some other callers on? Because we've got a few other people lined up.
No, mate, only that, if we don't get together, if we don't unite, it's not going to work.
Yeah.
It's not going to work.
Well, that's why we've got this table here and we're putting these topics out there, and we're inviting call-in tonight. We want to thank you very much for your input, Brian. I totally agree with everything you say. We do need to unite and think past these current solutions we've got of maybe just going out and protesting, asking for our freedoms back.
I think more importantly, it's an individual action, individual act. Everybody has to reach a point, and this is when I talk about the critical mass. Critical mass doesn't necessarily indicate that it's like lots of people. The critical mass happens to every individual. Everybody has their own critical mass, and obviously combined, then you get the critical mass.
The thing is,
but
about
everybody everybody in their own personal life will have something that will push them to this tipping point.
Sure, 100%.
And then they're forced to make a decision.
However, Master Lee, don't you think that the whole point of what they're trying to do is, define socialism? People didn't need with socialism, did they? Everyone had everything given to them, and it's all given to you by the system. So this is
a different game.
I completely agree. Yeah, but what I'm trying to get at is, where is the line from people's comfort zone, where they're being forced out of their comfort zone? If everyone can still sit on their TV, get fat, and watch Netflix,
this is when I talk about the mundane. Now, this is a completely different game to anything that we've experienced in modern history, or let's say the last 200 years. So, any system that's been brought in prior to now was done by force, by weapons, by the strong arm. This is all about consent. This is about everybody or individuals making a personal decision to comply.
Yeah, the game has changed. Now we have to agree to do it to ourselves. We have to agree to self-slaughter. We have to agree to shut our businesses.
Yeah, this is one of my issues with the protests. So, for instance, let's say, I don't know, there's 1 million people protesting. Now, out of those 1 million protesting, which is all well and good, how many of those will go back to their homes, to their workplaces, to their businesses, and defy the guidelines? I won't say laws or anything because they're guidelines. Who's actually going to do that out of the 1 million? Precisely. Or will they just go back to normal?
That's it. Yeah, because they got a family to provide for, because they got a mortgage.
That's what I said. It's not a Saturday protest thing. It's a every day, 25 hours a day, 8 days a week thing, 465 days a year thing. That's what it is. If you really mean it, that's what it is. It's every waking action. It's every interaction. It's every spoken word.
With that, that means that if you're in a job which you're forced to abide by COVID rules, you need to get out of it. That's what that means. Because the only people that are complying with it, like you, the people you're talking about, Lee, the percentage of the million that go to the protest that then go to their work on a Monday morning and comply, they need to then get out of need to have the balls to get out of their comfort zone and leave their job and get a different one. That's what needs to happen.
Well, yeah, there's a number of things. Now, people asked me last March what my views on all this were. Now, me being classed as a key or critical worker, from day one of the lockdown, I had to go out to work. Now, my stance was this. If this is what they're telling us it is, if it's so deadly, so dangerous that they have to lock everything down, that means everybody should go home. Everybody. And I mean everybody. The garage workers, the police, all drivers, all security,
everything, and you know,
the doctors,
whatever's in your cupboards has to sustain you. Yeah, everyone has to shut down, a real lockdown.
Because all you ended up with was that certain people with certain privileges could actually do the lockdown, whereas others couldn't. So, for instance, if you've got a big house, you know, being locked down isn't a major problem. There are some people that have got 5 or 6 people in a 2-bedroom flat on the 5th floor.
With no access to a garden, nothing.
Yeah, you try being locked down there. So it's the same storm, but different boats. And that was always my contention right back, because it wasn't a fair lockdown, because they told everybody to stay at home. Like I say, some people got paid to stay at home. A huge proportion of the population, they didn't get any money if they stayed at home. They had to continue working. So I had big respect for, you know, your Karen and whatever who's working at the BP garage, you know, not being paid extra. I even said to them, I said, look, you're getting paid extra to serve all these hundreds of people coming in.
You're
on
working
a
on
daily
the
basis.
front line.
Do you know what? I'll tell you a quick story. Quick
No
story.
big
I was in traffic jam the other day, and this guy behind me, I let a car go in front of me, and this guy behind me, he's a tradesman, started beeping his fucking horn and getting really pissed off. And I was like, I was just shouting like, "What's your deal?" And he said to me, "Stop letting people go." He says, "Some of us are at work. You're probably on the fucking dole." I was like, "What?" Hey, I was on my way home from work, so I just been at work. But he's obviously been working all the way through, and he's probably resentful to someone who's on the furlough or, you know, the government subsidies. I was just like, you know, this guy's pissed.
Yeah.
He accused me of being on the dole. I've never been on the dole in my life.
Me neither.
Well, we're all fully aware that we live in a class-based system, especially in England. It's very, very class-based, even if we don't know it. Well, if you've always lived in England, you probably can't spot it. It's only when you go to other countries that you really realise. Even if you go to America, you realise that there's a massive class system in the UK. Now, that class system has been redefined in 2020. Yeah. And the first classification was key, essential, and critical workers. Yeah? So those had to go out to work. Now, also, some people benefited. Like, for instance, the MPs. What did they get? £10,000 to stay at home. Pay rise. Was it that?
I don't know. I wasn't aware of that.
Well, they weren't on 80% or furlough, that's for sure. They were on full pay.
No, they got extra money to stay at home. Then you had all the government workers that were paid to stay at home. Well, they could work from home, sorry. So, you know, I think most people would rather work from home. You know, I've called up some government agencies, and literally you can tell they're sitting on the toilet when you call them.
Well, we've seen a lot of those videos show up online where people are like either in a courtroom or something, and then they forget that they're online, and then before you know it, their maid's coming in, they're playing with their cat, and all types of weird stuff, because people are just they're slipping into the comfort of doing their work from their own home. From a boss's point of view, that's a nightmare. Having a workforce that you can't control because they're at home, possibly playing with their little kids, with their pets. It's not
right. So this brings us to the tipping point, or the critical mass. Right. So for literally 12 to 15 months, a lot of people have been benefiting from this. Now, example, the police. I should imagine if you check the salary of a police officer from last year, it's probably going to be greater than it's ever been because of overtime and
Yeah.
blah, blah, blah. Yeah. So a lot of people are benefiting from this. Now, those benefits are slowly going to be taken away. Same with the furlough, same with the self-employed grants. They're slowly being taken away. And this is why I'm predicting the tipping point will come at some point, because all those that are propping up this situation are slowly going to stop benefiting. And then they're going to start to feel the squeeze, like a lot of the other people.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to come. It's going to come when the furlough's taken away. Right. It's a call-in show tonight, and we've got other people.
We have.
Shall we have a quick 5-10 minute break with some music from Magix before we have our next caller?
We got Magix back in the studio.
Magix, are you ready to roll some tunes? Yeah, man. Okay, right. Any Guardians, don't go anywhere because it's going to be a very short break, literally like 5 minutes. Big up Sean in the background. I just want to say that Inner Guardians is calling on my phone. He's not on Restream because we still had the echo. It's still not been sorted. He's actually muted on here with his video working and calling on my phone, yeah.
And that's only, we're lucky we can do that because we've got the Queef Master Pro.
Yeah, if we didn't have this Queef Master Pro's amazing mixing desk, we wouldn't... Gosh. Lord Schwab says... Without the power of the Queef Master Pro, we wouldn't be able to connect with Master Lee. So... Right, shall we go for some tunes? Magix, you ready? Yeah, man. Run the rhythm.
So, guys, we've got some tech issues going on. It's not it's structured DMB. It's not a fluffy needle. It's both sides. Magix is just going to try and have a little poke around. It's the tractor. See, this is what I mean, boys. Just stick to vinyl. It's just easier, or CDs, whatever. Anyway, so Magix is just going to keep ploughing about on that. Word Nerd, are you there still in the vicinity? You're Word Nerd. Can't hear you, Word Nerd. Anyway, he's good. So, should we... No crackle. Crackle. No, it is crackling, Magix. Still crackling. Still crackle. Crackleberry. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, so we're going to play a music video, guys, while we sort of studio crackles out. It's not good tonight, is it? No. Tech issues. We've got echoes. We've got Sean online. Still got issues. My. So yeah, guys, bear with us. We're going to play a music video and then we're going to have a little mix in a little bit.
Life under curfew, learn to adapt. Rules of federal crimes. They signal virtue when you react, so better keep in line. Don't speak out or cause speculation. No more protest signs. Adjustment camps for re-education.
There's even an echo on the video that we're playing, Sean. That's super, super disappointing. Okay, right. I apologise for that, guys. We have got a caller. Our next caller that we're going to chat to, her name is Sarah. That's not her real name. She wants to keep it a secret because she is a care worker and she's got a story to tell. So let's call Sarah, please. So, Sean, we had an echo on the video that we played. That's even worse, mate. The Soviet Union, the denying force, whatever it is coming after us hard. So I'm just calling Sarah. We organised this call earlier on. It's Rise Above.
2 meters, you.
If she's not there, we'll go straight to our next caller anyway.
Yeah, I think we're out. Next one.
Sorry for all the problems tonight, guys. It's one of those evenings when nothing seems to work. Okay, we've got another caller that tried a minute ago. It's an interactive show. What can I say? It's Rise Above on a Friday night. Hello, caller. Am I all right to call you by the name on the screen, or do you want to keep your name secret?
Yes, sir. That's good. You can call me by the name on my screen.
Clint. All right, welcome to Rise Above, mate. You are live. Please don't say the C word or the V word, as you've probably heard, because we don't want to get a medical misinformation. Please tell your story.
Yes, sir. Well, I can say, first off, we're definitely living in, this is mind-blowingly just a form of insanity that's a psychological warfare against the people, that's for sure. my own experiences are that this C word has no basis in what the major mainstream media has portrayed to the masses. And clearly this is happening globally. So clearly someone is giving the orders.
Yeah. And if you don't mind me asking, where are you calling from, bro?
Coming from the good old USA across the border.
Whereabouts?
Across the lake. I'd rather not say.
That's absolutely fine, mate.
No problem at all.
We appreciate you calling in.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I really appreciate your efforts.
Thank you.
And I noticed that one of the gentlemen on the program has the Rothschild family, and I find that's very interesting because there was a Swedish research team that released a video called "Monopoly: Follow the Money" about 2 months ago, and through their research, they discovered that only 2 companies in the world own everything. Every single company. They are the major shareholders in every company in the world. And they also reveal a lot of links to the Gates Foundation, who these people are, and just like how the video is called Monopoly, Follow the Money, they've clearly done their research and demonstrated that 2 major financial companies in the world control everything. And incidentally, one of the companies is called Vanguard. And Vanguard is a private company which is the majority stockholder in the other company that owns everything.
I've heard of Vanguard.
Yeah, Vanguard, Blackstone.
Blackstone. I mean, is there any more of an apt name?
Yeah, Blackstone. I saw another video. They said what the Blackstone is ultimately artificial. It's a representation of these evil artificial intelligence.
The parasite.
Yeah, the parasite. Oh yes, yeah.
Are you familiar with the work of a channel called Godvlamast, the guy that talks about? So is that how you found us, through Godvaj?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
Wim is a badass. He has an insight into what's going on that's way past what most people can comprehend, Clint. Can I just ask you, let's keep it on topic. Have you noticed a change in the opinions of the general normie populace around you that have been buying the narrative in the last week? Have you in the last couple of weeks? I don't know if things have changed in your part of the USA. In the UK, there's been big changes in the last week. Is there any change to in your opinion, of the general populace's thoughts?
No, sir. The major mainstream media has just been hammering people day in, day out. The general populace is controlled by basically the internet and virtual reality. So they're fed whatever Netflix films, and we know who makes those films. We know who controls that industry. So the narrative is just keeping them asleep constantly, on their phones constantly, playing games on their phones constantly. And I live and I work in a you can say a very sensitive place where you're supposed to be very disciplined in your work approach, but everybody's just tied to the system. So getting back to what you said or what you asked is no, I don't with the general populace.
What about with the Fauci emails coming out? Are people, because that's been on like Fox and stuff.
I've got an issue with that though. I mean, like, look at the Hillary Clinton emails, look at the Podesta emails. I mean, those got motherfuckers. People, the QAnon movement says that they've been executed or whatever, but I mean, they haven't, have they? They're not.
Well, either they haven't, they're all clones.
Does it really matter whose emails come out?
All I know is the evil empire is still active.
Yeah. What do you think about that, Clint? What do you think about the Fauci email situation?
Oh, sorry. Welcome back in the Guardians.
Can you still hear me, gents?
Yeah, you're still there. We just welcome back in the Guardians. Please carry on, Clint.
Yeah, carry on, Clint. What do you think about the Fauci emails?
So what I think is this is just another distraction. We're in a very dangerous time, and literally they vaccinated millions and millions of majority.
That's a swear word. That's a swear word.
That's a swear word on the show. We can't say the V word.
That's the V word.
Oh, sorry. Pardon me. Okay,
you have to PayPal me $10 now.
I'm so truly sorry.
It's okay. It's the first one.
You use the word speared.
Speared.
Yeah,
They've speared so many people, and so all of this media just seems to put people to sleep. We're living in more existentially dangerous times where people could get speared and that's it. We don't know anymore. Like, this is a situation where they've instituted this spearing on the masses, and they've just, literally, the Center for Disease Control have released their own fatality rates, and the rates have not gone up. We know that they've been censoring things majorly. Look at Michael Eden.
Sure.
Exactly the same thing is happening with your CDC, as we have a thing called PHE, Public Health England, and they are literally mirroring each other because they're all taking directions from you know who.
Let's look at this, right? If everyone takes a step back, right, it's all they might be a different organisation, but they're following the same narrative. What would you call that, Lance? In a multinational, over different countries, what is that? It's a one world government.
Yeah, it's a franchise. It's a mono state.
They might have different names. They might wear different uniforms and different badges. And as like Master Lee says, have pencil sharpeners and fancy kit. But they're following the same narrative. This is a one world government, one world narrative.
And I think Klaus Schwab, that should be the biggest headlines, is he's just telling everybody how it's going to be. With the Davos, so the World Economic Forum runs Davos every year. Davos is the richest and the most powerful people on the planet meeting together once a year.
Swiss,
and so
the Swiss, that's where it's all from, mate. Switzerland.
Swiss, right. And so if Schwab is saying, "Hey, let's get ready. The time is now. We're gonna have a great reset," and then everybody's repeating the narrative.
Lord Schwab says.
I think that, yeah. So I think that should be a major concern for the masses. If news was unbiased, then they would examine what the elites message are giving us.
Clint, have you ever watched Sky News in Australian Sky News?
Yeah, no, I have. And they sort of are trying to break. I know that there's a couple of anchors that are trying to break.
Well, they've got one that literally says, these guys are megalomaniacs. They're not hiding it anymore. They're shouting it from the rooftops. Yeah. They want to end capitalism. They want to inject us with Schwabian nanotech, thousands of microcomputers that read our thoughts. They're only quoting what Schwab has said himself. No one's making anything up here. But officially, it's still a conspiracy theory.
Yep. And you have to think, like, in the mindset of those elite. You have to think that they've been indoctrinated through years of family banking and high wealth to regard themselves as something different from the rabble-rousers.
So, Clint, on that point, exactly what you just said there, I've said this on the show before, and straight from Mark Passio's teachings, he says, what would you do? Think about what your mentality would be if you've never had to work for anything in your life. You've got unlimited access to money. You can sleep with who you want. You can travel when you want. It literally is. You can do exactly as you want. What would that do to your mind? What would your mindset be like to other individuals? You'd want to. It corrupts you. Money truly is the root of all evil with these people.
Precisely, and we have their shock troops on the ground have a similar ideology. I don't at the top of this pyramid. What is this a kind of a Freemason type of satanic thinking where they're thinking, oh yeah, well we'll just get rid of most people. Time's now. We had enough for you guys. And
so staying on topic, Clint. You said you haven't seen it over there, a critical mass
or a tipping point.
What do you think is going to be the tipping point? Is it
would it take?
Is it going to literally take people dying in the streets when you go to the grocery store and just see literally people curling over on the floor?
But here's the conundrum: if that starts happening, what are the Soviet Union going to do? They're going to blame the deaths on the illness.
Yes.
That will be the default position. So to the average uninitiated normie, when they see people dropping down in the street, they're just going to imagine that it's Wuhan March 2020 when people are keeling over in the street.
And that's it. And all of this has been gamed. Like, since World War II, you have the Tavistock Institute, and then you have the numerous incarnations up until now.
You've done your research. You've done your homework, Clint.
Yeah, this gentleman knows.
This has all been a rehearsal. This is when I talk about the critical mass or the tipping point. It's when we go from the rehearsal into live action play.
So do you think are we in live action play now, or is this still the rehearsal?
We're still in the rehearsal phase at the moment, but we're slowly moving into. Yeah, well, think about it, right? The last 15 months has been a rehearsal. It's obviously kind of fake, yeah.
Well, yeah.
So that would indicate to me that we're in a training simulation phase.
It would indicate to me that Event 201 is still active, and that's not my fault. Someone gave this to me last year. They said, "What about if Event 201 that started in October 2019 and started simulating and practicing and live running a live action role play of all this?"
Well, here's one for you. Here's one for you. The Event 201, yeah. Do you think that we weren't meant to see that?
If we weren't meant to see it, why is it broadcast on YouTube with such excellent production values? Of course we're meant to see it. It's part of it.
We all know what they can censor. If we weren't meant to see it, it would be censored.
Look what's happening to us tonight. In every single fucking sound check, we have no problem whatsoever. As soon as we go live on a Friday...
We can talk about the Schwabian tech, the nanotech. We can talk about Pizzagate. We can talk about all that kind of stuff, but we can't talk about the spearing, can we? We're not allowed to talk about that.
Actually, you should say that. All of our Pizzagate videos have been taken down. All three of them.
All of them?
Yeah, all three.
The Chronicles of Pizzagate?
Yeah, 1, 2, and 3 have all been taken down. I've had 6 videos taken down last week.
Wow. Right.
Right.
But yeah.
We've still got Clint on the line. We've got a lot of people lined up.
We're allowed, if they wanted to censor something, they could. Event 201, we were 100% supposed to see.
Listen, if we weren't speaking in such heavily coded language right now, we'd have been taken down a long time ago. Clint, thank you very much for giving your insight. Have you got any closing thoughts you want to share with the viewers before I invite someone else?
I do.
Sure.
I certainly, gentlemen, thank you very much. One thing I wanted to add with the Schraub and the Event 201 and the gaming, you know how they gamed this, I don't want to name it, the C, whatever we want to call it.
The illness.
The illness. The next game that they said is, and according to Schaub himself, is a cyber pandemic. Is that they're going to just wreck? They're going to say a bunch of hackers went in. They've gamed this. It was gamed in 2020, just like the other one was gamed in 2019. So they can just game it. They can say, "Hey, you lost all your money in the stocks. The whole thing smashed. Now time for the digital currency." Perfect. Just a perfect scenario for them. To shut down the internet for a few days, just give people a lot of anxiety, and then look on the WEF. That's their after the illness scenario. They said that one. So I think that's a real existential threat because, like you were saying before, they just come out and say it now. They're just like, "Hey, here you go.
Yeah.
No one's watching anyways. No one's listening. We got you controlled."
Yeah, the beast has revealed itself now, Clint. They're open. They don't care anymore. The veil has dropped for them.
And I think that's part of it. Deep down, I have no absolute proof of this, but to my understanding, they have to tell you that's their magic. Like they still work with that system, this really old system of magic, and and part of that is they just have to tell you. They just, "Hey, here it is. We'll tell you right to your face." And then, so that's some theory, some just working theories I have, but I really appreciate your time.
No, thank you very much for joining us, Clint.
Yeah, awesome guest.
Yeah, please stay safe and don't ever forget to rise above, mate.
God bless. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Clint.
2 meters you come.
Thank you very much to Clint. Up next, we have Sarah, who is a care worker who has been trying to get hold of us, and we keep missing her, so we'll try and call Sarah next. Awesome show so far, and remember, if you want to call us, it's riseabovelivestream@gmail.com. Let me turn that down. riseabovelivestream@gmail.com on Skype.
So
I'll tell you what, we'll wait for Sarah to call back. Is she there?
Thank you very much.
Right, Sarah, if you could turn the stream down while you're... Oh, no, she's gone.
Okay.
Yeah, turn down the stream in the background, because otherwise we get an echo. Welcome to Rise Above, Sarah. You're live. Please don't say the C or the V word. I know you're a regular viewer. and you're a care worker, and you felt compelled to call us up tonight because you've seen things that you're uncomfortable with. I hope I'm not paraphrasing you too much. Please, let loose, tell your story. Don't say C or V.
No holds barred.
Well, don't say run loose. You're going to regret it. Anyway, before I tell you my experience, I want to talk about something that nobody's talking and is really worrying me. The vax are allowed to give blood transfusion. I don't know if they're allowed to give organs. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm not sure about the situation with the blood transfusions. Are they allowed?
The people that have been speared, we've heard about that. Obviously, we can't use the V word too much, please. So yeah, we've heard about this. Can people?
Sorry.
It's okay. I'll give you one before you send us £5 on PayPal. I've seen it before. If you've been speared, can you give your blood? Can you? Many different questions.
Red Cross say no.
Magic says the Red Cross say no. You can't.
No, because I just want to leave it very clear. In case me or any of my child go to the hospital, we rather, go to the other side. About my experience, I'm a care worker. I've been in care for more than 10 years.
Okay.
And is everything all right? Sorry.
Yeah. Listen, if you can't hear yourself back, please carry on. Treat it like a phone call. We can hear you perfectly, Sarah. Please carry on.
Okay, that's great. I've been a care worker for more than 10 years.
Okay.
And I've been with, I'm self-employed, and I've been with my clients way before COVID.
You said the C word there.
So I know them very well. Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Call it the illness.
Sorry, I'm very, very nervous.
Don't worry about it. Listen, this is your chance to tell your story. There's no judgment here. Everyone that's watching this is we're all part of the family. We've made this table so people can tell their story about what's going on.
We really want to hear what you have to say, Sarah. Say thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, and I really appreciate you guys having the integrity to fight for humanity and the children. So like I was saying, I know my clients for years. I've been with them for years. And I never follow any of the guidelines. Never wear the McGrug. I wash my hands with water and soap.
Yeah.
And I never stopped never stopped, comforting my clients. I never stopped being human with them.
You never broke down the human connection, that important human connection, Sarah. Yeah.
Never. No, because, it's not just, feed them and wash them. You go to their homes. I'm a community care worker. You have to support them in every way. When they started the Dirty Dart, I begged them, all of them, not to wait 6 months at least.
Not
not
to be speared, not to take the spearing in the care homes, because as we know, the elderly in the care homes, they were like the first to be speared, right?
I don't work in care homes. I work in the community.
You work in the community. What age group do you work with, Sarah?
Over 50s.
Over 50s. Okay, so that the age group that was first targeted.
Yes. So I begged them to wait at least 6 months. And I'm a Leo. I don't take lightly to beg.
Me too.
But they didn't listen to me, and they all went for the jab. Sorry.
No, the shot is fine. The jab is fine. Just not the V word.
Okay, sorry. And one client, since the first day, even inside the premise where they were stabbing people, she collapsed.
Inside the actual facility where they were spearing?
Yes.
Straight after?
Do you want to take a second, Sarah?
Half an hour after.
Oh my goodness.
They make them wait a little bit to see if everything is all right.
Yeah.
And when she asked me to go with her. I refused because I don't want to be in that kind of environment.
Yes.
So one of the family had to come to take her.
Oh my God.
And after she waited the time they're supposed to wait when they were going to the car, she collapsed. And since then, in 2 weeks' time, she was in the hospital, and now she's dying.
Oh my goodness! And how old was this lady, if you don't mind me asking?
She's under 90, 88.
So.
And I have another 2 clients in hospital. One of them came out yesterday, and she's okay, thank God. But
so I've got a question for everyone. Lance, you've been speared before with regular, tried and tested, things in your life.
I had a BCG at school.
Yeah. So did you have to wait 15 minutes?
No, everyone just walked away.
Straight away. Same as when my parents have had a flu spearing, years ago. When nobody has to sit down. I'm not a medical spearer, or I don't know anything about this subject really, but if someone is watching this who's a medical spear in the chat, can you name? Is there another spear ingredient or
another procedure
where you have to sit down
minutes.
And wait 15 minutes to see if you're right after
what Sarah's saying is like it seems like the 30-minute window is really quite crucial, because this poor lady of you said 88.
That's what I mean. Is there any other jab that you need to sit down and wait? To make sure that you're right directly afterwards.
I'm not sure.
If not, then that should be an alarm bell for anyone.
And yeah, massive alarm
bell.
Because
it's completely different to a regular one, isn't it? If you have to do that, it's because something completely different and abnormal.
And because it's not one, is it?
Yeah,
we
exactly.
all know
That's what I mean.
One.
Yeah. So people, this is what I'm saying. But they're treating it like one. The media, Matt Hancock, Boris, all of these fuckers, they're all treating it like a normal one.
Can't wait
so
to see them
this is not informed consent.
Can I just ask, was that the lady's first or second procedure?
Pardon? Oh, she refused the second one.
Wow.
But she never admitted because. They don't admit it. Even the doctors.
They couldn't link it, even though it was 31 or 32 minutes afterwards. There was no link for the doctors.
They don't know.
That's disgusting.
If they know, they don't even admit that to the family.
So you can have a positive test and you can die for any reason within 28 days, and it will be the illness. But you can keel over
after
30 minutes after the procedure. No link at all. Nothing to see here.
Yes,
nothing to worry about.
Exactly. We've been seeing that a lot.
Crazy.
And I hope you don't mind me asking, Sarah, is that an isolated incident, or is this happened more than once with yourself or with your colleagues, patients? If you don't mind me asking.
Well, make the maths. I personally I work self-employed. I have 7 clients, 3 in the hospital. Only 2 don't have any physical that I see change, but psychologic, they change. And it's not spiritual too.
All of your patients have had the procedure, the spearing?
Yes.
All 7 of them, and you're saying out of those 7, you've seen either a physical or psychological change with how many out of 7?
They all change.
They all changed.
They all change. 3 in the hospital, 1 she's dying, and only 2 of them don't have physical. Actually, they do have sores, open wounds in the feet.
In the feet.
Oh. And another thing I noticed is they get more aggressive. I think, honestly, they're fighting inside, deep in down. They know, but they don't want to admit it because it's too late. I think that's why they're so angry. They snap.
Thank you so much for sharing this with us. This is absolutely fine. This is really important that people hear this. It's really important that people hear this, because this is the stories that people aren't hearing. Thank you so much for sharing it with us.
Do everything you can to protect the children.
We're doing everything we can, Sarah.
They're coming for the
It's very
children next.
important. You know, talk to everybody, talk to other parents, you know, and the NHS, please start talking.
People need to start turning
lives
up
are
at
being
schools and
destroyed. It's
actually.
not right.
People need to start actually going into schools and talking to, you know, headmasters and teachers and
I've
stuff
been
like that. They need to
I've
actually
been saying that, but
to
it's
physically
really
do that.
that's another thing, you know. People are quick to go to London, chasing around like headless chicken, but then work in the community. Everybody,
Yeah.
you know, it's really hard. It's very hard.
This is what Chris Sky was saying. He said, "Enough's enough. We need to start working in our own communities and taking care of our own."
Last year, not now.
Yeah, it needs to happen. It needs
You
to
know
happen
what
a year
I mean?
ago.
Say
We're
that-
1 year behind.
So
Does this not-
to protect the children.
In the Guardian,
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Lee.
Does this not indicate the tipping point? Because, as an example, people will do for children what they wouldn't actually do for themselves in terms of protection. A common trick or tool that we use in in personal protection training is when somebody doesn't have any aggression or any fight in them, we ask them if they have children. And if they say yes, we say, right, okay, so imagine your child is stood next to you and I'm about to kidnap your child. And all of a sudden you see a sudden change. They can go into a fight.
The catalyst that ignites the inner warrior, the inner guardian.
Yeah. So this, to me, indicates that the critical mass, because they're coming for the children.
Yes, but some people been turning against us even when we explain they're coming for the children.
Some
It's
people are
really
actually
hard.
lining up
I
their
know
children
what the
for
people
it.
are waking up, but
Remember, everything's inverted. So what was the narrative last year? They're not interested in the children because the children are safe. It's the elderly.
Children don't even have to wear masks. If
Yeah,
children don't have to
but-
wear the muzzle, why do they have to have the procedure? Why is no one asking this basic question? If throughout this whole 15 or 16 months, this deadly people's pandemic, this deadly illness has been going around, killing everyone, right? And children have been the only people that did not have to have the muzzle. Why all of a sudden, as everyone in the mainstream media suddenly rushing, saying, we're running out of time to spear all the children, we have to get them speared. I heard them saying in the media this week, people on BBC, the talking heads, they were even saying, we don't have time to wait for the data. You know how much these people love the data? It's like a fucking god they're worshipping, the data. We have to get as much data as we can.
Well, look how wrong the initial data was.
But they're even saying now we have got no time to wait for the data. We've got literally a couple of weeks left to spear all the children before they go back to school. Or where are we now? We're halfway through June, so we're in this. I forget about school holidays now because of what's going on.
July, isn't it?
We're
The end of
halfway.
July,
We are
normally.
halfway through the school holidays. No, we're not. We've just started them. But they're now saying we've got 4, 5, 6 weeks to mass spear all the kids, especially going back to secondary school. So they're talking about 12 to 15-year-olds now.
Is it fair to say that we're at the Y stage?
The mic's turned off. No, it's turned off on the decks.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, turn it right up. Go on.
Hear me now?
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
up.
that's better, man.
So yeah, the kids have just gone back from half term.
They've just gone back from half term, so they're not off for summer.
No, that's the end of July because they get 6
Right.
weeks. They get all of August
So
and they go back
this
first
is
week
this
of
is.
September.
I'm going to call it right now because we've already properly predicted everything else. I think this is what's going to happen. Whatever comes off the back of July 19th is pretty irrelevant. What's going to happen in the 2nd or 3rd week of September after the kids have gone back to school, if they haven't been all properly speared, we can have some new super duper kids.
They're not
variant.
going back. They're not going back to school once they break up
Nah,
this
they'll
summer.
send
They're
them
not
back to
going
school.
back to
There'll
school.
be a 3rd proper wave or whatever they say it's going to be, and then it'll be the 3rd lockdown starting in September. I'm calling it. I think that's what's going to happen.
Right,
I would say
unless people break this goddamn spell.
Let's reorg a little bit. So last year, at the beginning of all this, it was all about the old people. Okay, so
Yeah,
we already know that they invert.
protect the NHS in the Guardians.
And they was always saying that the children are not at danger of this, right? Okay, so let's bring it right to now. Now it's clear to see that it's actually the children that they're after. Now, had they gone after the children last year, they would have hit the tipping point or critical mass.
Yeah.
In week 1.
Good
point. You can't go full retard too early, or you're going to spoil your whole plan.
Yeah.
See,
Now,
this
just
is
to
what I mean.
extend,
If it's a 5-year plan,
just to extend this, while it's in my mind. So, how many generations does it take to change society?
3.
Roughly.
Yuri Bezmenov says 2.
2.
That's what Yuri
2.
Bezmenov
Okay.
says.
So would it be fair to say that could be accelerated with what we've got now?
I would think it would be fair to assume that within a proper agreed inroad into your biotech, the Soviet Union come inside, you could probably do it in 1 generation, mate.
Right. Okay. So let's factor that in. So what does that mean? It means that they're after the children, so that by the time we're gone in 1 or 2 generations, they can bring in the new order with total compliance.
Speeding
they won't know. Well, they won't know any difference. It'd be quite. I think it's quite difficult with people of say my generation for them to bring in this new system, because there's still plenty of people that don't even have an email. Some people don't have a mobile phone or a smartphone,
and they have no idea to have a Google logon or an Apple ID, which will essentially soon be your.
I've got none of that, mate.
What, you don't have what smartphone have you got?
I've got an iPhone.
What? So you've got an Apple ID then? You can't have an iPhone without an Apple ID.
I don't think I've got one, mate.
You have to have one. You cannot own an iPhone.
This
without
isn't
an Apple
registered
ID.
to me, mate.
Well, you've got an Apple
This
ID.
isn't my phone.
Then in fact you've got a fake Apple ID. You cannot use that without an Apple ID. The same as you can't use an Android smartphone without a Google ID.
Yeah, I've got. Yeah. This
Without a
is
Google account.
I've got. This isn't actually connected to me.
Right, Sarah. Thank you so much for sharing your story. Have you got anything else that you wanted to say, share with the Rise Above family and everyone that's watching before we invite on another guest or potentially have a little break? And thank you so much for what you've already told us.
Yeah, honestly, I know that was emotional for you, Sarah. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me. All I want to say is that we need to be kind, even for the people that choose to take it.
Yeah, it's everyone's personal choice.
Pardon?
It's everybody's personal choice at the end of the day.
Exactly. So we have to accept and be kind to them, and make the most of the time you have left with them.
Oh God. Thank you so much for sharing. It's so difficult. Listen, I've had tearful, raging discussions with my parents that took the first dose of it, and I've managed to break their personal. I hope I didn't do it wrong, but I've changed their mind.
Can I ask you a question, Sarah, before you go? Can I ask you a question? What do you think as a carer, being around people who have been speared? What do you think about
He affects us? Yes.
Yeah. What do you think about the shedding of the Ike protein?
I don't know if it's shedding, if it's transmission. I don't know. That's the thing. This is all new for us, isn't it? And does anybody really know what's going on?
So
No.
I mean, are you worried for yourself when you hug one of your patients?
No, I'm not scared. No.
Because this is what concerns me, is that if that's the way
sorry.
No, it's okay. This is what concerns me, is that the people that have chosen to have it are then transmitting it through whatever means to the people that have chosen not to, and that's the way that they're going to get the entire population done, irrelevant if they want it or not.
To work in your own immune system, eat organic vitamins and grounding yourself, meditate, just build up your immune system and pray a lot.
Yeah.
Yes.
Build up a mental fortress, an inner
Yes.
spiritual fortress. Build up your immune
strong
system.
because the worst is still to come.
Sarah, thank you so much for calling in, and thank you so much for sharing your emotional
Thank you very
story.
much for everything that you guys do.
Anytime,
All
we're
the
here for
best.
you. Email me. You've got our email, yeah? You ever want to share anything with me?
Yeah.
You ever want to chat?
Yeah.
You just email me, darling, all right?
I'm okay. I'm all right. Don't worry.
Okay, we'll get through this together. Rise above.
Okay.
Rise
Thank
above.
you.
Thank you so much. Wow. Wow.
That was deep.
I'm a little bit
that was deep.
speechless.
That was deep.
deepless.
Should we have a little music break now,
Yeah,
Magic?
I think,
have you got the text sorted over there, Magic? So we're not going to have a crackly session. Sorry about that, guys, with the last one. 189 viewers there.
Wow.
Yeah, that was very
So
emotional.
tonight,
Maybe
right,
we
is
have a
the
little
tipping
break.
point. It's the tipping point. We are inviting people to call into the show and share your experiences. Have you literally had enough of the tyranny that's going on? Are you thinking that we should be locked down and we need to stay locked down to get away from these variants? We want to hear from you tonight. This is the time where you get to lay your thoughts on the table. You get to speak to us directly, interact with the Rise Above panel here, and whatever your thoughts are, we want to hear from you. Skype, Rise Above livestream at gmail.com, and please get in contact with us.
Just on the tailing off on the end of my last question there to Sarah. So is that would be a perfect way to separate society if the unspeared physically couldn't mix with the speared for them ending up being in the same situation as the speared.
It's the perfect
that would literally
stage
separate
psyop.
communities. Yeah,
It's the perfect stage.
or
psyop.
not psyop. I mean, I'm talking physical. Like, you know, later on after however this works, there's still going to be a huge percentage of the population globally which have been speared, and a large percentage which haven't.
Hello, Sinister Dread.
So is that going to be a long-term separation technique?
I think.
tactic?
Hey, whether it's true or not, it works. Right, are we gonna have some tunes for 5 minutes? Right, let's raise. Quickly.
Yeah, just quickly. So you've raised a good point. So the separation between the grandparents and the children. Yeah. Now, this is how real knowledge should be passed on. Now, if you're in the company of grandparents, you'll be a lot wiser. Yeah?
Sure.
Now, if that's being severed or broken, that means they can insert a completely different type of knowledge.
Correct. That's why books are so important, Master Lee.
Historically,
the internet can be controlled.
Most people learn
physical books.
Yeah, historically, most people gain their knowledge from their parents and their grandparents. There was no real education insert.
Listen to your elders because they know.
Yeah, and then the elders become the ancestors, which is that's a whole other subject, which also links to the synthetic universe.
Whole rabbit every single time.
Gosh.
Yeah.
Right, Master Lee, don't go anywhere. We're going to have 10 minutes to raise the vibration. And thank you so very much. We're not saying you've lowered the vibration, Sarah, because that was a very important
Everyone needed to hear that.
Everyone needed to hear that. 7 out of 7 patients of the over 50s were affected by being speared. That's a story that people need to hear. Sinister Dread will be joining us straight after the break, and anyone else can call after that. 10 minutes each. Rise above. Let's go with some tunes.
Rise above.
System shocker.
I never meant to lie. So this is goodbye.
Yo, yo. Big up all the Creator gang. Keep rolling, Magics. So up next, we're going to have Jim Hunt called in from Canada. Right, Sinistar, you've got to wait in the wings because you're part of the team. Who have we got next? All right, Sinistar's up next. After that, we're going to have Jim from Canada. We're just lining up our call-in guests, guys. Hold with us, hold with us. Welcome back in the Guardians. We'll be getting back to the chat in about 5 minutes, mate. We'll have another guest on soon.
Sure.
I'm just mastering this Queef Master Pro. Big up the restream, massive. You're supposed to sort the echo. So far, you have failed. So up next after the break. Up next, Sinistar Dread calling in from Portugal. Remember, it's the call-in show. Skype, RiseAboveLivestream@gmail.com. Last one from the Magics. Hang tight, all the new listeners, all of our new listeners, big up. Last one for Magic, back to the chat. When I say last one, I mean including the next one coming in. Standard Rise Above Business, it's Friday night. Hang tight, everyone in the crater tuned in inside the Soviet Union. Gosh. And we will roll out on that beat. Thank you very much, Magic. Master Lee. We'll unmute Master Lee. Hold on. Big up, Master Lee.
Master Lee, you're wearing an as above, so below symbol on your pineal gland currently.
What, on his cap?
Yeah, I won't say the name.
On the hat.
Let me have a look. What symbol's on his hat?
You know the brand that Mr. Joshua.
What old AJ likes. Under Armour, as above, so below.
Yeah.
As within, so without.
Yeah. In a Guardian, Under Armour.
In the Guardian's Inner Protector, fires the systematic presenter. So, right, let's go back to some guests because it is the call-in show. It is the tipping point, allegedly. Have we reached the tipping point? Obviously, we're speaking from a UK perspective, aren't we, in the Guardians? Because, you know, we've had conversations. We had our midweek conversation this week about the tipping point, about the critical mass. But we're speaking from a United Kingdom of Soviet Union point of view. Not everyone's from here.
Yeah.
So, who's up next, Andy PG? You're on the operator list.
We've got Mr. Sinstar.
So, call him.
So, let's hit him up.
This Sinstar is our Portugal representative, so he's going to tell us what it's like on the European continent. And after...
Just hit that on the queef.
Yeah, is he there?
Sinstar, good evening, sir.
I'm here.
Welcome to Rise Above. We can hear you. Welcome to Rise Above. Please don't say C or V. I'll just have a little look at him. Hello, mate.
No, I'll say speared. I'll say contaminated. Can we say contaminated?
Absolutely. As long as you don't use the C or the V word, you can say whatever you like. So, right, I've told you, and you've watched me on Facebook, what's happened in the UK this week. You're in Portugal. What have you seen over the last 7 days or 2 weeks since the last time you were on? Any change?
Last time I was on, well, I'd like to go back to a little point that we had with the last caller. Like, I think there's thousands and thousands of stories exactly the same, grief-stricken and people that have been contaminated and et cetera, et cetera. What have I seen here? Well, we're quite relaxed. We're open. We're open for business.
Nightclubs?
As they say. It's like, no nightlife, no events, no real big spectaculars, but no people really wearing the masks, no people really...
No one social distancing or acting like zombies?
No.
How many businesses are shut down? Like what are you seeing? Like I mean, what is normal and what is closed down in Portugal?
Well, to be honest with you, we've been open since May the 5th, right? So the events haven't really started. They've started small, very small. So no real business opportunities really opening up like before 2019. I was here. I had many contracts across Europe.
Because you're in the events industry, right? You're in sound systems. You're in staging. You're in the events industry, right? Since start.
I supply guys for events. So I was like. We had teams of guys to go and do and set up staging, sound, or conferences, blah blah blah, etc., etc., etc. So my industry from 2019 has just gone kaput, and for the last 16 months, it's exactly the same.
And what are you getting from the government there? Any furlough? I mean, any handouts? Any grants? Anything? Any support at all?
You're joking. In Portugal, mate? No, you're lucky. No, nothing.
Well, you know, at least in the United Kingdom.
Even the self-employed that I know in the UK aren't really getting any help.
Well, I think, as far as I know, some self-employed people have been lucky enough to get what is effectively UBI. Whether you're lucky to get that or not is another story. But you are right. Many people have not qualified for whatever reason.
You have to jump through many hoops, Lance, to fucking get to really get like what you want from this IBU or whatever.
They're making it more difficult.
The whole industry and the whole crewing has literally gone to other industries and not really very, very nice jobs, you know.
So what have you had to do to survive, mate? Since your industry is basically finished, what have you had to do to survive?
Me, at the moment, I've collected the rubbish. So let's get to another point, right? I've been collecting the rubbish of about 50,000 people a day.
Right.
From areas from Patayash all the way down through Nazaré, all the way down through Alcobaça, all the way down to Lisbon. Right? Every day. I've not been asked to have a vaccine. I've not had nothing. This company.
Gosh, you said a swear word there.
Motor Jill is one of the biggest.
The V word.
What did I say?
You said the V word, mate. It's called spearing. The V word.
Oh, spearing. Sorry. Oh, sorry.
The Maxine. The Maxine.
So basically, the Maxine. All right. Okay. So basically, for about a year now, my business has been shut, or a year and a half. I've been working for a company collecting rubbish, because basically that doesn't stop. But that means I collect 50,000 people's rubbish a day. I'm touching every sort of shit you can imagine, and not once been tested, not once been asked for a spearing, not once been even asked for masks, blah blah blah. We're rolling around in trucks with 3 people. We're changing all the time.
You guys are a member of the EU, right? In Portugal, they're an EU member, same as Spain, same as France. So,
like you were once, which is why I'm stuck here, because I'm not coming back to
but
the
in
UK.
in France, they've just lifted the law where you have to stop wearing a mask outside on your own. Before last week, so why is Portugal? Is it the rules, or are people just flouting the rules already? I mean, what are you saying? Are they not there?
Look, at the end of the day, I walk out of mine here. Well, I walk down the road to the bars. Once you get to the bars, there's the sheep that are wearing their masks outside, right? If you're not safe outside, where the fuck are you safe, right? In my eyes, right? So there's these sheep, and they're wearing their mask outside. I walk down to the bars. I walk straight in the bar. Everybody, the restaurants, everybody's got their masks off. You walk in, there's no problem. And there's literally no one. I sent you photos. Did I not send you some photos today, Lance, from the bar I was in? Yeah. Did you see any of the tourists? Nothing.
Yeah, well, there's a few tourists there. No one was wearing a mask.
No one's wearing masks. It's the same in the work. There's the few that are getting speared. They're very proud of it. They tell you. I've been speared. Yeah.
So maybe in that respect, Portugal's a little bit more ahead of the game than we are. They're actually just starting to flag things a little bit more, because I'm seeing that in the last week. Far less people at the supermarket wearing the cloth pit on their
I'm
face.
seeing that as well.
Yeah, remember they got the main.
Let's talk about Portugal. Portugal only came out of a dictatorship and a tyranny in 1976. So they've had like nearly 40 years of freedom, right? And they're not that willing to give it up. There's people having it here and there. There's not really the mask wearing that we're seeing. People are getting very tired. The tipping point that we're at is people are tired. We're all tired, mate. We're all fucking tired of it. The industries are all tired of it. The hospitality industries. Let's talk about something else. June the 26th, there's a massive sound system gathering going on in London. Let's talk about that as well. That's something that's going on in your town. I know personally very good friends of mine that are taking trucks to London to have a protest about the music industry, because we're fucking fed up of fucking being fucking tied down while politicians, Ascot goes on. Here in Portugal last year, we had the Formula One here with 30,000 people, whilst in the Algarve they had 100 people having a party privately, and they were criminals.
Well, look at all the sponsors of Formula One. Look at who sponsors that, how much money's behind it, and that's why it's allowed to go on. Same as Ascot, same as G7. They're taking the piss out of us. They're taking the piss out of us, mate.
It's say as we do and not as we do. Do as we say and not as we do. That is their mentality. That is as simple as it. It doesn't matter. We are. Like Marcel says, they feel like they are more above us because of their breeding, because of their bloodlines. For certain reasons, they feel that they can just control us.
There's only two classes at the end of the day: the super tiny 0.050% of them,
really need
and
to
everyone
show
else.
passion. I had a really nice meditation session with a couple of really nice big people in the industry tonight on the music industry. Simon Shackleton, Elite Force, that's the guy. Jeff Straw, a few guys that I've done tours with on rock and roll and et cetera, and had a really nice meditation session tonight where we were meditating and visualizing what we want to happen. And I think really, like, it's all about meditation and pushing forward a nice positive thought and positive thoughts.
After
now,
thought comes action. Thought comes first, mate.
Energy that they're trying to create is negative. Huh?
I just wish that the music industry had spoken out and had made a move like 12 months ago, rather than waiting, like you said in the Guardians
sorry,
before.
But there's people in the music industry, like everybody else says, and I'm seeing it all across my Facebook and all social sites that I see, that are doing fucking events for vaccinated only people. And
Swear
it's like,
word.
oh, I'm sorry, where the fuck did you come from, you fucking cunt? You fucking came from the fucking free scene. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that was a swear word there, by the way.
Fucking free scene, and now you're doing vaccinated events because you fucking want to make some money.
He's ranting.
Fuck off.
Mate, I totally agree with you. I've called a couple of them out on it in the drum and bass scene, DJs that are all of a sudden suddenly messaging, this is too much, we've had enough. And I say, well, maybe you should have had the balls to say something 12 months ago when the clubs first got shut down.
Fucking right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Is it fair to say that? Right. Is it fair to say that the powers that shouldn't be, they don't respect us? Yeah. Is that a fair thing to say? They don't
That's a fair thing to say for sure.
Right. Now, why don't they?
Yeah.
Now, the way you get respect, or the quickest way of getting respect, is to say no.
Yeah, that's the first time a bully will ever respect you, is when you stand up and say, no, fuck that, no. Or you hit, or you punch them back.
Yeah, they would actually have some, like, little respect if we started saying no.
Yeah, that's what you teach. And you don't get bullied. You don't get bullied. You smash back straight
If you
away.
learn to say no, absolutely.
Yep.
Well, hopefully with what's happened in the last week, with the way that the denying force or the parasite, or however we want to conceptualize this thing that's working against us, it's revealing itself more and more as the days go by. It's getting more blatant. The contradictions are getting more blatant. And the more that happens, it just recruits more people to our side that are ready to sit at the table.
We need to fight, mate. It's like enough's enough, man. It's like it's not gonna. If you look back in history, anything that's ever been won has been won with a fight, and violence does fight violence.
Right, I'm going to say
you
something.
You can meditate.
I'm going to say something. Right at the moment, with the level of technological advancement, the denying force has always had the ultimate monopoly on violence. The state, the king's strong men, the government's men, the police, they've always had the monopoly on violence. Right now, as we've shown in the last few streams, they've got literally drones that could fly from nowhere you could see and come and take out 20 targets stood around you. There's all these ways. In my personal opinion, right, you can never fight. You can't stop an unstoppable force with you can't fight them with violence. It's about total rejection. Mass non-compliance, in my opinion.
Psychological fight.
It's a psychological fight. Rise Above is a mental fortress. You can come with your tanks and horses, 33 of Bill Gates' Porsches. I don't give a shit. If you've got a mental fortress and the moat's deep and the walls are enormous, you can't storm us. I hate to quote myself. I can hear you crackling in the background, Magix. I just turned you down. But it's about... I just heard him crackling. It has to be a mental fortress. They're attacking us. They are attacking us on so many different fronts. So the theatre of warfare, is so multi-dimensional now. If you can put a lock on your door. You can train yourself physically. You can buy a crossbow. You can buy 100,000 tins of baked beans and 20 gallons of water and whatever. But if you haven't built yourself a mental fortress, good luck. Because if you haven't built that mental fortress, the Soviet Union, the denying force, the parasite, the Tavistock Institute, and all of their different tentacles, they might have already got to you in a way you can't possibly understand if you haven't built that mental fortress. Sinistar Dread, thank you very much for joining us, mate. We've got a whole other list of people to join us as well. Cool. Next time we're going to speak some more climate crisis stuff. I know you've got some cool sort of new eco energy solutions that we can talk about. We'll get you on for another show in the future, mate.
when you do another one about climate crisis, carry me on, and I'll put something together for you.
We will.
Nice.
We will. Thank you very much,
Yeah.
Sinstar. See you soon, mate. Rise above.
Nice. Take care.
Oh, thank you very much, Sinister Dread from Portugal.
He's got some passion.
He has got some passion.
fire.
I had to sort of bleep him out a bit there because he was swearing with the C and the V word, but he was chanting down the opposing force. And yeah, look, he works in the entertainment industry.
He's
pissed, like myself.
He's pissed.
I had my whole career deleted. If I didn't have my family business and my day job, I'd have been screwed.
Question.
Right, can I tell you? Can I tell you a story?
Go.
This hopefully should inspire others. Now, people often ask me, when did I start, or what was my trigger to get into martial arts, personal protection, all that sort of stuff. Well, it was when I was around about, I'd say, 10 or 11. Now, at that age, I took up boxing, and I was quite an athletic kid, and I decided to do boxing. Now, I didn't get bullied at school, but there was one kid that kind of tried to psychologically bully me. Anyway, I was in the playground, and he was the only kid that I was kind of scared of in some way. Now, he came up to me and said, "I've heard that you started boxing." I said, "Yes." And he said, "Punch me." Now, I had to make a decision. If I punch him, then I'm going to be in a fight. So I said, "No, I'm not going to punch you." He said, "If you don't punch me, I'll beat you up." So I was in a no-win situation. So if I punched him, I was going to have a fight. If I didn't punch him, he was going to beat me up. Now, to me, that is the definition of a critical mass or tipping point. I had to make a decision. So what did I do? I threw a left hook, and I punched him on the chin. He fell on the floor, got up, walked off, and he never ever spoke to me ever again.
Boom.
Yeah.
You faced the denying force with as much friction as it gave you. It provided you the catalyst. You lit a fire right directly underneath its ass and blew it away.
Was it a good left hook?
Yeah, it's Master Lee. What kind of left hook do you think it was? Come on. Jesus.
I was only 11.
Gosh.
I was only 11, right? But that was the defining moment.
Pad 1, Lee. Oh, what an awesome story. Mate, I've got a similar story, from my youth, for someone that used to bully me every day at school until my old man said, "Listen, next time he comes pushing you around and slapping your face, just clench your fist and hit him as hard as you can directly in the face." And as soon as I did that, it was in the line one morning. I was only like 6 or 7 years old. And as soon as I did that, he started crying his eyes out. He might have been bleeding a bit. The teachers came over, caused a commotion, said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I don't care what you're saying. My dad told me to do that." And I did exactly what my dad told me to do. And when my dad came into school, he said, "No, it's okay. Don't worry. You can all be quiet." I told him to do that. It's absolutely fine. That kid's a bully. And I'll tell you what, he never bullied me again. After that, he actually turned into a bit of a cuck. After that, he's my Joey. No, I'm joking. Right, so Word Nerd. Mate, unfortunately, Word Nerd, we'd love to chat, but you can't hog up the Skype because we've got guests. We've got other people who want to join us. Who's next? Is it Jim from Canada?
We have got Jim from Canada.
Can you try and call Jim from Canada? Because this, at the end of the day, is the call-in show.
Let's get him up.
And let's stop making In the Guardian so conscious by showcasing him. One sec. Right. Right, we are now calling Jim from Canada. I'll just turn it down a little bit. I hope he's still watching.
Oh, that's the... oh, yeah. There we go.
No, what's that? Is he calling us? Jim from Canada. How you doing, bro?
Hey, how you doing, mate?
All good. No one can see you on the screen, but they can hear you. How you do? How is it in the the Soviet Union of Canada?
The Canadian COVID is insane, man. I'm into all kinds of stuff here, and I just wanted to put a little 2 cents in for you guys.
Absolutely.
I'm finding fighting this is best to go locally and up and torture them. These guys are freaks, and they think they're gangsters. But if you dig into your own gangster, you can fight them back that way. They're very offended when I show up with a notice of liability in these towns. And I picked my battle in a small town here. And now they're starting to harass the businesses that I've got to open up. So we're going to have to step up our game as well in the legal platform. But we're pushing the common law pretty hard here.
Okay.
And like I've been watching you guys in a fair bit, obviously, and I see everybody's talking about the shots and the this and the that. I think we're getting very confused and distracted by the lunacy instead of just being proactive locally. I think proactive locally, taking a stand at every corner, getting the women to take a stand, that's been very powerful for me. And battling them head on, go to the township, go to the cops, go to the public health units, serve them notice of liabilities. There's a restaurant messaging me back now. I've got a couple of restaurants.
Let's get this right. You've been doing direct outreach into the community. You've been going to business owners.
Direct. Oh, yeah, outreach. Well, I do my homeless outreach. And that brought me to a place that does mental health, drug addiction, and physical disability people. And they removed her public funding May of 2020, funny enough. There's a funeral parlor that's directly behind that wants the property. So you know what the freak show is all about now. So between the town council and this funeral parlor, they are trying to cripple this lady.
And take her property, take her ownership.
Yeah, they want the property bad. So she owns 3 properties. So what we've done is we've condensed 3 into 2. Myself, and I sent you a video of that Shock Lair dude, the hip-hop guy from Canada here, the Juno Award winner. And him and I have collectively teamed up. And we're going to start 5 businesses in the other building. The township's unaware of this yet.
So you're trying to take ownership back from what they're doing. They're trying to take our business, and you're trying to fill her property with viable businesses to take back ownership and stop what's happening, yeah?
We're starting a music studio. We're starting a hairdressing salon or whatever for women. His old lady does some kind of fancy sugar things. You know how they make glass out of sand? She's making roses out of sugar. So she's got an enterprise going. I'm going to get a herbal shop started in there. I've also got this La Hacienda restaurant. They declined her the ability to have her patio this year because she's been defying orders. So that's their way of slapping her on the wrist. So what we're going to do is we're going to put a food truck on the property. And they're coming after the family kitchen restaurant here. So I said, maybe we can make a deal and make you part of the food truck. So we got two restaurants. Both of them are women.
Mate, I've just got to say, right, this is how we rise above. You are trying to beat their stupid regulations by literally just circumventing them.
This is exactly it. Working in small communities, not relying on the system, and not going too big. This is exactly how things used to work before we turned into a huge city-reliant. Everything was small, little communities, and that's it. That's exactly what we need to get back to, in my opinion.
Well, what I did was I've been wandering around all over Ontario doing these homeless outreaches, and I just picked my battle here. I came in with my guitar, my backpack, and said, I'm going to do a homeless outreach. The lady said, great. And then she called me back and said, the cops called me, and I don't even want to talk to this guy. I said, give me his number. So I called him, and you can imagine the conversation lamps. I called him all kinds of things and said, bring your bat. See you. See you Monday morning, buddy, with my bells on. And they sent a cop around, and this cop came around, and I rushed the SUV. I said, if you're going to arrest somebody, you pick me. She says, oh, no, sir. You're doing good work here. We know you're doing good work here. I said, okay, good. Thank you very much, ma'am. And I had to block the camera guy from video filming her because she requested it. So you have to give them respect. I was sure they were going to come back. She got called to a violence call in the house here because they've got like 50 residents, and some are mentally disabled, some are drug addicts. Okay. It's a big mixture, right? So the cop comes, does her call, and then she goes out to the Tim Hortons and comes back with coffee for the staff. So it's a little, these little actions make a difference because that cop doesn't feel good about what she's doing.
Yeah.
And now I've got a beef farmer, I've got a pork farmer, And this is in Ontario, in Canada, this is probably the capital of greenhouses.
So you're trying
So
to
we're
protect the
doing an
food chain
initiative-
as well.
Exactly. We're going to get the food chain under control. There's a guy that freeze dries. And we're going to get in contact with him, and we're just going to ram it right up their butts.
Boom,
I've got
mate.
another guy that's...
I love this.
Yeah, this is amazing work.
Yeah, and I got another guy that's starting a blockchain. I'll send you the thing to that later. And it's a property purchase. And I gave him the idea because I said I wanted to start a butcher shop and then get a bakery going and feed people that didn't have money, because I don't give a damn whether I have money or not. As long as I got smokes, coffee, and a roof over my head, I'm happy. I'm old, right? I've done my
Basic
job.
essentials, mate.
That's it. So I got in with the church communities here. I go to church a couple times a week. They're not really, you know, I'm a little off for what their character normally is, but they like me anyway.
I'm sure they do, Jim. I'm sure they do, mate.
You're very likeable, Jim.
I've been chatting with Jim for, what, a couple of years now on Facebook Messenger.
Oh, probably 5 years.
Yeah,
since,
at least 5 years. Way before COVID. Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, we've got to watch our swear words, Jim.
I went to Bournemouth and visited a mate there.
Right.
And then I bugged off over to Ireland, and I met Dan and Dan Billett and another fella. And then you added me on Facebook.
Through Combat
Remember
Sports,
Dan?
yeah, because Dan Billett, he was doing a boxing match and I emceed for him. Dan, the blood spiller Billett. That was actually in my promo video, yeah. Oh, shit. So it's been that long, Jim. And now you've been watching Rise Above since the start.
Right from the beginning, you know that. I've been investigating this garbage as long as you slapped me and we had our Trump arguments and went on through it. I still think Trump's a donkey.
Well, yeah, he didn't turn out what he was supposed to be. But who knows?
Sure.
Who knows what's going to happen? That's still unresolved.
That's be a warrior. Anyways,
Mate, it sounds like you've been doing amazing work.
Goals.
Yeah.
Oh man, you wouldn't believe the
Jim.
stuff that I've
Jim, can I offer a suggestion? So
sure.
The work that you're doing is probably actually the most refreshing I've heard since the whole start of the COVID scamdemic. But what other people might be finding it difficult to do is start off what you're doing. So
what's the first step?
What would be great would be a kind of document pamphlet or some kind of, you know, step-by-step way of how people can start to do this in their own communities.
How can you start to rise above the actual infrastructure of what's coming? How can you start to take a sidestep and go?
You've obviously got a very good plan in your head and some very good support, and obviously, you know, this dude's obviously created his own.
I think we need to have more input from Jim in the future, man.
Yeah, I think so. So maybe if you could come up with some kind of step-by-step pamphlet,
I'm going to do a video.
You know, something like
make
that.
a video for us.
I'm going to do a video on how I'm exposing the corruption here. And then I'll do another video because I'm in a music studio now with that hip hop dude, believe it or not.
Mate, send us some tracks.
He's not here right now. He's doing a video yesterday, but he's coming back. And we're gonna name the homeless outreach after one of his songs. It's called "Made to Move Mountains," or "I Was Made to Move Mountains," or something like that.
Jim,
So
the guys
that's
in the
what our
chat,
homeless
are
outreach
loving you, mate. The guys in the chat are really liking what you're doing.
Well, you got to give her shit, man. This is not a game. We got to fight, and you know, I don't know what it is. The old guys and you guys, like you guys are my spirit, like Lance and you and Magix and Inner Guardians. Like I've been following all your stuff. I share the hell out of everything.
Thank you
but
so
I'm
much,
allowed
mate.
to.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't
But I
get you
got a new
taken
website
down.
coming up. I'll send you guys some video. I'll send Lance some video on
Please
the
do,
Rise
mate.
Above chat.
Please do, bro.
And you
for
guys
sure.
check it out. Tell me what I can improve on.
Jim, do me a favour. Send it directly to the Rise Above email that's on the screen, because stuff in the chat, I can't keep a track of it. If you send it directly to the Rise Above livestream Gmail, which is on the screen now, and it's in all the... Send it to there, and then I'll make sure I compile it, and then I'll show it to the viewers in a way that you know, we can present it. Thank you so much for your input, mate. This is how we rise above.
Oh, done.
This is how we rise above,
Well,
bro.
this is how it's done.
You're a
I
living
learned
example.
From you, and I learned from a few other people that,
Mate, that
you got to stand there with your play school chisel and beat the Parliament building down, and hope enough guys come along with their play school chisels.
Mate, that warms my heart, mate. If you've learned something that from what I've helped to put on the table, and it's helped you do what you're doing now, then that warms my fucking heart. Thank you so much, bro. I mean that.
Oh, you know it, mate. I love you, brother. I love you. I'm going to come and have some drinks in Bournemouth.
Next time you're in
When
Bournemouth,
this is over, I can start
next
drinking
time you're in
again and go
Bournemouth, you
punch
make
some
sure you
people
come
up
and see
front.
me, bro. You make sure you come and see me. I'll take you out on the boat. Right.
Oh, definitely. I'll come out.
Right, Jim. Hold
Right
it down.
on, man. Sandbanks, here we come.
Hold it down in Canada,
Have
mate.
a great day, man.
Rise above, bro. Speak to you soon.
Rise and always.
Take care.
Thank you.
Wow, what a guest. It's so good to hear from Jim. I've been chatting to that guy, like he said, since 2016. What's up? Yes. So, in the Guardians, that is what an awesome example of putting into practice what we've been talking about, like on a physical level, not on a metaphysical level, of course.
Yeah, but like, I mean, he shows a very good example. Now, there's things that we can all do. I actually reported my local MP to the police, so there's a record. Okay,
Gosh.
so I've done that. But I've done that for a reason. And one of the reasons was that if anything happens legally going forwards, then I reported them first.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a record of
You
that.
made a record of it. You've put that down in writing that on this date, you have made this statement. These people have acted unlawfully. They committed a crime. You've got there first.
Yeah, and I want them investigating. Now, the funny thing was that the person that took the call, and then when they put me through to somebody, they said, "Well, you know what? You're not the only one." Let me just tell you that.
Well, mate,
the lady said that you're not the only one.
We've shared the videos, haven't we? You shared a video with me, and I saw 2 other videos of a group of gentlemen, and some with women there as well, going to their local police station and literally reporting the crimes of the Soviet Union directly that were affecting them. Untested mass spearing on children being suggested. Various other things that we probably can't go into detail about because of the algorithm. So, yeah, this is how the kickback starts. This is how we take a step nearer to critical. Go on.
I also put the NHS Digital on notice for breach of data protection, GDPR.
So you've taken the police to task and the NHS?
No, not the police. I reported my local MP.
Sorry, you reported your local MP to the police?
To the police, yeah, for a number of issues that I said that they need to investigate. So that's been recorded. Now, I also put NHS Digital on notice for breach of data protection and GDPR. And once again, they said to me, "You're not the only one. We've been inundated." It took me about 45 to 50 minutes to get through. And the caller said, we've had nothing but people putting us on notice.
Yeah.
We're in meltdown.
We're in meltdown. Did they say those words?
Yeah.
They actually said the words, "We are in meltdown."
Yeah.
From people.
NHS Digital.
Wow. Maybe NHS Digital is on meltdown from people reporting the effects of the mass spearing, that they're actually shielding.
No. This is before. I did this around about.
Oh, when was this?
3 months ago.
Well, let's be fair. The mass spearing actually officially started on December the 3rd. That's when Pfizer's Christmas miracle was first delivered by Satan Claus, if we're to believe the narrative, when William Shakespeare first got speared, with in Soviet entry with Margaret Keenan, very keen to get speared. If we're to believe that whole narrative, love a bit of green language here, don't we?
I actually think this connection with NHS Digital was the main reason why the track and trace thing failed, because of the breach of data protection and GDPR.
Well, Serco got a bad name for itself, didn't it? There was more than one expose about Serco and how much ridiculous amount of, what was it? Was it 33 or 66 billion they've spent on that initial let's call it TNT to avoid the Al Gore. How much money could you possibly waste on an app and some people in a call center that were allegedly getting paid £800 per contact. That's what I exposed in my very infamous speech about the ERCO company.
I also put my GP on notice as well. So it didn't take long. I mean, I did it all.
So you've covered yourself legally in their own parasitic legalese web of deceit. You've worked within it. You've said, right, here are your own parameters that you've set. Let's apply first principles. You've set these parameters of what's legal and what's not. I'm going to use these, and I'm going to accuse you of this crime. I'm going to accuse you of this crime and you of this crime by your own standards, and I'm going to put it on record. That's effectively what you've done.
Yeah, and they said to me that I don't have health records. I have a health account.
An account?
No,
oh, wow.
Yeah,
link with credits, potentially?
Yeah. I mean, that's another thing with regards to self-employed grants and various other handouts that the government have made. I recently found out that, for instance, if you've received any government grant, as far as some of the banks are concerned, you're now deemed as on benefits.
Oh, right. So what benefits that might soon be morphed into that ubiquitous UBI monster that we keep dancing around. Right. Do you know what? Yeah. In the Guardians, we're starting to go full rabbit here. We need to take a break. Right, Andy, 7.5 minutes of drum and bass, okay? Right, we'll be back soon, and we'll have more people on Skype, more in the Guardians, more full rabbit. This is Rise Above. It's each and every Friday night. God damn it.
To me as you come.
Okay, all right. So I drop some bars like this. Does it sound okay? Let's do it. Strong sides with Severin. Weak links with Severin. Massive apologies for the crackling. I don't know why that's happening. That was almost a bar. Right. God knows. Do you know what? It's because we're doing vinyl only and we're not doing it through Tractor. Okay, so how else should we take a break? I'll just play a little graphic here. Sorry about that, guys.
Now, I've just given you a taster. I've done hundreds of hours of research into this topic. If you want to know more, check out my YouTube channel. I'm double LMC and the show is called Rise Above. Thank you very much.
So, was everyone experiencing the crackling on those tunes? Because that was quite an old D&B vinyl. Can we give it a try on the other turntable, the other needle? Because if it's doing it on the other one, and you're not hearing it, then it's definitely a wire going to the computer. This is what happened when Omar Beats isn't here, because he's like the old analog master. You're a bit younger, so you're digital.
Omar's stuff's a bit funky.
Yeah, Omar's stuff is a bit funky. That's the nature of Omar Beats. Right, we'll have one more try. We want more D&B, okay? One more try. Big up Word Nerd. I've got to mute you because they still haven't sorted the echo. Hello, muted Word Nerd. Sean, get all your fucking restream engineers on this. Sort this out. It's Rise Above, baby.
To me as you come.
Rise Above. Rise Above. Rise Above. Rise Above and extinguish fear when we generate love. You're supposed to be playing some D&B, you asshole. Sorry for the lameness tonight, guys. It's one of those weeks where I couldn't stop looking at the internet and seeing all these crazy messages, emails, documents, PDFs, videos I'm getting sent. Watch this, listen to this. Oh my god! And we haven't even gone through the fucking the slideshow tonight. I've got so much. Should we just see if there's a? Shall I risk it? Word nerd, say hello.
1 2 1 2.
Let me see if you can hear an echo on Word Nerd, because Restream, you know, this is a top-led show, and we can't be doing with it.
We are making some progress behind the scenes. We're going to have another test later, and we've got some things to check. Can you hear me? Sounds good to me.
Someone says no echo. That's actually okay. Oh, great. We can have a chat with Word Nerd. Rock on. Word Nerd, welcome to the chat.
What's up, everyone? I just won't say anything, you know, that's anything.
Well, don't talk about anything in particular. Then you should be. What a pleasure to have the have Word Nerd. Right, everyone's going, yeah, Word Nerd, no echo, yeah, boom, boom, boom. So thank you very much for that amazing trailer. First of all, that trailer you made for this week's show was banging. What do you reckon to what some of the guests we've had so far?
Oh, welcome. I have fun making it.
Sarah said. Did you listen to what Sarah said?
Yeah, it's been a roller coaster actually, but that's been a great experiment. Having people called in, that's worked really well.
Yeah, well, it worked really well because we have the Rodecaster Pro and they called it on Skype. It didn't work well on Restream. This is the first good connection we've had tonight with you. Inner Guardians we're still having that stupid echo.
Right.
I can hear you playing around with connections over there, you assholes. Let me turn that down. Yeah,
so just in case I end up getting cut off again, Matt Hancock, that I sent you backstage, he was bragging at the World Economic Forum, was it, about his investments in one of the largest genome mapping companies.
Yeah, I saw it.
And it was from
2016 or 17. It was at the World Economic Forum, and he was saying, "Yeah, I'm the UK health guy, and I have the master share in this company that is doing the highest level of the genome mapping, right?" And I tell you what, let me just find something on my slideshow because I'll go to the Greta Reset section, right? Because my slideshow was actually extensive tonight, and I've got something about this, I'm sure. Hold on a sec. No, it didn't make it in there. But I'll tell you what I do have. Did anybody see that thing about the World Economic Forum this week? Where it said, we reckon harvesting the blood of young children is the best way to beat AIDS. But apparently it was fake. Right? And everyone said, oh no, this isn't really from the World Economic Forum. But do you know what isn't fake? This. Look at this. Let me just main screen it, right? This is from 2017. Ambrosia, the startup harvesting the blood of the young, right? So whether or not that tweet from the World Economic Forum about harvesting the blood of young prepubescent children to keep you from growing old was real or not is quite irrelevant. Welcome back, Inner Guardians. Because this has been openly talked about in the mainstream media since about 2012, believe it or not. So yeah. Just
they're getting more and more.
Slight tangent there.
As soon as Lee jumped in, have I got an echo now?
No. You are not connected. Lee is on the Queefmaster Pro, so the echo does not matter for him.
I've got a note saying echo here backstage. It's when we jump in together, maybe.
No. Totally unconnected, mate.
Okay.
It's probably the Dex.
It can't be. Oh no, someone's saying echo. Oh no, God, echo now. Right. Sorry, spoken word nerd. Now you have an echo, mate. So I've got to kick you out. Welcome back, Inner Guardians.
Salutations, everybody.
Yeah, well, we lasted 5 minutes without an echo for word nerd. There's no way that you're causing it because you're calling on the Queefmaster Pro. So,
sure.
Right. Have we got any more guests lined up? Was anybody lined up? No, while you're checking that let's get back to where we were before. No, there was at least one more person, I'm sure. So, right.
Can I just say something with regards to that story? When I was a child, about 11 years old, and I punched that guy. I must add that I'm not telling people to go and punch people.
No, of course not. You never advocate violence, although you are a proper professional at violence. Let's be real. There's nobody more professional at violence than you, metaphysical or physical. But you never advocate going out and physically assaulting people. Obviously not.
No, with regards to the story that I told, I was in a no-win situation. So I was either going to get beat up, and they got the first option, or I threw the first punch, because if I didn't throw the first punch, he was going to beat him up anyway. So that kind of built a philosophy for me that it's better to die fighting than just to be beaten up. In my opinion, you're going to still die tired, because if you're running away and hunted down and then beaten and killed, then you're still tired. I'd rather fight.
Now, let me rewind this a little bit, because you told me that about a week or 10 days ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, you were formulating a series of, let me call it Facebook posts or something, to try and awaken people in your industry, in the martial arts and the close protection industry, that weren't quite getting it yet. And let me get this right, because I'm going to paraphrase you. You were trying to form a one solution post that got it for them, which goes along the lines like this: if you're about to be kidnapped, you've got 3 stages to escape. Which is the best stage? Number 1, when someone opens a car door and says, we're bundling you in here, you try to escape then. Number 2, once you're already in the car. Or number 3, when you're at the destination and you're already bound up and gagged. Am I getting that right in the Guardians?
Well, there's another phase. So when you get to the location, then you're locked into a room. Okay, so that's the second stage. Right. Then they take you to a cellar door, walk you down the stairs, put you in the bottom of the cellar, and you've already seen that there's a lock on the outside of the cellar door. They walk up the stairs, and then they lock the door.
Right, now, obviously, you're using this as a metaphor to describe everyone's situation, socio-economically, business-wise, etc., etc. What stage do you think we are collectively at now, if you can pinpoint it, roughly, metaphorically?
I would say that we're still in the car.
We're still in the car.
We're going from the car to the second location point.
Gosh.
Well, it's better to be in the car than be in the location.
I'd say that we're at the second location because people are being speared.
Well, it could be a combination. Some people are further down further.
That's a good point. Maybe we're not all along the same stage of the kidnapping.
Yeah.
Because I'd like to say that I haven't actually got in the car yet.
No, me too.
As soon as that car door opened, I instantly extended my leg and I kicked the car door shut.
I blew the car up, mate.
I pulled out a metaphorical bazooka and I blew the car to smithereens. That car's not coming anywhere near me.
That car door was, I would say, last March 2020.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. Now, I've told everyone openly in all my first videos that have now been deleted by YouTube, or YouTube, I said that I'm not going to lie. When this first happened, I had been avidly researching the modus operandi of the CCP, about how they are using the Uyghur Muslims exactly the same way that the Nazis allegedly used the Jewish community in the concentration camps and their mad scientists. I've been researching all of that. So when this first happened, I took into consideration this could be a very dangerous, seriously dangerous, communist Chinese chimera virus, right? I wore gloves. I wore fucking mask, gloves, everything. I wore bandanas to the supermarket instantly because I had no idea what it was. So I'm not going to lie, I sort of got towards the car for a little bit until I'd really sat down and done my...
Still before everyone else was, though.
If it makes you feel any better, check this.
Oh, no doubt. Right, in the Guardians, let me hear your story. When this first happened, did you have any of those reactions that I just described? Like, imagine if this really is a super dangerous bioweapon.
Yeah, I thought bioweapons straight away. I'm not into this germ theory.
You're not into germ theory, but you believe it could be a bioweapon of a different type of what we describe as a regular theoretical virus, yeah?
Yeah, or toxin or terrain theory.
Because let's face it, right? If we're to believe that the Soviet Union has actually used this illness in a psychosomatic manner to some degree, like I think we can all agree that it's happened to some degree, there's no way that anyone can say that these parasitic forces don't actually develop bioweapons and chemical weapons, and specifically genetically targeted bioweapons, right? Are we to imagine that they don't have those things as well? So I hear the argument that you can look at the stats about PHE and CDC as much as you want, and you can say about how they've manipulated it. It probably doesn't even exist. Okay, you can say that. But what about all of the real pathogens that they have created in the Level 4 Biolab? The Level 4 Biolab doesn't exist to not house the most dangerous pathogens in the realm.
I think there is something.
Yeah, I think
I don't
there
think
is
it's a
some.
complete hoax. I think there is something.
Now we've got to be very careful
Like
what we say here.
We've said so many times on the show that, I mean, they were cooking up something with that 3.8 billion.
Or is that the official cover story? Look, right, let's look at it like this. I would take it back further to, if all of that is true, oh shit, I've got to be so careful about what I say here. Because this goes much deeper than Wu-Tang. Let's say Wu-Tang as our code word for that area of the Chinese Republic of Democracy. Right? This goes deeper than Wu-Tang. It goes actually back to somewhere in the US called let's call it Fort Derrick. It goes to somewhere called Fort Derrick in the US. And then it goes back to somewhere in the UK called, let's call it, the place that Foot and Mouth came from. It's not too far from here. We know where that is. And it's got a certain R-name connection with a certain, we come trust. And those people and the original tech eugenics, Schwabian, Malthusian people, this goes back to way before World War One. As I described in my original research about the Serpent Company, Serco. It goes back to before even the Double R dynasty really came to power, when they were testing out these methods in the concentration camps back in the Boer War.
Lance, I've got...
Shit, I'm probably going to get taken down for saying that.
I've got a question for you.
Go on.
But I'm going to leave it till the end of the show.
All right, let me think
about
it.
I'm not going to ask the question now. I'm going to take the audience's questions tonight.
Yeah, we need some more callers, guys.
At the end of the show, we normally let the audience give us a topic to talk about. Well, I'm going to ask you a topic to talk about.
Okay,
tonight.
I'll let loose tonight. I'll talk in proper code word. Everyone knows my code words now, yeah?
It's kind of a run-on from what you've just been discussing, what we've just been discussing.
Mate, that's my specialty.
So
I know everything about what they've done. As much as anyone can know, I've done
it's something you
homework, mate.
Yeah, so I'm taking that spot later on in the show. So yeah. Anyway, we do need some more call-ins. We got gentlemen.
Waiting for Alex, right? Alex was earlier on. Who else did we have on the thing? Christopher Cole. Anyone else? Someone called Malthus. We had people calling earlier on, calling on top of other people. Try and call these people.
The Alex.
Right, guys.
Alex
if you want to chat to us, you need to Skype riseabovelivestream@gmail.com.
So we're waiting for confirmation on Alex Wright.
Alex Wright, who does his own little podcast called Gadget in a Truck.
We're waiting for confirmation on him. We've got Martin Powell, obviously, waiting to chat.
Right, I'll tell you what, I've got loads more in my slideshow. Let's go back to that.
Chris Cole is...
Where do we get to?
He's waiting.
Right, okay. So, guys, if you want to speak to us live, you know what to do. Get on Skype, riseabovelivestream@gmail.com. Is this the tipping point? Has the parasite, has the denying force revealed itself enough? Right, so we're just calling someone called Chris Cole, who tried to call us earlier on.
Hopefully they don't want to remain anonymous.
Yeah, because we just said their name. Sorry if you wanted to be remain
Guys,
anonymous.
if you do want to remain anonymous, you've got to send us a message and let us know it before.
Yeah, is that a message from Mickey Miller, the MMA fighter? He just said, message, great reset, XRP. Lucky I've got loads of XRP. Right, no, that's not happening. Not happening. Right, let's go back to the slideshow.
Alex Wright wasn't happening.
Sorry, this is our first call-in show, guys. Apologies for a little bit clunky. Right, so earlier on, we were chatting about the G7. What? It is the second call-in show. We're calling someone called Malthusian now. Skype massive. If you call us, you've got to be ready for the callback. This is a very busy show. We have like 200 people watching live. Probably about 10 times that.
187 coming.
No, and how much mate, they lie.
Malthus, that's three.
Right. We'll wait for someone to call us. We're not going to beg for these guests. It's okay. I've got lots of content.
Malthus is.
Malthus. Right, you're the operator, Andy PG.
He says he's unavailable at the moment.
He's unavailable. Right. So, okay, let's get back to business.
He says we'd love to call later if possible.
Call later, no problem, Malthus. We're here until like 1 o'clock.
He's loving the show, but he's working.
That's okay, dude. That's okay. So. We've seen this meme of the G7 leaders, or the Rothschild chess set, as someone... Yeah, you can still say Rothschild, can't you? I'm so cautious now because I've got the double strike on my other channel. So yeah, the Rothschild chess set, as shown at G7. Now, in Guardians, we've spoken in great detail about the level of mockery. In our midweek chat, we spoke about this. The level of mockery when they stand this far apart, literally an absolute measured 2 meters, which happens to be 6.6. Is it 6.6 feet? If I'm right, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. So
yeah,
the Rothschild chess set. Xi Jinping is putting his toys away, and then obviously someone's meeting them into a gallows, which is quite fitting. We'd love to, yeah, that'd be great. But they'd be replaced by a whole nother bunch of horizontalists, no doubt. So, did anybody know about this? The Sun. Tragic find. A body found by North Cliffs near the G7 summit, where world leaders gather as cops probe the unexplained death. Guess what this place is called?
Go on.
Hell's Mouth. This particular little mini cove.
Seems appropriate where the leaders would meet.
With the rocks there. This is called Hell's Mouth. And the body was found there. Rescuers from the RNLI, the Royal National Lifeboat Institute, which I know very well. I'm a mariner in Poole. Right? And the Coast Guard, as well as rescue helicopters, were involved in the search this morning. Apparently, they found a motionless body of a young male. That's all we know. And I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying, you know.
How old?
I don't think if he was 33, it'd already be on the screen. He wasn't 33. But, yeah. Right, here's something from Magix. Magix, microphone.
Hello.
Yeah. Explain this one. Right, so we've got Faucini, and who is this Peter Daszak guy?
So he's the...
Turn your mic up.
Hello, can you hear me now?
That's better, yeah.
Hear me now.
Hear me now.
He's the CEO of Eco Health Alliance. So he's that's CEO of the company that the money come from Fauci to go through to Wuhan.
Oh, really? So he was a Faucini funder.
Well, he's like the third party in the deal with the money. He's the middleman. He's the handler.
Who does he work for?
Eco Health Alliance.
Eco Health Alliance, but surely that's a think tank. Is that an NGO, a government
body?
This is
what's going through the American Senate at the moment with is it Senator Rand and Senator Paul, or whoever it is? Yeah, the two American senators.
Let me read this out.
Texas.
So this is apparently a correspondence between Peter Daszak and Anthony Faucini in 2016. This is what was said. To sustain the funding base beyond the crisis, we need to increase the public understanding of the need for medical countermeasures, such as pan-coronavirus I won't say the word. Virus spearing.
Virus.
It's so difficult to read this out. A key driver is the media, and the economics follow the hype. Mate, did he honestly say this in 2016?
Yep.
And it's got the C word in it.
Yep.
Are you joking?
No.
Where did this come from?
This is from the bow tie man.
Speak up.
Bow tie man.
Who's the bow tie man? Dr. something Matin, the guy, the video that I showed you. Yes. And he quoted this from a speech that...
Yes, and I downloaded the correspondence from the leaks, and yes, I took it straight from there.
So, investors will respond at the end of the process if they see profit. We need to use the hype to our advantage to get to the real issue. He's talking about the Soviet medical industrial complex and how they can rinse as much profit out of it as they possibly can in 2016.
It's the last line.
The last line. Investors will respond at the end of the process if they see profit. Well, maybe, but what is he trying to say back then? It was a speculation whether the Soviet industrial complex would actually fulfill Lord Schwab's wildest wet dreams. What is he trying to say? They haven't planned it. Maybe this is a double bluff.
It's that line.
Fucking weasels, mate.
A key driver is the media, and the economics will follow the hype.
A key, yeah. Let's just break this down, right? Let me, because I've really glazed over this.
Just read it.
To sustain the funding base beyond the crisis. Right, so this is 2016, and Faucini and Peter Daszak are talking about a crisis. We need to increase the public understanding of the need for medical countermeasures, such as a pan-Soviet spearing procedure. What the gee? Wait a minute. I'm even dubious to keep on sharing this screen. This is going to get us taken down, mate. Like, what the hell?
If this is legit.
Very, very legit.
It is legit. The guy that put this in his presentation, this dude is legit. He's a PhD doctor, and he quoted this directly from one of their communications, as far as I know.
Well, again, is this illegal?
It's not illegal if you tell the victim you're going to do it first. They don't become a victim then. They're a willing participant.
That's under natural law. I'm talking legal, actual law, man's law. Is this illegal?
So
it's not.
You got to finish reading it again, innit?
Right. Okay. A key driver is the media, and the the economics follow the hype. We need to use that hype to our advantage to get to the real issue. Investors will respond at the end of the process if they see profit.
Mate,
right, so what's the real issue?
What I'm saying is, I'm not a lawyer. I know for a fact, I've just bought a house, right? I had to ask my dad for help to read through, like, my mortgage contract and all that, because the wording in it was so...
Legalese is dirt, mate.
Exactly.
It's literal, like, word poison,
we
man.
know obfuscation is the name of the game for these cretins, right? They love to make things as complicated as possible and obfuscate the truth. So, therefore, have they made the law so complicated that what they're doing is actually legal?
Yeah, basically.
That's just a question off the top of my head.
Word
It's
nerd
just a
into
simple
anyone else
question.
calls in.
It's going through the courts right now.
Yeah,
in America.
this is what I mean.
This exact thing.
Word nerd, I'm just calling you.
Because we all know, I mean, my thing about the...
And even if they're not talking about the current thing, this is how it works with whatever they're talking about. You could apply this conversation to anything, and it's pretty messed up to speak about the industry.
Yeah, the economics follow the hype. A key driver is the media, and the investors will respond at the end of the process if they see a profit.
If you put on any illness that's happened in the last 20 years, 100 years.
Well, the next best candidate would clearly be the FLU, right? I mean, the second.
What was
best
the code word? What's the code word for the one that starts with A?
Dave's ice cream.
Oh, okay,
we're talking about the pre-virus for the one that starts with A. The one that Dave's ice cream. It sounds like
it was
Dave's
kicking around in the 70s and 80s.
80s, very bad for homosexuals and Africans.
Part 1 of the current part 2.
Yeah, the first Faucini plague.
Where the Ike protein came from.
We're just dropping the whole dictionary. Yeah, because they had an Ike protein.
Yeah, that's where the Ike protein came from.
Because let's get this right. The first ever King David Ike protein actually came from Dave's ice cream.
So let's have a look.
The CCP scientists took the Dave's ice cream protein and they put it directly into the people's pandemic.
Yeah.
And that's why the chimpanzee 85 adenovirus
broken out.
has the problem with the spike protein when it reacts with the people's pandemic. Oh, shit. Well, if anyone can decode that, that's enough to get us completely deleted.
These are just questions, guys. This is just questions. This is all just suspected.
Well, it's not really, is it?
Well, for the algorithm.
So, in the Guardians, go on.
No, I was just going to say I'm going to write it down.
the equation: Dave's ice cream plus COVID at 1984 equals mass. Yeah. Well, listen. Right. We need some dissenting voices. I know there are people that are watching this stream right now that think we are talking, first of all, rubbish. Secondly, potentially dangerous misinformation. I know there are people watching that think this. There are people that watch this.
Phone some people.
Should we just call them? No, we can't. That could be classed as harassment. Honestly,
yes,
imagine if we call.
No, we can't do that.
Imagine if we call Des. Imagine if we call Des. Imagine if we call Des Beddoes right now. You know Des Beddoes.
Let's keep it clean. Let's keep it.
Or I can think of a few people.
You know he's watching as well.
Listen, there are certain people that diametrically oppose everything that we're saying and doing, but they watch every single week, and I know they watch because they quote things that Magic says like 3 hours into a stream.
I'd like to say cheers. I'll raise a glass.
Yeah, cheers, everyone. Listen,
cheers to those people.
We're not here to mock anyone. We're not here to rub anyone's nose in it. We're only here to express brutal truth. We're here to put a table. We're bringing forth a table that we can sit and we can put loads of platters on and we can look at them and we can talk about which one is tasty and which one's disgusting. That's what we're here for. This is a chat show.
Could you imagine if Lord Sausage Fingers sits down with a bowl of popcorn and a couple of beers and tunes in on a Friday night to Rise Above?
Listen, if I was Lord Schwab and I wanted to know what the number one cutting edge of the counterculture resistance to my great reset was, Lord Schwab says, I would watch Rise Above.
Can I just mention something? Somebody brought this up in the comments, and I think it's definitely worth looking at. I don't know if anybody can Google it at the moment, but if you look at the Cyber Polygon on the 9th of July.
Cyber Polygon?
It's got the backing of Schwab.
Go on. I'm sure we said something about this the other week, but let's get it up because this is the interactive show. I need to go and hit the toilet. You do Cyber Polygon. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, somebody brought it up in the comments.
I'm just googling this now.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah,
'Cause I'm
straight
on
out.
Skype
Yeah,
now.
number one at World Economic Forum top search engines. Come up with loads of. I'll just share this now.
Yeah, it's cyberpolygon.com. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not very
Oh
clear.
no. If you go on cyberpolygon.com.
Oh, sorry. Beg your pardon, Master Lee. One sec.
Guys, can you not hear me? I'm on the Skype as well.
We can hear you. We can hear you here, Wardner, mate. How's it going? Are you good? Yeah, you good? Sorry.
It's working.
Yeah, you're working, mate. There's no echo, but the guys will let us know in the chat. Here we go. Cyberpolygon.com, Master Lee. I'll just shut this over here. There we go. Is this what you're talking about?
Needs to jump into chat.
Yeah, that's the one. 9th of July, which is a new moon.
Of course it is. Is that a moon day as well?
No, I think it's Friday.
That's a Friday. Freya's Day.
You were talking about that this week, weren't you?
So what is this? Do you want to run?
It's lining up astrologically.
Yeah. So what is this, Lee? Do you want to run us through this?
I'm not an expert in this particular website, but it's to do with the cyber and the aftermath of what's taken.
The cyber attack.
Yeah, I think they do monthly meetings or something.
Right. Okay.
No, not cyber attack. It's how they can keep upgrading the cyber capabilities.
Right. Beg your pardon. Sorry. Right. Okay. So the new Schwabian tech.
I should imagine so.
Right.
I think it's at the bottom of the front page. They've got a Klaus Schwab.
Oh yeah. World Economic Forum supports Cyber Polygon, of course.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
So it's
there's a
connected.
link straight to there. Technical training, Cyber Polygon 2020, technical training, 2 scenarios, 120 organisations, over 29 countries. They've got a good reach. Oh, look. Live stream, 20 high-level speakers, 5 million spectators, 57 countries. Oh, yeah, look. They've got a better studio than us, guys.
A bit more fun.
Magix is saying, no, they haven't. Yeah, this is obviously some well-funded. Oh my God, look, some great graphics here, Magix. Just letting you know. There is. He's saying yes, they're pretty good. Yeah, mate, this is a strange website. I'm gonna have a little delve into this throughout the week. We can't hear you, Magix, mate. Straight right into the mic. I think it's turned off.
It looks a bit like a game.
It does look a bit like a game. The synthetic
PlayStation game.
The synthetic universe, Master Lee.
Halo.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, guys, if you want to have a little dig into this, they got news here, 2020. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, Klaus Schwab, look, speak at Cyber Polygon.
Oh, Klaus is the final boss.
Klaus is now. He's just a puppet, the same as everyone else. That's the reason we know who he is.
But you can't
He's just
have
a puppet.
the master on the first game.
He's just a puppet. He's level 1.
He's on the next game as you get the real people.
He's old anyway. I wonder if he's got any kids. Does anyone know that in the chat?
There's a lot of people called Schwab.
Has Klaus Schwab got any direct children? Let's have a look at About. What is Cyber Polygon? Cyber Polygon is a unique cybersecurity event that combines the world's largest technical training for corporate terms and an online conference featuring senior officials from international organizations and leading corporations. Of course, all the corp heads, Coca-Cola and McDonald's and such. You know, the leaders. Anyway, that's enough of that. Anyway, yeah, thanks for that, Master Lee.
No, somebody in the comments.
Oh, that was in the comments, was it? Oh, great. Who was that? Thank you, whoever that was in the comments.
Should we continue with the slideshow?
Who was it?
I'm not sure.
I think it was somebody called Caroline.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Caroline, for pointing us in that direction. We'll have a little look into that during the week. Slideshow, let's continue with this. I don't know what Lance's, or order Lance's put everything in here. Temporary, oh, yeah, here we go. So, this is what, did you see this earlier, Master Lee, when Lance shared this on our private chat group? So, this is a...
Yeah, I actually saw it somewhere else, but I sort of glanced over it.
So, this is
I think I saw something to do with Scotland, I think maybe a week ago.
Yeah, that's right. I saw the Scottish one last week. So, this is a contract, by the looks of it, for a body storage service outside of Westminster. by Westminster City Council. So if you look at the dates on it, published 10th of July 21, duration 4 years.
Yeah.
Value 6 million. Deadline 12th of July 2021. Delivery to, so it's a 4-year contract for temporary body storage service. Very strange.
It's a bit FEMA campy.
For 6 million, it's a large contract, isn't it? I wonder who got that. Oh yeah, so I don't know, guys, who saw this. Did you see this, Master D, through the week? Word Nerd.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
I'll play the video. This is allegedly a prison-like quarantine at Heathrow Airport.
That's right.
And they come out here. It's like a prison camp. This is where they exercise, have their half-hour free time. That's insane. They can't leave. What?
Excuse me, is this your timeout from the red flight? Is this the timeout from the red flight? What? How much time do you get? How much do you get? Half an hour? Okay.
A couple of times a day you can.
What?
There's security on every floor.
You're joking.
There's full security on every floor. There's security on every lift. There's 20, 30 security guys in the lobby.
And you're social distancing here. Exercising. No, excuse me. He can't speak to us. It's his right. They are not prisoners. I'm having a conversation with him.
This is mental,
No,
isn't it?
I'm talking to him.
You don't need permission. We're outside. We're outside.
Permission?
Dude,
I don't need your permission to talk to somebody about that.
No, you don't.
Permission. I do not.
Right, hold on a minute. Hold on. Are these people English?
Yeah.
These are English
yeah.
residents that come back into their own country. Wait a minute, is this happening right now?
So it's in Heathrow,
so you
mate.
try and tell me that these people don't even get a chance to go and quarantine?
I saw a thing on Telegram where someone had said, "This is my husband. He's come back because it's either their grandson or their son's died, and he's quarantining so they can come back."
Mate, this is one step away from the internment camps now.
Yeah, it is.
We were joking about this stuff last year when they said, "Oh, they're building internment camps for people who've got COVID in Canada." Well, look,
This guy here.
these people don't even have the people's pandemic, and they're in a fucking internment camp.
This dude here in the fluorescent.
They're paying for it.
This dude here.
In 2000,
They're suspected of being COVIDs.
If I was this dude in the red hat and blue t-shirt, I would have dropped this motherfucker right there and then.
Mate, no way would you keep me in there. It's only
he
chicken
would be
wire.
on the floor.
Mate, that's
literally.
a confidence trick. That's not a prison. You could kick that dude in the blue t-shirt could kick that fence down in 2 seconds.
Of course he could.
And deck the multicoloured fucking high-vis tabard wearer.
Look
He
at
could
everyone.
floor them.
If you look at the background, look at everyone's walking around.
Look
So
at what
she's
they've
just
done to people's
walking
minds,
in a
mate.
counterclockwise.
They're using Heathrow as well.
Counterclockwise.
It's like a prison already.
Right.
There.
Right. You got to factor this in. These people are paying for it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Wait a minute. Hold on. They're being made to pay for this as well. I wonder how much this
Yeah.
costs. Is this the same price as the
it's
Premier?
£170 per day for 10 days
Fuck off a day.
per person. Yeah.
Whoa.
So what's the justification for that price?
Right, wait a minute. We need to reload.
All this is
Are we
a car
Are we
park.
suggesting that every single person that comes in from what? Is this from an amber or a red country?
Red.
Sorry, right. Let's put this into context. These people here have come back from a red country, and they have been forced to go into a Heathrow internment camp for what? Are we talking 10 days? 14
10
days?
days.
10 days at £170 sterling a day to live in an internment camp. That's £1,700.
So what's the
Family of four.
What's the
a family
justification?
of four.
What's the
Family of
justification
four
for
would
the
have to
price?
stay.
Why £170 a day? What for what?
Airport food.
Airport food.
Listen, right? If you were being franchised out into a travel lodge,
this is a car park
that normally cost £120, and then Serco was slapping £50 extra on a night. That's bad enough. That would be understandable. But they're literally putting you in an internment camp. This probably costs about £3.50 a night.
Honestly, these guys are complete pussies.
Yeah, right.
Honestly.
Put your vagina away and grow some testicles.
Honestly.
I had a massive binge on this the other
Could you
night.
imagine if an entire plane just said no and just walked
Mate,
through
this
the
wouldn't
thing?
fly in other countries. You try this with people in other countries.
No.
They just say no. They just kick the fucking fence down and run away.
Could you imagine?
But look, has anybody actually looked at the paperwork? Because probably somewhere at the bottom in small print it says you only have to do this if you want to.
Yeah, right. Well,
there's probably a get out clause somewhere.
You can get out on mental health.
My last experience, I left the country and came back in wait, let me get this right. August last year. Yeah, I did 5 weeks going back and forth to Europe with my MMA work. Right.
Plenty of Schwab tests.
I was only actually tested by the private doctors that the Sultan of Bahrain employed to test me because he owned the MMA show. Right. So I didn't feel too bad about because the doctor, I used to grab him by the wrist. Right. I said, don't you even think about putting that up my nose. You put it in my throat. Right. But the thing was, he wasn't a government-sanctioned doctor. He was a private doctor employed by the company, so I didn't feel too bad about it. And they made me do a test every day while I was in Sweden, right? But the last time I came back through,
they've got your DNA,
mate, they've had my DNA for decades. When I went through the border, and I went through 3 times coming back into Heathrow, everyone was told on the plane, first of all, you need to fill out your passenger locator form. They told you on the plane, and they handed it out, and they give you a piece of paper with the QR code on it. I ignored it. You got to the airport, as soon as you got out of the plane, there was another person telling you, you cannot cross the border unless you filled out your passenger locator form. You get to the next stage once you've gone through the first check, just the pre-check. Same thing again. But when you got to the actual border, they were telling you can't cross the border unless you filled it out. Well, guess what? If you've got a British passport and you have one of those smart passports, you walk directly through the e-border where no one checks. And I did that 3 times in a row, and that was still last year. Granted, July, August last year, but the same rules were in place. £10,000 fine for breaking the quarantine. But here's the point. The quarantine was consensual. This is what Master Lee is saying. It was consensual. I read the small print. I had to fill in the passenger API form, and I had to agree to the terms of the quarantine. Well, I didn't agree to the terms. I didn't fill it in. I didn't give my name. I didn't put my passport number in. I didn't sign the contract. Well, guess what? None of the rules applied to me.
Exactly.
Hey, maybe I was lucky. Maybe just crossing the border because they knew I crossed the border. Maybe they could have come and caught me. But if they're going to come and get anyone, I'd be a pretty fucking likely suspect. The Soviet Union hate me.
They love you.
Actually, no. Let me get this right. That was before the Serco speech. I wasn't really on the radar so much back then. I was on the radar a little bit, maybe. Awkward silence.
I was just taking it all in.
Mate, it's a lot. It's a lot.
I did a bit of a rabbit hole on this subject the
Go
other
on.
night, and yeah, it's either 1750 or 2250. I can't remember the exact amount. It's 10 days, and the advert on the Guardian is that you get like restaurant quality food, and it's like 10 days of just.
Does that look like a restaurant quality recreational facility to you?
Some guy got up to these, because the maddest thing is you can walk up to the fence and speak to them, so they're not really quarantining. If you can go up to the fence and speak to them, right? So these guys have gone up to them, and they're interviewing these guys who are, and different people from all around the world. And they're saying, "What's it like?" Like, I'm not asking you to say anything. I'm just asking you what it's like. And they're like, "Well, it's okay." And he says, like, "What's the food like?" And he says, "The same as on the plane. Every single person they ask, same as on the plane."
It's like being at just an airport holding tank.
Plastic packets and stuff like that. But the Guardian video, it looks like luxury restaurant food, and they show some really
selling it
nice
to you. It's
food.
like an
I
extra
recommend
extended
people
holiday.
watch
You'll love it.
You know where they get the food from. All the food that they're giving is from all the flights that they never use.
Yeah. The surplus food from the airlines. I wouldn't be surprised if these COVID internment camps had literally not been set up just for purely to get rid of the massive glut of surplus food that the airline have already pre-purchased last year. Because that airline food, I reckon that's got what, a 4 to 6 month shelf life in their refrigerators when it's sealed in their vacuum packets.
They'll just freeze it, mate.
They've spent millions, maybe tens of millions on that food. Imagine how many people usually fly.
They'll just freeze it, mate.
But the thing that the people were most pissed off about.
Yeah, but it might be frozen for 3 years already. You've got to think about frostbite.
They don't give a shit, mate.
They get 2 30-minute a day outside breaks, which is what they're doing right now.
That's the same as prison, bruv. That's the same as being locked up. Just break it in half.
The thing is that look at this. Look at this motherfucker here in his fluorescent waistcoat.
Have we reached the tipping point yet, people? Someone call us up and tell us we're wrong.
This
please.
dude here.
Please, someone call us up and tell us we're wrong.
It's worse than prison because they're walking around in circles, spaced out. It's like what you see in movie prison.
At least in prison you get a PlayStation or something.
What about this dude here in his fluorescent?
Is this the first one? I think there's another video.
We're going to finish this one first. But this dude here in his high-vis jacket. What about him? Like Master Lee said earlier.
Mask.
No, but
the other guy's not.
Like Master Lee said earlier, like if this was a real deadly thing, there wouldn't be people like this even in close
Can I
contact.
just apply first principles? I would like to apply first principles. Myself and Master Lee have had an interaction with a proper paramedic this week who schooled us about masks, and he told us what the proper procedure with masks is. You don't wear a mask to stop yourself getting infected. You wear a mask to stop infecting other people. Now, let's look at this picture. The gentleman in the blue T-shirt has had multiple PCR tests, which we have to assume have been positive, because if it wasn't positive, he'd already be in isolation. So the guy in the blue T-shirt has had multiple PCR tests. We know he is not COVID positive, but yet the guy in the yellow high-vis jacket has to wear a mask, right? So who's protecting who here? Because we know
the guy in the yellow, he done a deal where he only had to pay £120 per day.
He's an intern as well. He's a prisoner too.
Yeah.
Oh right, so
Yeah.
he's just the high. He's one of like he's one of the ghetto Gestapo. He's one of the higher level prisoners. He's policing the other ones. He got a discount.
He came in from Mumbai.
It's only £1,200 for him. Oh my goodness.
He probably just carried a high vis vest with him. He put it in his bag.
Mate,
and then he just walks around like telling everybody what to do.
Mate, if you put a mask and a high vis on now, you can basically do whatever you want. Like, I've seen enough people scam. Literally, you can put a high vis on and you can go up to multiple festivals and Jedi mind trick enough bouncers. You know, not every guy with an SIA license is clued up as Master Lee.
Oh, you just reminded me of something.
Go on.
Right. What's his name? Darren Brown.
Oh yeah, let's talk about Darren Brown.
Let's do it.
That just reminded me.
So, go on. Andy's going to get some things up about Darren Brown. Yeah, so what happened this week with Darren Brown? He famously got a drive-through spearing, didn't he?
Yeah, he got the double.
Oh, was that his second spear?
That was his second, yeah.
Oh, wow. Double good. So, the masterful master of NLP, the psychological wizard, the guy that can literally trick you into handing over your keys, your wallet, and your mobile phone 3 times out of 5 just by the power of instant suggestion by his own accounts, right? If we're to believe that Darren Brown, the guy who claimed, and I believe Darren Brown has those abilities, because those are not supernatural abilities, they're not paranormal abilities, those are psychological abilities. They're actually applying some of the things that we talk about on this show that the dark occultists used in a practical level.
Yeah.
If he really... Right, let's get down to the nitty-gritty here in the Guardians. Am I wrong to say, if he is who he says he is, there is not any possibility in a million years that this basic level covert propaganda could have worked on him? Knowing what he claims to know.
I don't think so. I think he's paid. He's paid to... he probably hasn't even had the procedure.
A saline procedure, maybe.
Or maybe he uses techniques and skills to get them to give him the card without the actual procedure. If he was really smart, that should have been his Facebook post, that he was able to get a card without the procedure through hypnosis. That would have been...
Oh, wow, yeah.
Upworthy. But instead, he kind of got slaughtered on his own virtual signal.
As soon as I saw it, I jumped into the comment section, and lo and behold, I saw some other vertical warriors in the comment section, namely Mr. Inner Guardians, namely, I can't remember who else there was. There was about 3 or 4 other people who were part of the vertical Rise Above family directly into, oh, mate, you're doing things on the other, you're doing things on the second tab.
Right, there we go. Well, I didn't actually do anything.
Right, okay.
Yeah, I'll try to get Mr. Brown involved.
Yeah.
There we go.
There's the...
Here he is, look. Covering one eye. Shadowing one eye.
He's half covering one eye.
No, yeah, but it's still in shadow, and it's still in the darkness.
So it was on his likeable page that he advertising his second spearing, right? And I was like, holy shit. Went straight in there. Inner Guardians laying into him. I'm seeing at least 3 or 4 other people from the Rise Above family just going, Darren Brown, you are the ultimate satanic shill. And then I just looked through the other comments, and there was a few people that were clearly employed on the Darren Brown team going, I can't believe some of these comments. Imagine if Darren Brown sees them. I was straight in there. I hope Darren Brown sees this, tagging at Darren Brown. You need to know. It's like, mate, he was getting slaughtered. He was absolutely, he's getting skinned alive.
I saw him. I've seen him live in Las Vegas.
Don't get me wrong. I'm very impressed with his skills as a psychological
He
wizard,
tried
an NLP artist.
But he tried to mind control the audience. Didn't work on me.
Mate, I guarantee 100% it wouldn't work on
There was a
anyone
few
that
of
watches
us.
Rise Above.
There was a few of us. There was a few of us didn't work.
Yeah, but it's consent. It's the same thing. You know, these hypnotherapists and hypnosis artists and things, and use NLP. It has to be done by consent.
I wanted it to work, mate. I thought it was a waste of money. It's $80 a ticket.
Break it down. The most famous one, he literally walks up to people in the street with a camera crew. He walks up to a couple, usually some guy that looks like maybe, let's say, an alpha male, some guy, missus. Hi there, can I have your mobile phone, your wallet and your keys, right? Now, on the show, they show 5 or 6 examples where it works every time, and the guy literally freezes. He sort of looks up, either right or left. He takes a moment of contemplation, and he starts reaching into his back pocket to get out his wallet, his keys, and his mobile phone. And when you're a man of the 21st post-millennial century, your wallet, your keys, and your mobile phone are your access to your assets and society. Don't care what anyone says. And if you want to interact in this society, that's it. So these people have handed it over, right? Now on the show, it shows 100% success rate. In the credits, he openly admits that when he does that on the street, he walks up to people unannounced, and it works 3 out of 5 times. What percentage rate is that? 3 out of 5.
Right. So
is that 60%? The 66%?
No, 60%.
60%. And he shows us some examples of where it doesn't work. And I'll tell you what, where it doesn't work, there's a guy walking along. Darren Brown comes up, he's like, hi, can I have your wallet, your keys, and your mobile phone? And the guy just instantly what? And I'll tell you what, when it doesn't work, it really shows you the reality. It shows you the reality of it is consensual. It's an instant application of whatever you want to call it. And it's like in an instant second, the receiver of it has got a choice to make. I'll comply. Oh, I'll actually come to my senses. What the fuck did you just say?
Did he grab him by the throat?
No, the guy just literally like, you saw his chest come out. And
Yeah.
he took a deep breath. He's like, what? And they showed a couple of it. Darren Brown was actually quite open.
Yeah,
and for me,
yeah.
that was an eye-opener. And it shows to me that, like, if you believe what you think about this guy, it's like, yeah, he's got skills.
Same with David Blaine.
What do you think about David Blaine? I'd love to know.
He's an interesting character. He's very occulted. But I actually I had breakfast with one of his ex-cameramen, and he told me a few stories.
Well, some of it has to be camera tricks. Otherwise, he must have.
It is.
Yeah, of course.
He says
Otherwise, he must be Jesus, man.
Majority of times he gets it wrong when he does the street magic. So they only capture the ones that they get. But the other thing you got to factor in, and this is an important point, right? So going back to Darren Brown. Now, how do you know when he does these tricks on people that they haven't already been primed or prepped or interviewed half an hour, 10 minutes, 5 minutes before he actually meets?
Yeah,
Stooges. If you apply the trivium properly, when you watch Darren Brown or Dynamo or any of these people that are apparently doing this organic street magic, you should first of all obviously look at the subjects and assume that they are stooges. Because if you're not applying that first principle, then you're obviously going to be pretty much open to believing whatever they want you to believe. And
No, what I mean is they're not necessarily in on it. They could actually be just random people, but they actually get hypnotized 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes before they meet the.
So what you're saying is they
the
could have
staff.
been handled. They could have been whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, so somebody stops.
Hypnotized, maybe.
Yeah,
Oh, it's
yeah.
like the ones he
So-
does where he gets someone to go into a big mall and there's like a giraffe and all these things they see before they get to this point, and then he does his trick.
Pre-programming, that's suggestive.
This is the one thing I want someone to explain about David Blaine, how he does this on the street.
That's camera tricks, mate. The guy's not levitating.
He's done this on the street, and I've seen the videos of him doing it. And then people are putting their hands under him and over him, and there's like no wires. Like how they? That's not a camera trick.
Well, the only other explanation is he's already levitating, and I don't think. Look, I'm not going to say that no one in history has ever had the skill to levitate. I'm not going to say that, but I don't think David Blaine's levitating.
What do you think, Master D? What do you think about this particular one, the levitation on the street?
I think it's trickery. I don't think he's actually doing it.
Can I play it on a video? But obviously, we won't get us a strike.
This one up before. I
Because
think
it's
the thing
like-
with this one, guys, is it's a twofold trick as usual. There is a real trick similar to what he's doing, where you can lift your feet in a certain manner, and it creates the illusion on the street level that you're raising in the air. But on the show, they seem to have enhanced that with computer.
Because that's an old school trick word, though, isn't it? You're right about that. That's an old school trick. It's sort of like almost like the Michael Jackson leaning forward dance move. It's sort of like an optical illusion.
Exactly on those lines, yeah. But on the show, they did edit him, and it was like, oh, you've taken the trick, and then you've put a bit of CGI in, and it completely it's like that total crossover they give us with a lot of the mainstream stuff. Yeah. There's a realness to it, but then there's a fake element.
Let me just bring this back to the subject. People think, why are we talking about David Blaine when it's a tipping point in the Soviet 1984 scenario? Well, believe it or not, the kind of methods that are employed by people like David Blaine, Dynamo, Sleight of Hand, NLP suggestion, Darren Brown, these are super duper relevant to what's going on right now.
I wonder what does anyone know in the chat what David Blaine's been saying about the whole? Is he promoting the spearing?
Of course he is.
Because Darren Brown is obviously. So I wonder what Mr. Blaine's saying about
These people are bought and paid for puffy
Anyway,
prostitute whore
I
assets,
do
mate.
not doubt that for 1 second. Anyway, let's have a look. Without trying to get us a strike, I just want to play. I want to play a little bit of this. So, what do you guys make of this?
Look how chiseled his face is. They're actors.
They're actors.
Straight up actors.
Okay, yeah. So that, obviously,
You know what? I'd love
Wait.
to look at some of fucking Dynamo stuff where he's putting his hand directly through the glass, because that stuff is quite compelling.
Where is he though? Because depending where he is, he could be like surrounded by actors.
No, that's the thing you've got to remember. What's the best case scenario? Okay, here's another example.
Ready?
See, we see nothing. All we see is the reaction.
Wait, no, we do at the end. Look, he's just doing
Yeah,
a
but
few.
that's in
there
another
you go.
camera shot, mate.
So let's just
That's
have
in
a look.
another camera shot. That's
what I'm asking.
meaningless.
Just watch it and just see.
The street illusion for the public reaction, and then they CGI and the rest for us. That's fake.
Right, okay. As a video producer myself, pause it. Right, if you assume that all of the reactions are from stooges or people that have been handled, people that have been preconditioned, or people that have been hypnotised, take that assumption. There is not one single shot there where you saw him simultaneously levitating from the pavement and then above it. If you notice, as the camera panned up, there was a possible cut
do
there.
that without editing.
Right,
Mate, you could do that. Mate, I could do that on Premiere
Bit like
Pro.
NASA.
I could do that in 10 seconds on Premiere Pro. No problem. You could cut two different shots like that and make it absolutely seamless, so you wouldn't notice that as you pan up, you see his feet rising, and you pan up and you see his torso rising. You could cut two different shots absolutely easily. I learned that in 2 weeks in Premiere Pro.
So I wonder if anyone has actually seen David Blaine do this.
I would love to meet someone that had seen Dynamo or David Blaine do something like this in real life. I would love to meet one of those people.
You might be able to fool someone quite gullible, because at a certain angle, only at a certain angle, with a certain lifting of one foot than the other, you can create the appearance of a slight levitation.
I've seen. I've seen that done. That's a Michael Jackson trick, mate.
Just stay kind of close, right?
Yeah, exactly the same principle. Yeah, with a bit of modern bullshit thrown in for us, for the viewer.
I think he's going to do it here. But watch the camera cut. You will never see both things at once.
I don't know if I'll be able to get up.
Look, he's young. Yeah, this is an old
He is.
one.
He is young. Yeah. This is like
I love
a
this. This
compilation.
is good rise above, mate.
I'm not saying I believe he does it. I'm saying I wonder how he does this on the street.
I'm sure it's an optical illusion.
So that there.
Right. That's
Okay.
nothing.
No,
nothing was
that's
seen
nothing.
there.
No,
All
no,
we're
no,
seeing
no.
is the
Of course,
reaction
that's
of
the
these
reaction,
guys.
of course.
The speed
But
of
there's
that
a
is
few
just
that
like
we
a
do
foot.
see. This is what I'm getting
I
at. The
challenge
ones-
you to show me one where you see him levitating.
Here we go.
From an
Let's
angle.
have a look at this one. Let's
Well,
just pause it quick
He
because
does
we're
it
getting
from
in
the
trouble.
back as well.
Yeah, here we
That's
go.
like rising on one toe.
This isn't rising on one toe. There surely
That's
is
some
it?
Quincy Jones magic.
That.
Okay, right. Okay.
CGI or a kind of device.
But let me say one thing. One thing you didn't see there, while he was actually levitating, is you didn't see the reaction. All you saw was the side of someone's shorts. There is not one shot where you see a generic organic reaction while he's actually levitating. We haven't seen that yet. Maybe I'm breaking it down too much. But I'm looking from a video editor's point of view. You haven't seen all three elements in one shot yet. Yeah, that's one person's bum. There could be a third element in front of him lifting him up. There could be, there's so many ways you could do that. There's 20 ways you could do that post-edit.
It's very interesting. I find him a very strange character.
It's like Shazam with the eye on his hand.
He's definitely an occultist.
Let's go back to the slideshow. We've got a lot more.
Yeah, of course.
And we're still waiting for more callers. Remember, on the screen right now, riseabovelivestream@gmail.com. If you can't, for some reason, connect us on Skype, send us an email and we'll call you. We would love to hear from anyone. I think we've got a message there on Facebook.
I'm happy to jump out for anyone.
Just before we move on from that subject, so you got these psychics that go around doing these shows, and some of them are very, very successful. Well, what they do is they always make sure that there's a pre-drink in the bar, so that all the people.
Really?
Yeah. Now, what they do is they send in people to identify and interview people without them realizing, so they get to find out bits of information about them, and then that information gets passed on.
Right.
Maybe they slipped a Mickey in the drink as well.
This seems like a big operation for someone just, getting a little street levitation going.
Right. Let me just break the chat for a minute. This is something I meant to bring up a couple of weeks ago. There's a first. The first ever Rise Above tattoo. Check it out, people. This has just been sent to us by Becky S., who is a past contributor to the show.
Awesome.
And she has tattooed herself with...
Is it herself? From the picture I saw, it didn't look like herself.
I thought she was doing her own leg. I thought she had a leg up like that. I could be wrong. There could have been someone off screen offering a limb coming across the screen like this. To me, I thought she was doing her own leg. Big up Becky S. That is believing in the cause.
Big up.
A proper member of the family, watching since day one. I think she was actually tuned in when we first did that stream, when we were just talking to that Logic
Better than the
webcam.
Soviet Union.
She pretty much did a show as well.
Oh no, she was excellent when she came on to speak about ancient aliens. Eric von Daniken, that tiny little sort of homunculus that they grew. Where are these notifications coming up? Right, I've got to get rid of Facebook. Too many notifications. Right, so.
Oh shit, we just lost Word Nerd.
Oh, they even kicked Word Nerd off right, Skype. Right, if anyone would like to call us on Skype, now is the time. riseabovelivestream@gmail.com. Come and have a chat with us. What's next?
So we've got someone else here.
Sorry, there's some more videos of the internment camps, man. Absolutely terrible. No, look at this one. Here's another one. Look at this at Heathrow.
You get fucking fed better in jail.
Okay, we've got a new guest on the show. Daniel S., welcome to Rise Above. Please don't say C or V.
Yep.
Welcome to the stream, man.
Hey, thanks for having me. Great stream so far.
Where are you calling from, mate?
I'm actually from Bournemouth, as well as you guys.
Oh, you're just round the corner from us. Holy shit.
Yeah.
So,
but things are interesting now, aren't they?
Absolutely. What have you noticed that's changed in the public consensus in the last week? Have you are we coming near to the tipping point? What do you think, man?
Personally, I think so. Yeah, I've been observing the situation very closely. I use the bus quite a lot. I've been counting people, so to speak, which ones follow the rules, which ones don't. And on average, I think right now we're hitting about 20% in the shops and in the buses.
Whoa,
from
20%.
my experience.
Are you talking non-masked here when you say that?
Yeah. That's what I mean. Which is pretty good, to be honest. But at the same time, the people that are masked up, the people that are following the rules, they seem even more entranced in some way. It's a strange one, strange divide.
Yeah, I think we've mentioned this before. As more people approach the Rubicon, they step into the place where they might be ready to ask questions. Maybe the ones that are left behind are actually doubling down into their ignorance. Is that what you're saying? Have you noticed that?
I think so, in some way, for sure. I've definitely noticed that in some ways, the people who have had this spear, they're probably questioning it a little bit now. Maybe they're regretting it, and cognitive dissonance kicks in, and there's two ways really to react to it. Either they admit that they've been wrong, or they double down.
I think that's an amazing analysis, mate. I absolutely agree with you.
It's spot on, like we said before on the show, that it's much easier to lie to someone than it is to convince
It's
them.
much easier to fool someone it's easier to fool a man than to convince a man that he's been fooled.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, I knew this was always true, and I said it with the midweek chat with Inner Guardians. It has never been truer than in the last 18 months.
The hardest thing to do is for someone to hold their hands up and say, yeah, I was wrong. They duped me. I was wrong.
Daniel, in your group of immediate friends, family, colleagues, are you seeing the same 80-20 divide, or do you have more personal contacts that are on our side, or what are you seeing?
Yeah, in my personal circle, I'm actually incredibly blessed that there's a lot of really switched on people. My entire family is switched on. Most of my close friends are. The ones that aren't, we've sort of fallen out of touch over the last year because I've been hammering onto them maybe a little bit too much at times. And
we've all done it, mate.
Certain disagreements sort of occurred. But yeah, I would say so. In my personal life, I'm lucky enough that most people are switched on. The ones that are not, I'm seeing lots of doubt. But what's going to happen in the future, I'm not sure, right?
So let me get this right. In some people that you know through friends, family, work, whatever, some people that have been single or double speared, you'll notice some of them are having what Inner Guardians describes as buyer's remorse.
Yeah, exactly. And specifically, a couple of people at work, they've been complaining about bad side effects, so to speak. They're not feeling very well. I've noticed that they've been feeling more under the weather ever since that's happened. I mean, whether that's related or not, that's debatable, but that's still something that I've picked up on. I think we're reaching that point, to be perfectly honest, but when that's going to come and what the other side is going to do to counteract it, well, that's anyone's guess, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why we're having this discussion tonight, and we're trying to provide as many different opinions, because we want to hear everyone's point of view, because, we are 7 billion points of perception rendering this reality in real time. And we need to hear and see what other people are seeing and hearing. And it's so important.
Absolutely.
So it's
I think this process and this doubling down effect has been, it was prepped over the last few years with social media. People have got very good at their doubling down.
Yeah. I think the social media algorithm has provided these ideological, spiritual and mental cul-de-sacs for people to back themselves into, close themselves off and provide themselves a sense of security. But unfortunately, if you are backing yourself off, closing yourself off from what is approachingly becoming undeniable, observable reality, as much as you hate it, as much as you think that's a stupid conspiracy theory, as much as the tinfoil hat wearer has been saying that for 3 or 4 years, as much as you hate it, you can't hide from that forever.
Well, the problem is that people are confusing the truth with being right. So it's more important to be right than it is to actually know the truth or speak the truth. And I often say to myself that I know that I'm right when I hope that I'm wrong. So I'm not in this to be right. I'm in this.
None of us are. None of us are.
Inner Guardians, this is so true.
I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm totally wrong.
I hope I'm totally wrong too. And people have accused me of doing what I'm doing for personal gain and for likes.
Literally yesterday. Sorry, this
no,
morning.
I get this every fucking day,
literally
mate.
this morning, I fucked that motherfucker online. What's it? I'm gonna John Green, whoever you are, up north with your kickboxing gym, I'll tell you what, you are the most ignorant by choice. Do you even know what the word ignorant means? Yeah, you're choosing to ignore. It's ignorance. Yeah, you're deliberately Sorry.
Here's the reality. People can accuse me of trying to profit off this. I sell T-shirts to try and recoup the massive amount of money I've spent on this platform. I'm not going to justify that.
How much did you just spunk out on our last studio?
This studio cost like £3,000, and the T-shirts make £900. Yeah. So I've put a lot of my own money into this, and people can accuse me of whatever they want. Here's the goddamn honest truth. I hope that everything I say that is wrong, and I'll tell you what. If in 6 months or 12 months or if 18 months it turns out everything that I've said is wrong, I will fucking celebrate. I will crack open a bottle of champagne and celebrate being that stupid, crazy guy on the internet that only risked his reputation, his career, and everything on trying to attempt to tell the truth. If I'm totally wrong, I will celebrate. But I'm tell you what, if those people that accuse me of profiting, if they're wrong, they have got much more to lose than I have. Because I'll only be that crazy guy that said a load of shit on the internet and ruined his career and his reputation. Those people, if they are wrong, they will be the ones that have defended everyone else losing everything they had in the Great Reset. They will be the ones that have defended a load of people getting unnecessarily speared with a genetic experiment that doesn't finish it, whatever. They will be the ones that have defended a whole generation of children that have lost everything, that have been conditioned to live 6 feet apart from their friends and their family, wearing masks, and they've been psychologically broken forever. They will be the people that have defended that. So I'll tell you what, if I'm wrong, fucking thank you. I hope I'm wrong. I will
What's that
take
saying?
that.
There's a saying that it's better to be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a battle.
Wow. In a Guardians, you couldn't have put it better. I will be the fucking warrior walking around a garden telling everyone that a war's coming in a peaceful garden. I will be the one consuming all the weeds in that garden telling you that the war's coming. But I tell you what, one thing I won't do, I won't be a fucking gardener in a war. I'll be a warlord. I'm ready for that come. When that mental war comes, we have built our mental fortress. It's called Rise Above.
Rise above.
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above.
So, Daniel, you're only a couple of miles away from us here in the Rise Above HQ. In this area of the United Kingdom of the Soviet Union, we're actually super lucky by their own fictitious figures, if you believe them. There have been hardly any hospitalisations and deaths here. If I'm not wrong, in our BCP conurbation, and as you know, BCP, Bournemouth, Poole, Christchurch, it's over 500,000 people. It's massive. It's bigger than most cities. If I'm not wrong, our deaths are in. They've barely breached a couple of thousand officially. I think it's like 1,500, 2,000. I know at the back end of last year it was 800. So I'm just guessing here by their own manipulated figures. Yet we're still under the same regulations as apparently people that have got the Kent variant or the Bradford variant or whatever they want to say. It's like
Delta, Omega.
Right, you live down here.
No, I don't. I live in the forest, mate.
You live in the forest, right?
I love
You still live
that.
in the southwest UK. You know how utterly preposterous it is to suggest that our hospitals are full. They never have been.
It's absurd.
It's
completely
absolutely right.
absurd.
Let's be real with this, right? And I know there are people that are watching, right, that you and me have probably got mutual friends with that have got partners that work in the NHS, and that's why they hate me, right? Because I know through people that aren't on the payroll to tell the lie, that aren't in the COVID ward, that are in other wards. I spoke to these people. I know that the hospitals aren't full. I went to the hospital. Everyone saw when I broke my arm 2 months ago.
So,
I
guys,
went to A&E. The hospital was goddamn empty. The whole place was empty. I just can't lie about this anymore. I've never have lied in the first place. I can't pull any punches.
This is just in. I just shared this on our private WhatsApp group.
You're well, lad. Too close.
Sorry, mate. Sorry, you were always telling me to kiss the mic.
No,
anyway.
you've been well too loud recently. Look, you're
So,
fucking mega phone.
So this on ITV News, okay?
Right.
Tonight, Coviet. Cases doubling every 11 days among the unspeared in England, according to scientists. Today, this evening. From ITV mainstream.
Let's play this out. Okay, so we know that hospitals aren't seeing any cases. So let's just assume that those are young people that have gone for their free COVID test. When someone's, have you had?
Half-term's
Right,
just
Daniel,
ended.
you're in Bournemouth. What are your experiences of being approached for either testing or spearing so far? And if you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
I'm 26. I got sent the letter. I tore it up immediately.
How long ago was that, mate?
That must have been like a week ago or so.
Right, so you're actually
About
10
then.
years younger than our demographic. Our demographic is 35 to 55 normally, so you're a little bit younger than most of us. So I got my letter 6 weeks ago. You got yours a week ago. I haven't had.
I got mine a month ago.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're what, a year younger than me?
I'm 2 years younger than
me.
you.
I got about the same.
You're 33, aren't you?
I'm 35.
Oh, right.
35. There's
Magic
nothing
number.
inherently wrong with 33. I'm 33. My missus is 33.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with 33.
All confirmed.
There's nothing wrong with 33.
Right, we're deflecting.
Yeah,
so,
I'm 33.
Oh, right. Okay. no.
There's
no
nothing wrong with stop pointing at magic. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with 33.
There's nothing wrong being 33.
There's nothing inherently wrong with Freemasons. There's nothing inherently wrong with
There's
the
no
planet.
reason we keep seeing it in the news so much.
With
I'm
the
joking.
fucking planet.
We know about symbolism.
There's nothing inherently wrong with the planet Saturn if it fucking exists.
Back to the
You know what I
subject.
mean?
So, Daniel, so far, you're a 26-year-old man in the southwest of England, which is the least affected COVID region of our crater, right, apparently, by their stats. And you've had one letter so far about being speared 1 week ago.
Yeah.
Are you in full-time education or are you working? Because I know they've started.
I'm working, mate.
So they've started,
I'm working full-time.
Right. So you're a regular working adult at 26 years old. Because I know they've started targeting students now. We've heard about the queues outside of Bournemouth Uni that were so long. Apparently they were 3 miles or 3 kilometres long. They actually had to stop the mass spearing because the queues were so long and it was just breaking down the COVID infrastructure. They couldn't. It was at the BIC.
The COVID infrastructure.
The BIC, the Bournemouth International
saw it,
Centre.
I
It was
saw
one
it,
of the
yeah.
biggest international centres outside of London in the country, and they couldn't cope with how many students were voluntarily standing in a queue waiting to be speared.
Apparently, there's 280 COVID cases in BCP area now of the Delta variant.
Out of the Delta variant?
And that's
so let me ask, when you're testing, there's 500,000 people that live in the BCP area. We live in a conurbation. If anyone doesn't know, a conurbation is with loads of towns merged together. We are much bigger than a city here, although we don't have a cathedral, right?
Yeah.
So let's assume they've tested 500 people with PCR tests. And how many cases you got? If they tested everyone, how many cases? I mean,
they're all wrong anyway. We know that.
And how can you test the Delta from the Delta?
Yes.
That's another story.
I question my dad.
Wasn't that the Indian variant
I
last
question
week?
this very thing. I said to my dad, I was like, "How do they even tell which is which?" He goes, "Well, they've got a very powerful microscope.
Right, we know
and they can
that a
zoom right
lateral
in
flow
and
test
they
and
can
a
tell.
Kary-Mullis test and a lateral flow test does not distinguish any type of even COVID.
No, that's
All it
exactly
says is
what
you
I
have
said.
coronavirus, which
So-
is a common cold, a fucking rhinovirus, some other 5 different viruses. It's basically a big family, right?
I'm sorry, but this family member, right, he is a certified genius. Right, he is. His IQ is genius level.
Is he a proper scientist?
Yeah, he's double speared. No, he's not. He's double speared, and he said that they've got a very specialised technological camera which they can see.
Oh,
they can
you
zoom
look at the
in.
COVID really closely.
So, question: if they've got that, does that mean it's isolated? That's my question.
Listen,
If they, no,
we have
that's
to
my
be
question.
Careful,
if
careful.
they can,
You're shouting. You're maxing out the mic.
I'm sorry. If they can differentiate between specimens, species, strains, whatever you want to call
There's
it,
30,000 variants apparently, mate.
So
30,000.
does that mean it's been isolated? Is that
Mate, a PCR test can't tell the difference
I'm not
between
on
a
about
can
that.
of Coke
I'm not
and
on
a
about-
papaya
I'm not
or
on
a
about
goat.
the PCR test. I'm on about what the scientists have to actually
Right.
see a virus.
Right. Theoretically, if you take a blood test and then you send it to, this is theoretically, right, if you believe that viruses are real, etc., etc.
Virus.
If you do a blood test, you can then literally have on a piece of paper, influenza, etc., etc. But PCR tests and lateral flow tests can't tell the difference between a papaya, a goat, a can of Coke,
But this,
a Schwab,
this was my
someone's
thing.
butthole.
This is what I
nothing.
asked. This is what I asked my dad. I said, and he said, no, it's not. They're not using the PCR test. And
Someone
that
said to me,
lateral flow
is
test-
genetic sequencing can tell the different variants.
Yeah. So
how many people?
So on that note, does that mean it's been isolated? If the genetic sequencing in
Right.
that, how does that
As
work?
far as I know, you need to do something called Koch's postulate to actually isolate something. As far as I know, what they've done so far is they basically used PCR type methods. They've taken a bit of genetic material, they've cycled it and looked for what they want, and they've found it. But that is, as far as Koch's postulate is concerned, that is not isolating something.
I would love. If
I don't know what Koch's postulate is. I'm referencing other people that are PhD scientists that have talked about this. I'm not a scientist.
Can we get a virologist on the show?
Where's Wolfie?
Can we actually get a full-on virologist who knows about this stuff to actually?
Well, do you know what? I'm not going to say any names.
I've just got a couple of questions.
Hold on. Omar Beats knows someone, his friend, who is actually a technician, and she has a PhD in virology, and she's a lab technician in a big lab, and she watches Rise Above, and she knows who she is, and I'm not going to say her name.
I would ask
and she won't come on the show because she'll lose her career.
I would ask two questions.
And she has said to Omar Beats, PCR tests and the whole theory of being able to say that is SARS-CoV-2 or that is that virus is complete and utter garbage. And I wish this individual, and she knows who she is because she regularly watches, I wish she'd come on.
So
she can't, she's going to lose her job.
Okay, so we've got the PCR test and we've got the lateral flow test here. Okay, so that's the peasant test, okay? So the one above, which the scientists use to...
It involves taking blood, using an electron microscope, running various tests, but then again...
So, Lance, is that test there? Is that how they test the variant? Is that how they get the different variants?
Allegedly. This is what people have said to me.
So with that, then, allegedly, with that process, stay with me here, does that mean they can isolate an individual one? Surely, because that's what a variant is. It will be a different one.
In my 333 news the other week, I showed that the Thai variant was called 33666. The Philippine variant was called P3 something something. They've identified, allegedly, like 20 variants with the names of countries.
So surely that each one is isolated. Surely.
Apparently so.
So where is that? Can Chris Whitty or Matt Hancock publish that for us?
Do you know what? We had someone
Master Lee, you're quite good at harassing your local police and local governments, MPs, that kind of thing. Could you request that information on behalf of Rise Above? Can you request
I think people already have
the definitive variant?
No one can provide it. No one can provide it. People, I've seen 20 of those requests.
What's the deal?
They've all come back negative.
So what's the deal?
Right,
How can they get away with saying
in the
these
Guardian?
variants?
It's absolutely true to say that myself, I've seen 3 or 4 information requests.
Have we still got your
one
man
to
on the line
PHE.
here?
Yeah, Dave's still there.
He's still there, Dave.
Yeah, I hope you're still there. I think you are still there. Are you still there, Dave? Yeah, sorry, mate. Yeah, no one else is. As long as you don't mind hanging in, like no one else has called you.
Dave, feel free to chime in on any of this, my man.
He needs to get a word in edgeways for that.
Yeah, sorry, mate.
Sorry, Dave.
Don't worry, mate. Don't worry. It's all good.
Are you feeling what we're saying here? Do you this argument about has this thing ever been isolated? I mean, what is your view on this?
I've looked into it last year a lot. I kind of stopped looking into it a little bit due to my own sanity, but I never found any real proof of an isolate. No. And I read through numerous studies, and they always reference other studies, but they never actually reference anything concrete when it comes to isolating.
This university has isolated it. This study claims it has been isolated in this Singapore lab.
Where? Where? Which university? Which one?
All I know is that if it had been isolated, when people write to PHE, when people write to the CDC, when people write to their local government agency and say, have you got a document that has the isolation details of the current people's pandemic, every single one of them without fail has been returned with, we do not have this information.
Okay.
Am I right or am I wrong?
Okay, question. Right. The universities that have, or whoever has allegedly isolated this, where are they? What is their name?
Well, as far as I know, there's one in Singapore.
Right.
Okay. Obviously, there's one in China.
Okay. So Okay. So if there's,
if we googled it right now, we could find 20 reports of it being isolated. But you couldn't find any actual physical proof. But we wouldn't know what it looks like.
What needs to happen? What needs to happen is that's where a protest needs to be, not in London walking through the street. Is outside the virology lab or university lab that claims to have isolated it and say we want to see it.
But let me say something. If we're concentrating on whether this people's pandemic illness has been isolated or not, or whether it's psychosomatic, or whether the COVID Union has rebranded pneumonia, SARS, FLU, or other things,
right? What it might take to make the tipping point.
But I would come with the argument with that is actually secondary or tertiary.
I'd
because
agree.
The effect of that, there's many options of what this thing actually is.
I would agree.
Right? We're going back to first principles right now, yeah?
Absolutely.
So, first principles, what is this? we've talked about a whole spectrum of options there, but I tell you what, whatever the needle falls on that spectrum, the results have been the same. We are witnessing the result right now. I actually feel, in my personal opinion, to get involved too much in that discussion is a never-ending rabbit hole. I got stuck in that rabbit hole myself last year. I was trying to make a video every week. COVID 1984 part 1, part 2, part 3. And once I got past digital ID, once I got past the UN and Agenda 2030, I found myself in a constant rabbit hole of they're diddling the figures. Is this real? Is it not? Is it rebranded this? Is it rebranded that? Have they done this? Have they done that? And I'll tell you what, it's a rabbit hole sanctuary. It's never ending.
I agree it's secondary because the fact is, there is something which is people are dying from. However, if it's being piggybacked on so many different ways and levels.
Whether it's SARS, whether it is the usual regional illness, whether it is the effects of the lockdown, whether it's the effect of radio magnetic frequency being switched on, which people think is super ridiculous, I guarantee it's not. I'm not going to talk about that radio magnetic frequency on this broadcast, but people can laugh and joke about that when it gets switched on.
It's just a question. Like. It's a simple question.
When they look into the timeline of when other electromagnetic frequencies were introduced into our magnetic soup, and you look at the illnesses that shortly prevailed.
Also, if you look at...
That's all we can say on that, because you get taken down for that shit straight away,
If you look at new studies, hell, you can go and try it yourself. Go and try to grow a plant that's really close to an emission tower.
At the end of the day, right, the first principles of all of this is that people die. Now, what they've done is they've just weaponized that past reality.
Weaponized death.
Of course.
Yeah.
So
that's what it's down to.
If we take it back to that thing that Magic's was talking about with the guy with the bow tie, Dr. Martin, he was actually saying that at the heart, because he's bringing it right back down to the COVIDism, he's saying at the heart of this, it's not actually about the double R mafia or the banks. It's actually about the life insurance companies.
This is what I was going to ask you about. This was my question.
I'm down with this. I've said for time, the double R mafia are not the bad. They're not the ultimate bad guys. They're merely employees, right?
Should we?
Oh yeah, Dave.
Do you want to wind up?
Let's wind up with Dave. Dave, thank you very much for joining us. Have you got any final thoughts before you kick off and we invite some other callers?
I just wanted to tell everyone that, all we need to do is just to stand up and actually start living. I originally come from Poland, and the Polish people have managed to mostly open up the country. And all they had to do is they banded together and they said, we're opening up the businesses. The government couldn't stop them. They tried for months, but eventually they had to yield. So if we just did that, this would be done.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a quick question, Dave? If that's the case, why have you stayed here and not gone home to a free country?
It's a complicated answer.
No judgment. You don't have
controversial question.
No, it's okay. It's most of my life is now here.
Sure.
I've been here for 14 years, and it's tricky.
You're invested,
mate. You're fucking. I can tell you one thing. You're an asset to our area of this realm. I tell you what. If it wasn't for the Central and Eastern European and other European people that have come to this country and have lived under the Iron Curtain or communism or other dictatorships, if you guys hadn't come here with your insight, because I tell you what, we've spoken about this before. People from your part of Europe. This shit doesn't work on you guys so much,
We've been through it.
Of course you have.
We've been through it many times.
Of course, mate. And it's actually greatly appreciated that there are enough of you guys here that are adding to the raising of the consciousness of people that are falling for it. Because I tell you what, if there wasn't how many hundreds of thousands or a million of Central and Eastern European we're grateful for you guys. If you weren't here, maybe the consciousness wouldn't raise so much, because every single Eastern or Central European person I speak to, this shit is not working on you guys. You are too smart for this. You've once bitten, twice shy, yeah?
I think also, and this is a bit of a sad point, but it's because the British people have had it pretty well.
Yeah,
in the
we've had it
last
far too
couple of
easy,
hundred
mate.
years,
We've been weakened.
Yeah.
And yeah, absolutely.
Bunch of
Listen,
Nancy's, mate. Bunch of Nancy's.
Please don't hold your tongue. Speak easily. We're all adults here. Say what you mean, mate. We have been weakened, man.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the problem is that you've been fed in this country that the UK has been this great empire and it's all awesome and it's all because of the government that you've ruled the world. And unfortunately, people here are too trusting and too docile.
Absolutely, mate. You've hit the nail on the mother goddamn head. We have been lured into a false sense of security.
Where I come from, when this all kicked off, obviously not everyone, but the people that I know, my family and so on, all I've heard, especially from the older generation, is this smells like communism. This smells like the Russian rule again.
Soviet tactics.
What have we
tried
said
and
from the start?
tested.
Let me ask a question, Daniel. How long have you been watching Rise Above?
Pretty much from the beginning of this whole mess.
So you know why we call it the Soviet Union. You know better than most people.
About it.
Yeah, man. Thank you so much for sharing with us, mate. This is so valuable.
And he's local.
No worries. Thanks for having me, mate.
Just round the corner.
Yeah, big up.
We've
big
probably
up.
we've probably seen him at a rave before.
Most likely.
I haven't been at a rave in 15 years, Lance.
Well, 5 or 6 years for me. Daniel, thank you so much, mate. An amazing insight, and please, mate, don't ever forget to rise above. You're part of the family.
Keep up the fight.
Yeah.
Keep fighting the fight.
Keep up the fight. Thank you to our Eastern and Central Europeans. Big up, Daniel. Wow, awesome, absolutely awesome.
Right then, question, Lance, for
okay.
you,
Yeah,
as
go
it is.
Oh, question. Then we have some music from Magic.
Yeah. So, I want to ask you about black nobility.
Go on.
And
Right.
life insurance companies. I want you to spill the beans because I don't know anything about this.
Right.
So
Where's
this is. I'd like to be schooled.
I'm not going to school you because I don't know the fine details, but from my own discernment, right, what I've always understood is at the surface level, when you look at the hidden hand, it always goes to the double R's. It goes to the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers, the Carnegies, the Oppenheimers, and a few other families, right? But those families are only actually 200 or 300 years old in their power structure. You look at the You look at the Rothschilds, yeah. They started post 1666, and we've already talked about Shabbatai Zevi, Shabbatsky,
Yeah.
about the false inverted Messiah, right? All of these families, what we call the 13 bloodlines, are all post 1666. They're new. This hasn't been going on for 200 or 300 years. This might have been going on for 200,000 or 300,000 years, right? So let me think, mate. I'm just getting on the roll, please.
Of course.
I'm Alex Joning, right?
I just want you to just. I've initially asked you about black nobility and life insurance companies,
but I've got to give you the preface
piggybacking from you, of course. But piggybacking on that, what's the racism out against black people if it's the black people that are actually in control?
No, the black nobility does not mean black people, right? The black nobility reverts, and let me just turn Magic's up. You've got to kiss the mic like a beautiful lady. Don't forget that. The black nobility reverts to what people call.
Can we bring up a list of the?
Do it. Right, the black nobility does not refer to people that are Afro-American, black or Nubian.
Right.
It refers to people that are what would be described as the Venetians, the Phoenicians. We are talking about the traders.
The Canaanites.
The Edomites. We're talking about the people that might ignorantly hide behind a facade of Judaism in modern times and oh shit, now we're going deep. Okay, so
can I just throw something in?
Absolutely, please do.
While I remember. Right. Now I don't know if this is true or not, but this is something that was told to me.
Can we get another speaker?
Now.
Bring the headphones over here. Yeah, carry on in the Guardian. Sorry,
Right.
we're just Jamie in here.
No, I need your attention. Right. So this was explained to me how certain things work. So, as an example, crime. Now, apparently, crime is maintained, monitored, regulated at a certain level in different areas, especially postcodes, and it's managed. And the reason why it's managed is because of the insurance companies.
Yes. Right, so let's take it back to what we got from this doctor. He's claiming that the life insurance companies are actually way above what we would call the international banksters. The Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, the people that are allegedly
That's exactly what I'm getting
the
at,
Great
yeah.
Reset, right? So imagine if running the currency and the energy flow of the world is actually quite demanding work, because the energy flow is, by its very nature, of a frequency wave, a sine wave, is up and down. It's vibrating, it's fluctuating. You have to monitor it, right? So you've got to imagine, if these people that claim that we've learned, as we've become conspiracy theorists or truthers, we've learned there are these 13 bloodlines that control the energy of the world, the gold, the oil, the money flow, the power, the energy. That's the energy flow. That's the fucking hard work. That's the work of the middle management, the
People's
lower
time.
middle management. That's the work of the workers. Do you honestly think that the people owning the world, the actual physical people that believe they have the hereditary genetical right to own our realm, do you really think they're running around like the Rothschilds are doing all of that work? Look what the Rothschilds have had to accomplish throughout history. Running both sides of each war, financing this dictator, that dictator. That's actual physical hard work. Even at the top level of the pyramid, you have to dictate downwards. You have to drip your influence downwards to a bunch of middlemen, and you have to regulate them. Because if you want your plan to work, that's actually very calculated. Those people are employees.
And if you really break it down, the work that's entailed is people's time. They have to give up their own personal time.
Let's take it back to Inner Guardian's teachings, right? Money is not money.
Money's time.
A physical piece of cash, a number on the screen, that is a representation of an energy transfer. And what is energy? Our energy, our work, our attention, that is the expulsion of our essence. They are regulating the farming of our essence. So what I'm saying is, these people that we believe that are the offspring of the Phoenicians, the Venetians, the traders of Venice, the people that came out of the Caucasus Mountains, the Caucasians, not the Indo-European white people or the black or brown or red people of the earth, the Caucasians. And I'm probably getting in trouble for saying this. They are not who they say they are. They believe they are an external aperture to the branches of the human race. In the Bible, they were called the Edomites or the Canaanites, not the branches of Noah. Now, I'm not going to get into some race shit from the Bible, but what I'm going to say is those Jewish bankers are employees. They are what was called through history court Jews, and that's not racist or anti-Semitic. That's a historical term. The court Jews work for the nobility. The black nobility is behind the court Jews. The black nobility are the Phoenicians, the pharaohs.
Is that the top?
The aristocracy? No.
So
that's the secondary level.
Because the Canaanites, they're the cannibals. The ancient cannibals.
No, I'm summarising. Listen, I'm
cannibal.
theorising here and I'm summarising here. But
This is why we eat meat when we shouldn't. I eat meat.
Right, let me say this. There are people on this earth that have royal titles that don't own land, that don't have kingdoms. There are kings and queens on this earth and princes that have titles that you can't even imagine, and they don't have a kingdom to rule over, not a country. Like the Saxe-Coburg mafia, like the Dutch royal family, which they're all related. Those are, right, we hear about the Black Pope, and
this is getting
the Grey
really,
Pope.
really deep now.
Right.
I'm wearing the rabbit t-shirt. Yeah, go,
Because I'm talking about the physical representations of this parasitic force,
You
right?
should bring up the. You should share that.
Share the screen. Yeah, we need to share the screen. This is what we're talking about. We're talking about the black nobility bloodlines, the papal bloodlines.
And this is just another branch.
This is new.
This
to
is
me.
one branch
I
above
know about the
Rothschilds
Farnese.
and the
I
Rockefellers.
know the Farnese.
These are still not the real deal. These are still one level
the
above.
Borgias, that's something people would know of, and maybe a lot of people.
So let me read out these.
Aldobrandini.
Aldobrandini, Borgia, Breakspear, Chigi, Colonna, Conti, Este, Farnese, Medici, Orsini. Now Orsini is a big one.
Or the Medicis as well.
Let me just get rid of some of those graphics so we can see the other ones.
That's what Magic's just said, no?
Yeah. So these are what are called the papal bloodlines of the black nobility. These are the employers of the double R mafia. These are the bloodlines that own the Vatican, They own the ground the Vatican is built on. They own what's called the Holy See, the corporation
families that are
behind the
popes.
Vatican.
So who owns?
Yeah. These are the families that put.
So who
put
owns
the
these
emperors.
motherfuckers?
Well, then you would be talking about people that we've never heard of and people that might
So some
might
of
not be
these-
what we
some of
call
these
is fully
are
human.
famous popes. A lot of famous popes are these families.
Yeah, these are the families that put the popes and the emperors.
And the Borgias, a lot of people would know about the Borgias because there's a series about, well, a few series about.
And the Breakspears, most of the top people in entertainment are related to the Breakspears.
The Medicis and the Orsinis, they were very like gangster.
The Medicis and the Orsinis have had the black and the grey pope for the last 200 years.
And they're
Jesuits.
really
Yeah,
mafia,
these are the
mafia
people that
related.
own the Jesuits.
Which one's number 7?
Sorry?
Are these in numerical order?
No necessary order.
Oh, okay. No, I just wanted to figure out which one was.
Alphabetical. They're in alphabetical order.
The Farnese. Look at the Farnese symbolism.
So yeah, they are.
We've talked about
they
this
are
before on the show.
They are in an order.
Pentagon.
They're in alphabetical order on screen.
The unicorn.
I'm trying to remember which one. As far as I knew,
Number
it was
7's
the
Este. Number 7's Este, the
the
white
Orsini's and the Aldoberinis. One of them was behind Rosicrucianism and the whole farmer mafia. Like one of these families, I'm trying to remember which
So
one.
Rosicrucianism, I've studied very lightly.
So number 6 is the blackbird, and number 7 is the white bird.
I'm pretty sure it's the Medici family that's behind the whole of Big Pharma. It would make sense, Medici, medicine.
So that's So that's where the.
And
the
one of them was
spearing-
behind. One of them was basically.
So is this where the spearing's coming from? The Medici.
Yeah, but you're talking about like 10 different levels of secret societies that even get to the pharmaceutical companies.
Right. What if all these secret societies are having one big game, like an insurance-based game on humanity?
That's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, because insurance is a gamble, isn't it? It's a game.
When I used to go to a holiday park, there was this attraction where people would stand around this big dome, and inside there was like a fake horse race track with these mechanical horses, and it was made up like the Kentucky Derby or somewhere in the desert, like the Arabian Derby. And people would sit around and they'd pump money in, and they'd pump money onto their horse, and they'd hit the button to make their horse beat all the others, and they'd bet on it. There's actually quite a lot of money changing hands and thing at Butlins years ago. It's talking 20 years ago. It reminds me of what I think this realm might appear like to these people. They might back certain entities. They might back fascism,
Well, look at some of
Zionism,
these-
communism.
Look at some of these. So these flags, like the symbolism means stuff. So when Andy says like which one's in charge of which, so the first one that stands out is number 1. They got keys, shield, building. Every single thing on that has a symbolic meaning.
Aldebaran, Medici, and Orsini, they're
to
the
that.
3 main families
I'll add
on
to
this.
that. The confusion part of it is, for a lot of people, including myself, is that you have to know about correspondence. Unless you know, and Master Lee, you can talk a little bit about this, I'm sure. Unless you know about correspondence, you can't work out all the symbolism. And these look very old and very ancient. And you know, I'm a very juvenile student to the tarot deck, and you know that's ancient, and this probably predates that. Some of these graphics and symbols, you know, you have to know about correspondence and all sorts of stuff, including look at the first symbol. It's got look at all the individual dots on it. You have to count all of this shit and how many lines on everything, and it's literally everything. You
And
have
for
to know
anyone
about-
that's tuned in recently, the reason we're talking about this and the tipping point and what's going on right now is we're suggesting that it's not the banks or the fucking Schwab. These are the people that are behind what's going on. The people that we're looking at, Gates and Schwab, they don't
care about money, mate. Money's nothing to these people. These are well above that. These people are bored.
Oh yeah, to these people, money is completely meaningless.
Yeah.
It is literally only a way
So-
of extracting the essence out of the peasantry. They don't believe in money whatsoever.
Master Lee, can you? What's your take on this?
Well, yeah, you have to look at the symbolism of each and every one and then figure out what part they are to play. But it could also be distractions. So paying too much attention to the detail can also be problematic. In essence, you need to see or figure out what their actions are.
We have a new caller. Yeah, we have someone to join the chat. Mateus, let's just hold these thoughts and I'll call him. One sec. It is the call-in show tonight, guys. Mateus has just sent me a message on Skype. He's ready to chat for a few minutes. Welcome to Rise Above Live. Matthias, please don't say the C or the V word. How are you doing, mate? Hello? Matthias, you're on Skype. Can you hear us? He's there, but we can't hear him. Matthias, please unmute yourself. You're live on Rise Above, mate. No luck. Oh, well. It didn't work.
Sorry, caller. If you can sort your tech out.
Yeah, try again. We could
try
hear you
again.
calling. It's the nature of a calling show. So why are we showing these crests of papal bloodlines? We're suggesting that what's going on now is not necessarily being enacted by the surface level players, your Soroses, your Gates, etc., etc.
And do you know why? Because we know about them.
Yeah, they're just put on the stage. They're put on the stage for us to look at. Let's get back to my slideshow because I've actually got quite a lot.
There's going to be a level. There's going to be a level beyond these characters that you just put up. Just
Oh,
now.
absolutely. I'm saying that these are more like the high level management, and the Double R Mafia are actually middle management. This is always my assumption. And above those people that we just showed are the real, actual, physical owners of the realm, or this is what they believe. And those people, I do this on a daily basis. I can't name those people.
I'll argue these people, they're the ones with the knowledge of psyche. And they're the ones with the it's not your Boris Johnsons and all of those type. It's the ones above. Then the Rothschilds. It's the ones above. It's those people.
Yeah.
They're the dark occultists. They're the ones with the
Well,
they're the
they may
occultists.
not even be physical. They may not even be physical.
Do you want to elaborate on that, Lee?
Yeah, let's go there.
Yeah. So you're talking about what's beyond the beyond or behind what we can see. Well, if you keep that chain of thought going, then it's going to go to the non-physical.
Yeah, we're
talking
talking
about an NCP.
We're talking about non-human entities, I think.
I mean, where do you think the knowledge comes from? Where do you think it all comes from? The real knowledge of psychology.
The ether.
Does it come from the bottom up or the top down?
Well, we've spoke about this before when we've talked about domesticated pets, and I mean, I knew this before. Me and my partner have talked about this, about the idea that when you take a cat or a dog and you really love it like a member of your family, you actually help to raise its consciousness, and maybe when it will reincarnate, it will come up higher than a...
That's what the whole point of raise is. If you raise someone, raise a child, you raise their consciousness.
Earlier on, when he first joined the team, Inner Guardians put on the table the idea that maybe at some point in our evolutionary progression, we were the pets of a higher understanding life form, and we learnt from them. And we learnt to raise our consciousness out of being... Gosh. This is Terence McKenna's stoned ape theory. We were primates. We barely put a few sparks together, and then we ate some mushrooms. The mushroom was the teacher. Maybe it was the mushroom. Maybe it was a god. Maybe it was an extra-dimensional traveller that came down in a golden flying ship or a feathered serpent. There are many different ways of describing...
Yeah, I tend to go with that we're living in a self-contained consciousness machine or organic pod.
Oh, shit. Sorry, it was crackling magic, so I turned it off.
It's sorry to butt in. It's midnight, and I've got a tune called Midnight Request Line. I think we should play it.
Should we play some tunes? Because after this, we're actually going to join. We've got a caller, Matthias.
It's it's called Midnight Request Line. It's my remix.
All right, let's have a tune from Magix because we've been chatting for ages. And after the tune, we will have Matthias on the line, and we'll be back in the chat with Inner Guardians. Run that shit, Magix. Gone. Gosh.
A DJ long can jump it with the rhythm and a rhyme. The DJ long can jump it with the bad bass line. Bad bass line, bad bass line, bad bass, bad bass, bad bass line. I know with the mixing sound, 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 I know with the mixing sound. Yo, Magics. We have another caller. Big up, Magics. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, big up, everyone. Right, we had someone called Rennie calling us on Skype. Please call back. Answer it on audio only.
We're calling.
Oh, we're calling her. Let's turn it up. Okay, so we have another call-in guest. Rennie, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you, yeah.
All right, we can hear you too. So you're live on Rise Above. Please don't say the C word or the V word. What do you want to get off your chest?
I was just on your page and I've been banned for 30 days because there's some people on there and they're really not... What they're saying is just, it's bad, really. So I've tried to sort of put my point across, and I've been banned for 30 days. I feel really gutted.
So what have you been saying online that you've been banned 30 days for?
Well, they are just basically saying that all sorts of things about the V, saying that it's brilliant how it's been rolled out in the UK, and they're just sort of mocking underneath one of your posts.
Is this going on right now on Facebook, is it?
Yeah, and I've been banned for 30 days. I don't know what that. Okay, I used a few abusive words, I've got to admit. But in the end, I tried to be really reasonable, tried to be like, you know what I mean, tried to sort of not get to that stage. But in the end, I just sort of lost my temper and used a few abusive words. They deserved it.
We all try our best, but at the end of the day, when you're faced with people that are literally goading you and being like just denying reality.
Page under your post, and it's just it's really irritated me, and now I've been banned for 30 days again.
Well, I'm really sorry to hear that. We can't see that in the comment section. The comment section we've got here is possibly only coming from YouTube. I don't know if we've got any of the Facebook comments, but like I'm not surprised. There's a lot of people on Facebook that seems to be wanting to promote what's going on. They wanted to defend it. What from your opinion, like what the hell are they thinking defending what's going on?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't get what is going through people's heads. Seriously, like. My sister got strangled on a bus last Sunday because she didn't have a mask on. An old man got so irritated that she didn't have a mask on. He dived on top of her and strangled her. This is what the world's coming to now.
Wow, I had a similar story with an old school friend of mine, actually, which she's a female, and she was in a shop, and she got into nearly came to physical abuse when unless the shopkeeper, he jumped in with two older gentlemen and one girl just doing her shopping.
But imagine the mentality of physically abusing someone because they don't wear a mask. So you're mad with them because they're not wearing a mask because you're scared about being infected with the illness, right?
And that was it. That was it for her with the mask. Yeah.
So the person is not wearing a mask. You wouldn't want to go anywhere near them, surely, Renee, if you were scared of the illness.
You sat bothered, exactly. I've been escorted out of B&M. I went to Fareham to their B&M. And me and my mum and my kids and my sister got escorted out by the police because we didn't have masks on, and a man started going berserk, like leaning over the trolley, screaming at us, and one of the kids was in the trolley, and we said, look, what are you doing? And he started screaming at the security guard, shouting abuse. The police come, and that we was the ones that they escorted out, and they even sat and put on my car through their system and that to make sure it was all legit. And at the end of the day, we didn't do anything. We had a trolley full of stuff that we wanted to buy, and we're getting abused by people, and we get escorted out the shop. We just don't understand what's going on. The world has just gone nuts, and it's just like.
So let's get this right. When you've been approached, you told the security guard or whoever, we're exempt. We don't have to wear a mask because we're exempt. You've gone through the proper protocol, yeah.
Yeah, got the government thing up. Next thing you know, the police turned up and said we had to leave.
The thing is, the issue with that is that it is up to the shop's discretion whether they let...
Mate, it's not though, because if you're exempt and you follow the government guidelines...
It's not about that.
No, because...
So what they claim on the spot, I'm talking about on the spot, you can obviously take it to court. That's going to cost you a lot of money either way, right? But this is the thing. On the spot, what they justify it is with... It's up to the individual shop's discretion whether they let anyone in their shop... Let alone if they've got a mask on or not, is nothing to do with that. Whether if you look a bit shady, you can be not allowed to shop. Obviously, it's up to the person then that's being dismissed from the shop.
In the pre-Klein world, you couldn't enter any normal shop wearing a mask. Like in the Guardian says, you couldn't go to the bank wearing a mask. No one would let you in. Why would they let you in wearing a mask?
I completely agree. But this is their justification for the on the spot one. For the like you said, you had the police turn up to escort you, and I guarantee the police would say it's up to the shop's discretion whether they serve anyone or not. That's what they say, because I've seen videos of people trying to get on a bus.
That comes down to the ROAR, the right of admission reserved. However, right, and I'm sure you know this, Renee, if you've quoted it to him, if you reserve the right of someone's admission because you are discriminating them because they're wearing a mask, that falls under the UK Equality Act.
Of course, absolutely. But let's actually look at it. Take a step back and look at it. That's fine. then it's up to the individual to then proceed into through the courts.
Then it goes to court.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right.
It's the same as the police.
It's a he said, she said thing.
Let's talk about the police. What fucking good are the police? They don't prevent a crime. They turn up after it's been fucking committed.
Less than 5% of a policeman in their whole career will ever see a crime being committed with their naked eyes.
Exactly.
That's
yeah,
but apparently a statistic.
They don't. I'm not anti-police, but what I'm saying is they don't prevent a crime.
No.
They turn up after it's committed. The same as the shop can, in theory, commit a crime, and then it's up to the courts to sort it out afterwards.
Yeah.
Whether it's discrimination against mask wearing or disability or whatever is irrelevant. The shop has the right to refuse anyone.
That is technically true. And then it's for the court to decide whether you've been discriminated
I
against.
only know this because there was a barrister online who I follow on YouTube. I'll put the link in the show notes. And he talks about getting on the bus without a mask and getting in a taxi, and it is up to their. And the police turn up.
But this is
to
what
this
if
dude
I
on a
get a cab, right? When I order the cab, I say, listen, I'm exempt. I will not be wearing a mask. Please inform the taxi driver first, and if he has a problem with that, please go to the next taxi driver.
Yeah,
that's the way
cool.
that I approach it. Like when I flew to everywhere last year, I flew to 4 European countries. After I had the bad experience with the Swedish airline, of all airlines where Sweden don't want you to wear a mask, Swedish airlines were going to kick me off the plane. So next time I phoned them up, I said, listen, I have an exemption badge. In the UK, you can't get a doctor's note, as you know. They're not supposed to give you a doctor's note. I said, I have the sunflower badge. I'm coming on your airline. I will not be wearing a mask. I have an exemption that is medically, which is recognised by law. My exemption is recognised by law.
But the fact of the matter is, they can still refuse you, and if you choose to, then you can take them to court afterwards.
Well, this is what the Swedish airline pilot said.
I'm really sorry for your trouble and the issue you have this afternoon in the shop, and it is.
Well, yeah, it comes down to legally. It's the same old fucking lies. The same old parasite stuff.
It's down to the brainwashed shop staff. That's what it is. It's how brainwashed the shop. And I guarantee, if you go into a corporation, I'm talking UK, Tesco, Sainsbury's, anything like that, then they're going to be brainwashed.
Yeah.
That's why I shop in a local.
They're following orders, right?
Local
Rennie, let me ask you a
shops.
question. You're not far from us in Bournemouth. Are you on the south coast of UK, right? If I can hear your accent.
Yeah, I'm in Southampton. I've actually been to a show. It's you Lance, isn't ya?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've actually been to a boxing show that my husband owns a boxing gym, and you done a boxing show, and I was there.
SAS maybe.
1865 last year.
Yeah. SAS boxing, right?
No, it was Bids Boxing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I did another show for them guys there.
I was there. Yeah. So I know you saw you there, and then when I saw that you were sort of,
telling the truth,
promoting the same sort of thing as I do, I started following you, and I just follow all your posts and that, but it's just getting worse and worse. Like at my little girl's school, I have to go in one gate and leave out the other one and walk right round to get back to the car.
It's ridiculous.
It's just getting
pointless.
so
Are you outside all that time? Are you outside?
Yeah.
It's completely fucking ridiculous.
But let me ask a question. In the last week, Renee, right, since what happened on Monday, since what all us lot knew was going to happen, it was never going to reopen on Monday. Since that happened, and all the people have been believing the stupid lies.
On that note,
have you seen a difference in your mates, your family members, whatever, that were like on the COVID train? Have you seen a difference in anyone? Have you seen anyone start to ask questions since Monday? That's what the show's all about tonight.
I've seen a few people on my friends list on Facebook start to turn, because a lot of people deleted me and started unfollowing me and blocking me because of what I was posting. And I said, I don't care at the end of the day, as long as there's people there that do want to listen to it. I'll get a few that like my post and they're sort of on the same sort of wavelength as me. But I have started to see other people putting things up and thinking, hang on a minute,
penny's starting to drop maybe.
A few weeks ago, no. And I even said to my husband, things are starting to change now.
Renee,
looks like more people are waking up.
Can I ask, what is your husband's stance on what's going on? He owns a boxing gym, did you say?
Right. It's the same as mine, but he's just a little bit more low-key about it.
Okay. Is that because he's a business owner? Do you think he's a little bit more
people don't want to lose their livelihood, man?
I think he's a bit concerned about, some parents, when they bring the kids in, before they was a little bit paranoid in that. So now, we've,
well, that's the thing. You've got to be careful.
A boy come in the other day and he had a mask on, and my husband said to him, take that off. You don't need it in here.
Yeah.
You have to keep it a little bit more subtle. Take the mask off. You don't need it in here. You're gonna pass out. It's stupid. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
You can't say, you can't say, listen, it's all lies, take it off. You can't say that because then they tell other people and they think, oh no, it's not safe in there. So we do try and keep it really subtle, but he feels exactly the same and it's irritating. I mean, he's got boxers that have been training for shows and they're being cancelled. And I said to him the other day, imagine the people that are training, like for all these events, they keep getting cancelled, even people that are like booked in for weddings, and now
I've had shows and my wedding cancelled in the last year. I've had like 20, 30 shows cancelled last year. I've had shows next week and the week after cancelled.
I know five individual Muay Thai fighters at a high level which have had to have their shows cancelled because of Lord Potato Head's latest announcement.
Yeah, basically, unless you've got enough money to put your show, your boxing, your Muay Thai, your kickboxing, your MMA show, unless you've got enough money to put it on TV or sell enough money pay-per-view, you're finished at the moment.
Exactly, and it's just hard because, like I said, they've been training and then it got stopped, and now they've had to start training again, and it's just like it's just really it's just fucking with people.
So Renee, so exactly what you just said. Stop training, start training. Like, how long is it going to last? When's the tipping point for them? When do you think for the actual fighters themselves and their coaches, who keep getting told, right, you can train. Oh no, stop.
And starting, and and it's just like it is irritating because we see them training really hard. Like during the lockdown when he wasn't allowed to open, like they've had to go to like St Catherine's Hill in Winchester and run up and down the hill, sure. And and they're still trying to keep going, and it's not fair because they're getting. It's not just your body that you're doing it with; it's your mind. You're getting prepared for something. And then, oh no, you're not doing it. So then,
not everyone can move their business or their life online.
Everyone knows it's mind over matter.
Yeah, some people still need to live in the physical world. They still need to punch a bag. They still need to open doors. They still need to walk into a shop. They still need to interact with other people.
That's what keeps you healthy. It's more exercise in your mind and your brain. That's what keeps you healthy. Not putting a mask on your face and
depriving yourself of oxygen.
So much has been stolen from us. So much has been stolen from us. Our time, our attention, our ability and our opportunity to do what we normally do, to go out there, to experience the physical world. So much has been taken from us. Have we got a bad connection there? Reconnecting. There's a poor network. Oh, if we lose Renee, if we lose you, thank you so much. Like another person from the combat sports world, from the martial arts world. All of these sportsmen, all of these people.
Not all of them.
Not all of them. Oh yeah, we forget. In the Guardians, you're from the martial arts world. You're from the combat sports world. None of these people that are fighting at the top elite level are stopping. They're still fighting. But all of the people that are still professionals, that still actually...
Tyson Fury's not having it.
Yeah, well, no one is fooling Tyson Fury, mate.
No, they are not.
God bless that traveller spirit, mate.
Yeah, exactly. No one is... He's speaking out about it. He's not having none of it.
He was speaking out about that stuff in 2016, talking about the Z people and the R people,
yes,
and cultural Marxism and all of the things that I've got called a right-wing white supremacist for talking about, as if I'm a white supremacist. Come on, but yeah, it's like it doesn't wash with some people, but unfortunately, it almost washes with enough people for it to carry on.
What are we on here? 12:20. Are we going to start to wrap the show? Have we got anyone else?
Only 4 hours 49 minutes. I know you've got a taxi. I'm
saying, have we got anyone else scheduled?
Well, hey, who's this calling right now?
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, it's Word Nerd. Except, welcome, Word Nerd. Yeah. So if anyone was calling, we're only at 4 hours 50 minutes.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Last time I checked, this was a 6-hour show.
Have we got anyone else actually scheduled?
Yeah. So right. So In the Guardians is on the panel. Magix is still not asleep in the corner, which is good.
But he's not.
No, that's bad. That's covietism. Turn that off. We get some bad signals there. Turn that off. So imagine, right, In the Guardians, you've been in the combat sports world, where people rely on dates, on training, on deadlines. The amount of expended energy, essence, wasted emotion, wasted everything. When are we ever going to get that back?
Word Nerd, are you there?
Hey, what's up, guys? I can see you and everything. Magic's still awake, is he?
Mate, that is some crackly business.
No, that's not. No, it doesn't work.
That is some crackly business.
Sorry. in the Guardians, how much essence has been wasted? Where are we going to get reparations for everything that we've already expended?
Well, you can't get back time. You can get back money. You can get back all kinds of things. But you can't get back time.
Message him. Yeah, it's irreplaceable.
Yeah.
No. Everyone can hear you, mate. Yeah, we can hear you. No,
Okay.
You can't replace it. It's the time has been expended. It can only be an attempted compensation, a token gesture, with what? A paycheck, some UBI, some furlough.
Well, this is one of the crimes that people are not really accounting for, is how much time has been lost, from your existence from the last 15 months.
Well, the amount of time and effort I've expended on this is like, I can't even count it. It's how many hours in a year? How many hours in a month? I don't know if it's hundreds or thousands of hours that I've expended on this, because I don't know what else to do when this is happening and unrolling around me and literally stealing all of the avenues which I usually positively spend my essence on, i.e. music, performing, entertaining, my combat sports MCing career,
spiritual
and
growth.
I'm speaking for myself, my spiritual growth. Yeah, but I tell you what, I've gained spiritual growth through Rise Above. Let's be real.
We all have.
This has not been negative. Like
this is forced.
Right. As we're approaching the final sector of the show, let's end with the way that we ended last week, and we got a lot of positive comments about the way that we wrapped up the show. And we're not wrapping up yet. We've got an hour left. Last week we were looking to solutions. We were looking to ways to mentally fortify ourselves to step to the side of what's coming. Because physically, if what their plan rolls out, there's possibly not a way that we can stop it physically. And In the Guardian spoke about this last week, and maybe it's not so much about the final resort of saying, yeah, if they eventually lock me up, I can meditate, or I can build my metaphysical vehicle. That's the final resort. There are certain other ways that we can...
Not if you've got the Schwab tech in you.
yeah, that's not going to happen when you've got the nanotech in you.
They can control your mind.
I've got a lot more. Let's go back to my slideshow, because when it comes to the Greta Reset and the Schwab tech...
Sorry, Lars, just to add to that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Open platform now.
In personal protection, we have a model called the tactical arousal control. Okay, and that's all about relaxation, being able to relax under pressure. And this is a very important thing that everybody can do. Okay, so there's certain things we can't do, but there's a lot of things that we can do. And there's a few things, I'll just name them. Those things like meditation, self-hypnosis. Okay, it's very important, self-hypnosis. Visual imagery, biofeedback. Working on the relaxation responses. Now, it sounds complicated, but actually it's not. We're actually born naturally to live with those mechanisms in place.
Sorry, I didn't mean to press that button. That was a mistake. Carry on.
So these are some of the areas that people should be looking into right now. Definitely meditation and muscular relaxation. Because I guarantee you a lot of people are suffering from chronic tension, and from chronic tension that gives you lack of ease, and with lack of ease you get disease.
Well, imagine the build-up of disease frequencies that have been broadcast to us over the last, 16th or 17th month now? Let me get rid of this.
Yeah.
It's flashing.
Says.
Sorry, I just need to get rid of that Lord Schwab. I hit the button, it needs to fulfill the sequence. Yeah, so imagine over the last 16 months, right? All of this negativity that's been broadcast to us. And we've already said that we are receivers and transmitters.
All the loosh.
There. They don't just harvest our loose, they want us to project their reality on their behalf. Imagine all of that.
Yeah, so as an example with self-hypnosis and visual imagery. Now, what is the pictures that you have in your mind? What visions are you having throughout all of this? Now, as an example, with Friday Night Rise Above, we talk about a lot of the stuff that obviously we don't want to think about all the time. We talk about the denying force, we expose the denying force, but we also act as a conscious shock. That conscious shock doesn't mean to say that you stay shocked. It's to shake you out of your apathy into a higher level of consciousness, where you can start to create your own mental imagery or psychological imagery or self-hypnosis, biofeedback, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
So the rest of the week, start doing your own thing, visualizing your own way, what you want to vision.
Start conceptualizing the reality that you want to make manifest.
Sure, yeah.
Can I just say, on that note, 2.5 years ago, I asked the universe on my own, very quietly, but I spoke it to the world. Spoke it.
What did you say?
I spoke it into existence. And I said, by the summer of this year, I wanted to live in the forest.
What, the summer of 2021?
That's what I said in 2 years' time.
There you go.
I asked it and I spoke it into the universe, and I've just moved into a house in the forest.
Do you think that would have ever happened if you hadn't have
It
made it manifest by spoken word first?
I'm not a subscriber to the sun cult. I'm not a Christian. I don't subscribe to any religion. But in the Bible, it does say it was spoke into existence. The world was spoken into existence.
In the beginning.
In the beginning, yeah.
In the beginning, there was word. Consciousness pervades matter.
So
before I ever got into any of this shit, before I even thought about there was creation, when I was still pretty much an atheist, when I first, and at this point I had been to the other side through Dimitri and through shamanic practices. When I first heard the term that consciousness pervades matter, it was like a profound moment to me, and it actually took me quite a long time to unpack that. And only through the urban shamanism, let me call it that I used to practice. And I'm going to talk about that soon on my missus's podcast. On Evelyn's podcast, I'm going to go deep into DMT. She's going to interview me about that. I don't talk about it on here. I want to separate it. But
you've mentioned it.
Yeah, but I haven't gone in. I've barely scraped the edge of the rabbit hole. I haven't told you anything about what happened to me. It's crazy. But I realised that consciousness does pervade matter. Thought must come before the form.
It does.
Thought must by default come before the form, because to conceptualise the form, you've got to think about it.
I'll tell you.
Right,
Go on, Marcel. Go on.
Right. So this is the tipping point. This is the critical mass. So, for instance, the people that are going along with all this, they're of the inclination that matter, consciousness comes out of matter. Those that can see through this will be those that have consciousness and then matter.
Imagine thinking that consciousness comes out of matter. That's crazy to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm being
Yeah, but this is the cause and effect. So you're either the cause or the effect. Now, what
the creator
would be
or the reactor? Yeah, you've put it like that before. Are you a creator or are you a reactor?
So what would be the desired reality for the controllers?
Constant reaction. Only reaction.
Yeah.
No creation. No creators.
So
only
it's
reaction.
the media.
But they can convince you or anybody that consciousness comes from matter. If they control matter, which they do for the most part, that means they can control consciousness. But if you focus your first principles on your own consciousness, then you cannot be controlled. It's as simple as that.
Hold on. Say that again. If you concentrate your own consciousness... Wait, please repeat yourself.
Right. So if you place your attention on your own consciousness, then you can be a creator. If you place your consciousness on matter, which is for the most part orchestrated,
which
and the
they
matter
control, which is externally controlled.
Yeah, that means that your consciousness will be controlled because you'll become the effect, not the cause.
This reminds me.
External.
Right? That ideologically, this reminds me of a quote which came from the documentary which first started me very shortly after 9/11 on this journey, and it's something that they've come to which I actually reject. But it's called Zeitgeist, and everyone knows about Zeitgeist. But in the very first episode of Zeitgeist, which is roughly 3 hours long, I must have watched it 10 times. 20 years ago, they said something. Those who accept authority as truth, rather than truth as authority, are the reason that we're in the world we're in today.
Correct.
And so I'll repeat that. Rather than accepting the truth as authority, They've accepted authority as the truth. And Zeitgeist, for all of its shortcomings, one thing it does very well is it deconstructs the narrative and it applies some level of trivium to all of the things that we've been taught, whether it's the astrological aspects of Christianity.
It's fairly old now, no?
It is very old. It is very old. But for me and for many people in my generation, after the 11 fell, that was the thing when everyone was going,
the two pillars.
Holy shit, that's not real. There's no way that can be real. We've got so many questions. We've got so many questions about the answers. And then Zeitgeist comes along.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, if you stopped on Zeitgeist, you would have been seriously...
The first one I was introduced to was Zeitgeist, A World Without Money. That was the first one.
Well, I'm going to say Zeitgeist went on to 4, 5, and 6, and then it started talking
I've seen the rest, but that was the first one.
Resource-based economy, which is, guess what? That's luxury space communism. So Zeitgeist, in my opinions, went well off the rails when it started talking about everyone's got to share their resources from the AI central hub.
Yeah.
That's
communism.
That is Green Deal, Jeremy Corbyn, UN
Joe
Agenda
Biden, loving, yeah.
So I exited there. I took the first teaching, and like Inner Guardian says, right, this is the path of the syncretist, this is the path of the polymath. You can take any piece of information, whether you can say it's been corrupted or not. If you can say that it's been corrupted, maybe you can identify it. But if you can extract the authentic piece of information from that, which is valuable for your progression, then that's the act of the syncretist. And that's what I look at Zeitgeist as, because everything after that...
So remember, it's truth is greater than being right. So a syncretist, by definition, you have to acknowledge being wrong.
Yeah, you have to know how wrong you can possibly be before you can get to the truth. And this is what I've always said, it's more important to get to the truth. It's not about being right.
They're the most powerful words, mate. I was wrong.
I was wrong about Q. I was wrong about the Great Way. I was wrong about Trump. Whatever. I don't care about being wrong. All I care about is the fucking truth, mate.
That's it.
Yeah, just bringing it back to what we were talking about a minute ago. So this is how you bring all of that into direct realism. So if we take the government as an example, what was the origins of the government?
Well,
it was to protect the people, wasn't it? We got them to protect us. Same with the police. Yeah?
Yeah, they were appointed. They were appointed.
We pay them to protect us.
Yeah, same as the military.
Yeah, okay. Now, they've managed somehow, over a period of time, to invert that. So they're now controlled. Well, they think that they control us, and they tell us what to do. They should be acting on behalf of what the people want and
they
need.
should be our inner guardians. They should be our appointed stewards of our safety. Yet they.
What do you think happens when we vote? I mean, what is democracy? It's based on that we choose who represents us for our protection. But we don't see that.
Who is in charge of the UK military? Who's the top dog? Who's the number one motherfucker
Crown
out
Corporation.
there? Yeah, and who's in charge of that? Who's the top one who signs the paper? Who is the motherfucker in charge?
There'll be one person that is the one gopher in between the top level of the MOD and the Crown Corporation. I don't know who that person is. And I don't know what the term. I mean, in the Guardians, you have a military background. I come from a military family. I know how the MOD works, and I know how how all soldiers, whether you're a Royal Marine, you're the Navy, or you're a you pledge your allegiance to the Queen.
So we don't know the top motherfucker's name, but we know he exists. Right?
There'll be a field marshal, and then he'll have his intern, which will be the intermediary with past the MOD to the Crown Corporation. That's how it all works.
Okay, right. So I will assume that this motherfucker is pretty busy. Okay, but still, he rests his head somewhere. I'm not saying he's not protected. Of course he is, because he's very high up and important in the make-believe world of government and authority. But he still rests his head somewhere, right? So, again, instead of people marching around London and getting pissed in Hyde Park, not that that's not a good representation of the numbers that are not buying this shit, but wouldn't it be better off if a large percentage of those people turned up where this guy sleeps and said, can you please help us? You work for us. We're civilians. You're in the military. Can you please sort this shit out?
Right, I'm going to say
Is that
something.
not,
From the way
would
that, from
not
my,
be
from
a
my
lot-
understanding
I'm
of
saying,
secret
would that not be a
societies-
bit more productive than walking around London, or is that not
Hey,
somebody we should be
could-
looking at to help us?
I could think of 1,000 things more productive than walking
I'm
around
just-
London saying,
I'm just
stand up,
asking-
take your freedom back.
Back to first principles. This guy is in charge of the military, which is in turn in charge of protecting us. Therefore, shouldn't we be asking this motherfucker to
Right,
help us
let me
out?
tell you,
as
anyone
civilians?
at that level, of the
It's
highest
a
level...
chain of command.
Well,
It's a chain of
that's what I'm saying. So this should we not bypass the police because they're not helping us and go a little bit higher up the chain of command?
You would love to think that there are still people in the military that are still genuine people that haven't sold
That's
themselves
what I'm getting at.
to some minor aspect of a lodge,
This isn't
a secret
this isn't
society,
a strange
or a cult.
concept, surely.
But
for
let me tell you
anyone to
one thing.
grasp.
Let me tell you one thing. If there's one person in the military that has sold their soul to a lodge, a secret society, or a cult, it will be that one person that is the intermediary between the MOT,
Agreed.
MOD,
However,
and
if-
the and the Crown Corporation.
However, if 2,000 or 200,000 people turned up at his fucking doorstep, can he really hide?
What's the point? You could take him out and he'll get replaced with
No, I'm
another
not saying
horizontal-
take him out. I'm saying, look, mate, you need to help us out. If he doesn't, what the masses
Right.
will then.
Right, in a
like,
Guardians-
that's surely the last resort
In a Guardians,
before a riot.
You have military experience. You know about compartmentalized knowledge. You
Yeah.
will know that you'll have your grunts, your officers, your commissioned
Well,
officers, your non-commissioned officers. You'll have
chain
your
of
generals.
command.
You have your chain of command and secret
Yeah.
societies and Knights of the certain thing and Knights of the Garter, and they will infect those chains of command like every other chain of command within law, within
I'm not
medicine.
saying the guy's not infected with the parasite, but what I'm saying is he has to hide
Well,
to
I'm
the
not-
masses and pretend that he's not infected. But if the masses revolt and turn up at his doorstep saying, "Listen, mate, you should
On a
be
mundane
working for
level-
us," what's he
on
going to do?
Right,
on a mundane level, they swear allegiance to the Queen,
Yes,
and that's it.
on a mundane
That is-
level.
Yeah.
And what's the Queen's responsibility to take care of the people?
Let me just interject.
Is that
Do you
correct?
think that privates in the infantry, in the artillery, in the Royal Marines, a Royal Marine at a basic Green Beret level, swears the same Pledge of Allegiance as someone at the top level of
No,
MI5,
not at all.
MI5, MI6, and the British Secret
Not at
Services?
all.
They have, in my opinion, when they pledge their allegiance to the Queen, their allegiance to the Queen could mean a much, much different thing to someone that is pulling an SA-80 out of their holster, and you know, it's different levels.
Yeah.
I see Inner Guardian's making some notes there.
Yeah, I'm just writing down something. I wanted to mention about Eric Clapton.
Yes.
I'm not sure if you mentioned.
Right, I would love to play the clip of Eric Clapton, but we would get a strike. And I'll tell you what, I showed it to my mum and dad today. My dad is a massive Eric Clapton fan. He grew up in the Northeast. He loves people like Sting, Eric Clapton. And I showed a 30-second clip, and Eric Clapton basically said, "I had the procedure. It shook my immune system around like a bull in a china shop, something to this effect. My hands were numb for 2 weeks. I thought I might never play the guitar again. I was taking painkillers to go to sleep, and now apparently he still has some effects. And apparently now, since he's spoken out, Eric Clapton has been attacked by people in the mainstream media, by
Of course,
not fans but regular people hassling him. Even if he can play guitar again, he might never play again because of he's speaking out. Wow. I mean, what can you say? Someone who gets bigger than Eric Clapton? Who is a bigger
It's old school,
guitarist?
mate.
Who is a bigger guitarist in modern contemporary music than Eric Clapton, or I don't know who else?
Another one.
Right.
Van Morrison as well. Oh, okay, yeah. Van Halen is another leading.
Right, how about this? Right, I'm going to throw a spanner in the works, as I do. Right, remember, I never get invited to parties.
There must be shit parties.
Right.
I wouldn't want to go anyway.
No, I'm not saying this is fact. I'm just throwing it out there. What if some of these celebrities maybe put up deliberately to speak out and then visually shown to be incapacitated by the backlash? Wouldn't that be a great motivation for others not to speak out?
Oh, mate, that's just
That's
another.
deep.
That's just another level of fucking dark occultist inversion. So, what are you trying to suggest that those individuals could be complicit and actually in knowing of what they're doing,
That's
or they're
fairly-
just getting sacrificed?
That's fairly single level manipulation. Though I do agree, it's very possible, and it is absolutely probably happening.
What, so if we're trying to postulate that some of these celebrities, A-list, B-list, C-list, are actually be given a placebo saline procedure, but then they might pick someone. Maybe pick someone that hasn't quite played game or ball enough over the decades, like, say, Eric Clapton. And they don't give them the placebo. And they do get numb hands. And then they just put them out in front of the media to show all of the other A-list, B-list. Imagine if we didn't allow you to have the placebo. If you don't play ball, next time you won't get the placebo. We'll give you the real one. You'll get the real procedure that the peasants get. We gave it to Eric Clapton. Look what happened to him. The greatest guitarist in contemporary music. He couldn't feel his hands for 2 weeks. You want that to happen to your mouth? Mariah Carey?
Yeah.
What's one of the greatest mechanisms of control? It's the media, it's the entertainment industry. Yeah?
Of course.
Because it definitely goes into the subconscious. I mean, you could say the news, but that's a very sort of conscious thing. The subconscious is going to be the music and arts.
Of course, because that's the first stage.
Why would they not? Why would they not take care of that aspect if that's their number one tool or weapon?
I mean, we could
postulate.
Go on.
No, I'd say that there's already layers been implanted into this whole rollout of using the entertainment industry.
Totally agree, mate. On multiple different levels.
And they're going to be very good at it. If they're entertainers and actors, they're going to be very good at it.
Yeah, and anyone that's not very good at it, anyone that doesn't play ball, well, they'll be the ones that are the fall guys, maybe the patsies, maybe the sacrificial lamb. You know?
It's early days. This is like it's very early days with this whole, literally the procedure that's unrolling. It's very early days. I mean, I keep hearing reports. I mean, I don't know, but we're looking at 3 to 4 to 5 years.
Yeah.
For the real impact.
Yeah, and I think now because we've developed this code Bible, we can actually speak about this a little bit better. And what you just said there, I think, is very poignant because from my discernment, out of all of the shit that I read, and people can't believe how perverse my mind is when I inhale this information and I try to process it. From what I understand is, if this stuff about the BA pilots and all of these people that are having these cardiac incidents and these blood clots at the moment are anything to do with the procedure, then this is not actually what we're looking at. What we could be witnessing now is actually just secondary or tertiary allergic reactions. And the actual coming incident will be this coming winter, or potentially the next winter, or maybe 2 or 3, or maybe a fucking generation after that. Because when this David Icke protein has actually lodged itself successfully in the lymph nodes, the pancreas, all of those systems of the body that have so many different meanings, so many different effects, we don't even know what's going to happen. Because people have called it the psychotoxic storm. That's what old Jojn is talking about, and those people on that Dark Horse podcast that got taken down last week, including the inventor of the mRNA technology. Andy PG, thank you very much. We'll see you next week, brother. We're going to go on a little bit longer. We started late this week. I don't care. Mrs. Rise Above is not here this week. We can carry on. So, the inventor of the mRNA technology was on a podcast with Brett Weinstein. Did you hear about this in The Guardians?
No.
It's called the Dark Horse podcast, and it was on YouTube until this week. Until he had the inventor of the mRNA technology on, talking about the implications of their miscalculations with the David Icke protein. Right? Now, obviously, my code words here are strong. But if this is true, what we're seeing now is just a precursor for... Do you remember that document earlier on about the mass body bag incident that was being put out? Holy shit, man.
Yeah.
I mean, if 10%, if 20% of this stuff that we're postulating here comes to fruition, we're talking about a big death event. Because I've seen those documents from Wales, Scotland. Someone showed me a same document, a same tender for Cornwall and Devon. That one's for London. Each one starting in 2021, each one ending in 2025. And like the more I'm saying this, I just feel like the ultimate doom-monger. But when I put all these pieces of the puzzle together, it's just all pointing towards one thing, that like, at least they believe that they are going to cull us.
Terrible situation.
Yeah. Hey, I'm sorry. I'm just letting my mind run there because it's twilight time at Rise Above now. You know. And we've developed the right code and the right lingo to be able to talk about this, hopefully without being taken down now. But,
maybe the censorship will start taking the gist of things.
Well, mate, I'm not surprised because I tell you what, the last 5 or 6 videos I had taken down last week, they barely mentioned V. 2 of them were Pizzagate videos. That was bullying harassment. I've got the feeling that the algorithm could pretty much probably be readjusted to do whatever they want. And you've said it before, Any Guardians. There's going to become a point where they just come for us and they just take us down.
Hey, what about this phenomenon that when you're on Facebook, say on your smartphone, and making a controversial post,
okay, here we go.
You check it, the spelling looks good. Check it again, spelling's fine. Just about to post it, and you think,
I thought this was just me. I thought this was just me. Mate, I look back at my post and some of the words are spelled backwards. I'm thinking, right, I listen, I'm not boasting here. I went to a grammar school. I have an A-level education. I have a degree. I know how to fucking spell words. When I look back at some of my posts, okay, I've got big thumbs. If I hit the key next to it, I can understand that. But when the misspelling is from a key that's not where my thumb hits, right? I don't misspell words, man. I might mis-thumb them, but I don't misspell them. So I'm down with this theory that there could be something in the algorithm that is going and editing people's posts to make them look dumb.
I've noticed it the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, because you didn't highlight this. It was actually Mickey Miller, an MMA fighter, or someone. No, not Mickey. Ethan. Someone said, your post has got a really shit spelling mistake. Correct that, or people will think you've got a low IQ. Or maybe it's the algorithm. I'm going to be honest. I post things at a high rate. Sometimes I see something and I have to instantly post it before my attention goes elsewhere. But I noticed it this week, looking back. And I've done some Rise Above posts. I always check through. When I do a Rise Above media post, I check it through. And they were badly spelt.
I mean, it sounds like a reach, but, think about it. It's completely not. It's kind of no, because you've got the word correction system, and it normally works in your favor. But all of a sudden, but also, like, for instance, if I post something about a puppy or something, I get like 100% spelling correct.
Oh, here's a good one. Did anyone notice I posted that video about me just having a day off from doing what I normally do and going out on the boat? Right? I posted a video about going out on the boat and having a break from Rise Above. It only got 500 views, not that many. It had 6 times as many dislikes as my most controversial video. So imagine a video where I'm laying everything on the table. I'm saying the most controversial fucking thing I could ever say about the Soviet Union. I'm calling out people taking the spearage. I'm calling out people defending this. I'm saying the most controversial thing. The most dislikes I get is 1 or 2 on 2,000 views. I post a video of me going out on a boat and enjoying time with my family and having a break in the organic biosphere. And out of 500 views, it got 6 dislikes. I showed this to my brother. I said, what do you think it is? He goes, well, look at it like this. All of your other videos are probably shadow banned because of what you're talking about. So this video has actually probably got more genuine views than the others. And there are just haters out there. No, I'm stuck at home. He's on a boat. But I just found it very strange. I could literally call people cowards, spineless cuckolds to their face in a video. I get 1 dislike. A video on a boat, nothing about the Soviet Union, 6 dislikes. Definitely the algorithm, for sure. Chop the Dog says 33 dislikes. Yeah, let me know if you saw that video. I'm sure they're lying about that. So anyone else calling in? I think we've exhausted all the callers. Well, it's certainly been interesting. Some of the things we've heard from people calling in, like the care worker, that was harrowing. Another Eastern European. We have so many Eastern European people in Bournemouth. It's great. I fucking love the Eastern European people in Bournemouth. It's like they're not having any of it. I see people walking around in the supermarkets, no mask. Polish? Yep. Now, thank you to everyone that's called in tonight. Magix, you got some more tunes? Play us that for a bit. Play some tunes, and then if we get any more callers, we'll wrap it up in a minute. Rise above, everyone.
Rise above.
Rise above, generate.
Matthias, can you hear us? Hello, Matthias, can you hear us? I can't hear you, brother. Matthias, can you hear us?
Yes.
Yes.
You guys hear me?
Can you hold the line, mate? Just stay there and let Magix play some tunes. We'll chat to you in 5 minutes. Hold the line,
Beautiful.
mate. Big up Mateus. He's coming up next on the chat. One more tune for Magix. Big up Inner Guardians back. Fade out the music in a sec. There, what's that? Yes, Magic. Rise Above on a Friday night, hang tight with the regulars. Shit, I've almost run out of alcohol. Trying to stick to 4 drinks tonight. 5-hour stream, 4 drinks, reasonable. I'd never drink apart from on Rise Above. I'm not lying either. Right, we've got a guest coming up in any second now, Mateus. Just meeting Inner Guardians on the chat now. Alright, Magix, big up.
Let me know when you're going to close out, because I've got a couple of positive things to say.
Okay, we've got like another 20 minutes. What time is it? 1 o'clock? Yeah, we'll go to 1:30, mate. We'll go to 1:30. Oh, last one from Magix. Last one. Hold on, Mateus. Hold on. This one, original Magix production. Listen, Rise Above original. Awesome sound, Magix. Hold tight, Mateus. Thank you for waiting. It's always one more with my DJs, you know that. Is that Sizzler?
Sizzler.
You got the Sizzler remix, right? Big up Magix. Thank you very much, brother. All right, okay, right. We have to say hello to our next call-in guest, Mateus. Mateus, welcome to Rise Above. Please don't say the C or the V word. You are live. Welcome to Rise Above, mate.
What's going on, guys? You hear me?
Yes, we can hear you great. Where are you calling in from, Mateus? Say whatever you like.
Area of a classified location in the tri-state area. New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania.
East
Eastern
Coast
Standard Time.
US, yeah. East Coast US. Let's keep it that general.
Am I echoing?
No, you're not echoing.
I'm watching you guys on my computer, and I'm talking through my phone through the Skype app. So this is a little.
No, you're not echoing. Treat it like a normal phone call. You sound perfect. We haven't got the problems of restream. You're directly to the Queefmaster Pro, mate. Right. So you're from tri-state area, East Coast US. You are living under the same restrictions we are, more or less. What is your opinion? Are we reaching the tipping point? Are people starting to wake up yet? What's going on, man?
Oh man, I'd like to think so, but I'm not seeing it. Oh, now I'm not hearing you guys.
No. We're still listening. There's no feedback. If it goes quiet, we're still hearing you, mate. So you're not feeling it. No one's waking up in your area.
You know what it is. You know what it is. I think. I guess we're not.
Yeah, you can't hear the stream. Just forget the stream. Imagine you're in a personal phone conversation.
You know what? I'm gonna turn
mate.
my monitor off because
turn the monitor off, mate.
Distracting me.
Yeah. Imagine you're in a personal phone conversation with me. Everyone can hear you perfectly, mate. So we just want to hear what it's like in your neck of the woods, in your area of the Soviet Union. Like what's going down, man?
You know, it just doesn't feel.
Oh shit, we lost him. Right, Mateus, please call back just as you got it right. Mateus.
That was going to be a good call.
No, there you are. Right, you're still cool. Right, so what are you hearing and feeling in your area? Oh no, what's going on? Right, audio.
Get him back.
Yeah, he's back. Right, Mateus, you're back.
Beautiful. You guys can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please carry on, mate. Tell us your story from your area of this crater. Let us know.
Yeah, I just completely took my headphones off. Now it's literally a phone call.
Yeah, that's
I got the
fine,
phone
mate.
in my ear and everything.
Yeah, sounds perfect, mate. Carry on.
Beautiful. So what were we saying?
Yeah, I mean, what's your experience? I mean, are you seeing any change in the consensus reality of the normies? Are you seeing, because in the UK, right, the denying force right now is pushing us hard, and people seems to be changing their mind. What are you seeing, man?
Man, I'd like to be positive, but I see people, they seem more unconscious. I see people gaining weight. I don't know if that has to do with the vaccine or whatever's going on.
Swear word. No V words, please, Mateus. Call it the spirit.
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Everyone's done it so far. Call it the procedure.
Yes. The mark of the beast.
Yeah, that's fine. That won't get us taken down.
Is that good or that's not good?
No, the mark of the beast is fine. Like, that's the crazy thing. You can say the most controversial thing, like, this is literally the satanic mark of the beast. That's absolutely fine. But when you say that V word, holy shit, the algorithm absolutely jumps on us, mate.
Oh, I can only imagine. I'm terribly sorry about that.
It's okay.
And I'm also sorry about my technical ineptcies. I don't know if that's a word.
Mate, if you've watched Rise Above, you can see how many technical issues we have week after week, whether it's our fault or
I'm
it's
not
the
very
denying force.
tech-savvy.
Don't worry, brother. Don't worry.
But, here I am, finally talking to you guys.
So are you under pressure on a day-to-day basis when you're going out and you're going to work, you're interacting with your friends and family, like you're trying to, retain your sovereignty, not wear a muzzle on your face. You obviously don't want to get speared, I assume. I mean, are you facing like a big resistance? Are you feeling it difficult to interact in the world at the moment?
Well, I think most people just think I'm a lunatic at this point.
Wow.
Because I only speak the truth. I only dabble in, what resonates with me. I don't want to say that's the truth. I feel that to a certain degree sounds ignorant, especially from, someone like me who, I'll admit, I was not awake prior to what's going on right now.
Oh wow, okay, mate. So let me get this right.
So
I'm saying before 2020,
20 months awake.
Wow. Do you know what? You're exactly the type of people we want to speak to, because are you saying that, like, do you reckon this was the catalyst when they rolled this shit out? This is what finally put your little pieces of the puzzle together that you might have picked up before and said, "Holy shit, there's an elephant."
Well, all right. So I'm 25 years old. I would say I was kind of a psychonaut for a decade prior to
me too.
This all occurring. Yeah, a decade prior to all this occurring, but a massively asleep one. And this whole what's going on right now.
So for the uninitiated, mate,
at the beginning of it, I believed that I bought into the fear mongering for a few weeks until it just got ridiculous, and I was like, whoa. Took a step back and really just immersed myself in rabbit hole after rabbit hole, and
let me rewind
lots of disinformation.
You said you're a psychonaut, right? To people that don't know what that means, what is your definition of a psychonaut? Because I know what it is. Explain it to people.
Well, I mean, I probably shouldn't have used that term because
there's nothing wrong with it. I just want you to explain it for people that don't understand.
It basically consuming entheogens and aerocyclohexylamines, other disassociatives, and basically any, I guess, thing that plays with your frequency baseline, whether it's if we're talking entheogens, rising it, or something like phencyclidine or ketamine, would probably lower your frequency. I don't know if I'm correct about that, but
psilocybin, you've experimented with that before, yeah?
Oh, thoroughly.
And the spirit molecule, Demetrius.
Yes, not ayahuasca. No,
not ayahuasca. No, me neither. I've
no,
always
just
been a Western shaman.
Just freebase powder.
Yeah, me too.
I guess
yeah.
What do they call it? HCI, HCl, or something like that. And dimethyltryptamine, HCI. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Whatever they call it.
So let's summarize.
There's different consistencies of the salt or whatever. Yeah. I'm sorry, what?
But your experiences with those previous to what happened, you think might have laid some sort of foundation for you to, although you hadn't maybe looked into this stuff before, your experience with
I was a little more prone to this being the final icing on the cake or kicking my ass to waking me up, as opposed to some other normies, I guess. I mean, I was a normie, not even 2 years ago. I still feel I listen to you guys sometimes and I'm like, whoa, I got a lot of studying to do.
Well, mate, listen, it's not a pecking order and it's not a competition, but at the end of the day, I've said from day one, when this first happened, I first of all feel mostly for people that are still complete, as we say, normies that are living through this. But I say to some people, like, if you first had your epiphany or your awakening moment in the middle of this stuff, because what you got to remember is, for people like myself who've been into this for 20 years, or Inner Guardians for 40 years, right? When we first had our inkling that there was something more to the game, there's a deeper meaning to this game. Let's do the Westworld analogy, yeah? When we first had that inkling, yeah, it was actually quite difficult, and even for me, it was at the burgeoning of the internet culture. I had to really go and search out these certain websites and these certain people to learn this information. For someone like Inner Guardians 20 years before me, maybe before the internet, you had to go and find a teacher.
Oh, yeah.
You had to actually go and physically find a teacher, someone that had the scriptures, someone that had the knowledge. And for people that are doing it 20 years before that, you had to go to another part of the world, and you had to find a mystery school. So, like, it's amazing because I've met people that have actually woken up at your stage when this happened, the ultimate catalyst, yeah? If you didn't have a catalyst before, and it's no judgment, if you didn't have a catalyst before, everything was fine. This catalyst came. I've met people that have had this catalyst, and they're literally fucking like seers. It's crazy because they're standing on the shoulders of all of these giants that have come 20, 40, 60 years before. And then they've got the ultimate tool of gathering knowledge and disseminating knowledge. It's the internet. And it's absolutely crazy. In the Guardians, I think we had a conversation like this the other day. It's like there are people that have really sort of latched onto this quickening of the consciousness, and we've talked about it.
Yeah. Before the internet, there was inner tuition or intuition.
Wait a minute.
So
inner tuition is intuition. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, that was before the internet.
Green language again.
Yeah, it's a shame Andy missed this.
Yeah, Matthias, it's great to hear from someone that's literally been, what I would call it, being dipped in at the deep end of the swimming pool. You haven't put your toes in the paddling, and you've just gone dive straight into the deep end in 2020, man.
It makes me wonder, if I was older before the internet, would I have, been motivated, I guess you could say, to wanna, wake up, because obviously there's work involved. You get to a point where you realize that it's there's work you got to do. Yeah, I mean, you got to like the work. You got to, it's.
Did you say you're 26 years old?
I'm 25.
25. So let me think about this.
How old have in a few days.
So when the Twin Towers, my personal catalyst was seeing the Twin Towers fall, and
that's one of my earliest memories. I was probably first grade. I remember
I was 18. So I think I always say everyone has their own entry point. Everyone has their own catalyst.
I lived pretty close to New York City when that occurred.
And how old would you have been? Sorry, what 6th or 7th grade in America? It's different over here.
No, I was first grade. So
first grade,
probably, sorry. I was 2001. I was 6.
You were 6. Okay, yeah. So
7, maybe 6. Yeah, so probably 7. Probably just turned 7.
Yeah, like you say, everyone has got a different catalyst, and if at the point of so when this happened, you would have been 24, 20, 23, 24. And maybe there wasn't a catalyst in the 5 or 6 years before that. My catalyst came along when I was 17, and I guess when you're 17, 18, it's sort of the point when you're passing adolescence and starting to, maybe consider serious things potentially. But I'll tell you what, I was driving my Toyota Carina from 1991, and I thought that was a good car back then, and it was about 5 or 6 years old or whatever. No, 10 years old. And I went over to my mate's house, and I saw those Twin Towers fall down. I was like, holy shit, that's the craziest thing I've ever seen. I need to think a little bit more seriously about what's going on. That was my catalyst.
How would you summarize you're going from point A to point Z, or wherever you want to point it, in terms of like what you would call your awakening? I mean, how's it been? Has it been painful?
There's been points that were pretty painful, pretty friggin' painful actually. But that's, I guess, part of the whole experience. I feel like mine was probably a little exaggerated, being having been I guess quote unquote psychonaut for a decade prior. That kind of, in my opinion,
that was a great launch platform. It must have been a great precursor for you, mate. I guarantee you helped yourself out a lot by doing that initial training. Trust me, I know.
To a certain degree, but I also feel that it mix that with some of the information that I'm receiving now, or I guess receiving it a lot quicker than people in the past have received it. It kind of makes for a jolty awakening process, I guess, a roller coaster ride of a awakening.
Yeah, because let's be real.
I sound negative, but I'm not.
I don't think
this is all positive. This is all a positive experience.
I don't think it is negative, Mateus, because if you think about it, what you're basically saying is, if you hadn't have had those potentially reality shattering experiences of being a psychonaut, experiencing the ego dissolving experiences of entheogens, of psilocybin, of the spirit molecule.
They're conscious shock.
Yeah, exactly. This is what we were talking about from our midweek chat, a conscious shock. And I tell you what, when I was getting deep into my my urban shamanism, and I was really going heavily into my experimentation with the spirit molecule and all of its different aspects and all of the rituals involved in it, I gave myself so many conscious shocks, mate.
Well, I'm assuming you were conscious throughout most of your
to put it into perspective,
shamanic practices.
To put it into perspective, over a period of maybe 2.5 years, I had access to an unlimited supply of the spirit molecule, and I was acting as a conduit for hundreds of people to experience it. And my ethos was, I didn't sell it, and no money ever touched my hands. I was a conduit, but I would never let anybody experience it without me sitting there and giving them the proper instructions.
Yeah, some people
I would never let anyone take it away without instructions. That was absolutely off the table. If you wanted
some
to
people are not ready.
Oh, believe me, I've seen everything on the scale. I've seen grown men reduced to.
But then again, I've been that person when I was younger. When a
when I say that, I've reduced
ready.
myself to every one of those states before I let anyone else do it. Trust me.
It's like, believe me, I've been there.
when you've really, I always say this: everyone's personal reality is it goes to the limits, the expanses of their past experiences. If your past experiences are here, this is your reality. If you have spent your time in this realm broadening the breadth of your experiences, you are literally broadening the parameters of your reality. And when you grasp what physical reality is to all its extremities, the only way to go past that is to grasp what non-physical reality is. And when you start to dabble with the occult, with meditation, with the spirit molecule,
well, that's what I've been doing. Well, minus the entheogens. Now I've been taking in the information.
Yeah,
like Master Lee has said. You don't need the spiritual entheogens. Those tools. The information could give you.
I haven't used those tools for a very long time. Maybe a couple of years now. Because
I'm about 2 years now.
I think you sound very similar to me. You've really exhausted all of the building that you can do with that toolbox. You built the house. You took a proper diagram, a schematic of it.
Didn't Terrence McKenna?
Oh God, don't.
Didn't he take like a 6-7 year break because he felt he you know, not only did he exalt all that he could have gotten at the time, you know, from those tools, but he felt that he needed to, you know, level up his knowledge.
I can honestly say
ascend through the.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
I was going to say, I can honestly say I think I might have consumed every single hour or minute that Terence McKenna has ever broadcast in his life. I've made it my mission to consume everything that he ever said. And
I got to go through more of Terence McKenna.
It takes a couple of years, mate, but like I think there's like 300 or 400 hours of him online. I tried to estimate it. I tried to consume all of it. But yeah, he's always about approaching the final point, the point everything is crescendoing to. And it's an incredible journey, and I think like everything. I'm going to talk about this in length on my.
I think what he's referring to. I think what he was referring to is about the map and the terrain. So if he spent a lot of time in the terrain without a map, then he may have felt that he needed to go back to the map, like knowledge, as opposed to experience.
Yes.
There's a balance between the two. You know, ideally you want the terrain and you want a map that matches the terrain. If you've got one without the other, then it's not good. You need both simultaneously.
Yes, that's that's kind of my only regret with you know, my past usage with all that type of stuff is that I was not conscious during, you know, while I was doing all that.
I feel
I felt had I been conscious, I may have made better decisions. But I mean, here I am now. It led me to this point.
I feel like I could have taken more from it if I knew what I knew now, but that's always the power of hindsight. If you knew how to harness the tool better, you could have achieved more by using it. I always have that regret because I've tried to use that tool past when I was using it heavily, and now it doesn't work with me. When I
it almost becomes recreational because you almost try to. I mean, at least in my opinion, for me, it was almost like you get to a point where you're trying to control the experience.
Show me the next thing. Show me the next thing.
Yeah,
I've seen that before. I've
exactly
seen this before. Show
not,
me something deeper. Go deeper, and you get to a certain level once you've been there with the entities. Once you've interacted with them. Once you've been told don't come here again, and all that kind of stuff. Whatever your experience is, once you've been that far, it's like, wow. Well, what else can I gain from this? How much further can I go without leaving the physical shell forever and never coming back?
When you're literally being kicked out of quote unquote DMT hyperspace,
Mate,
you've been denied access.
Mateus, maybe I'll ask you to join me when I go on my fiance's podcast, and I'm going to talk about this in length because she's doing a podcast that's more about the spiritual side and the more metaphysical side.
Okay,
she's gonna give me a big interview about my experience from being a quote unquote amateur urban shaman and having this experience with sort of, you know, I did it with maybe 200 or 300 people with various different results.
Can I just add something? So we've talked about various methods of expanding consciousness. Well, I would say right now that's not needed because we've got, just to look at our reality, it's a bit of I don't know, super fantastic, to say the least. What we need is to have a very sharp mind, in an intention or intent of steel, but a body like silk. So the body's relaxed. This is going to be very important over the next few months and possibly years, that we learn to keep our body relaxed, as though you've taken something, but the mind has to remain conscious and observant. Unaware.
I like this. You're talking some fucking Bruce Lee shit now. It's like be like water.
I could not agree more. Especially, I'll admit, someone who suffers from anxiety definitely could not agree more. That's kind of, I guess, why I dabble, I guess, in this type of stuff. I guess in hopes to strengthen my psyche, my mind.
Did you say anxiety?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I've got a very simple exercise. It'll take me literally 45 seconds to explain it. Okay. So
I'm all ears. Wow. Thank you.
A really good technique to deal with anxiety. Okay. So we have the capabilities to transform energies, negative, positive. Okay. We are the neutralizing aspect of that triad or trinity. Okay, so first of all, you need to connect with your feet. I've said this to you before, Lance, when we've been on the phone. Like, sense your feet. Okay, that will become your earth. Now, for the most part, most people don't sense or even think of their feet. Now, it's very important that you reconnect with your feet, even if it means wiggling your toes. If you can take your shoes off, even better. Okay, so think of something really negative and direct it down to the feet. Send it to the earth. Then think of something positive and send it up to the head. And then that will give you the balance. Now, unfortunately, nobody ever taught us that. And what we tend to do is we take in negative things and we send it up to the head. That creates the anxiety. It's as simple as that.
Wow.
And
So
more importantly, you need to recognize that you have the power, and only you can do that. It's your responsibility as a human being, as an adult, to be able to redirect, transform the energies. We can't escape the negative. We can't escape the positive. We are the neutralizing factor or the reconciling force in that. So it's very, very simple. Anything, whether you want to think of it yourself, transfer it down to the earth, negativity. Anything positive, send it up. There's nothing wrong with thinking positive. In fact, you could think positive all day. It's not going to do you any harm. It's when we send the negative up to the head and we're thinking in negatives that creates the problems that we're facing. And I would say, for the most part, this is what we're projecting right now. An inversion of the forces being sent in the wrong direction. Why? Because we don't know the first principles of who we are and what our place is.
Wow.
Wow. So basically grounding. I mean, so let me ask you a question. So if you're, what if someone is,
sorry, let me just add
sorry,
this.
what?
But it's about participation. So you are participating in your own transformation of the energy around you. So any energy that enters your atmosphere, which is 2 meters, coincidentally, so any thought, energy, projection that enters your atmosphere, that is your responsibility to deal with that. Now, we can deal with it in a few different ways, but normally we deal with it in the wrong way because either misinformation or bad education or just ignorance. Now, with that tool alone, you can transform your atmosphere because you're directing the energies in the way that is the most productive, in the way that we're meant to. So we can create the equilibrium and be at peace, and we can go to sleep at night without nightmares. That's my definition of success.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's whoa.
But you've got to be a participant.
I've got a feeling a lot of people are going to be reloading that and watching that part of the stream over more than a couple times in the Guardians. That was
Well, put it this way,
profound.
if everybody in this realm did that all at the same time, do you think there would be any changes?
I'll never forget when you first told me about this principle in one of our first private chats. And I don't mind sharing this. Like, we were friends on Facebook, and we probably never even interacted with each other for over a couple of years, way before this happened through Combat Sports. And you contacted me out of nowhere, and you sort of basically said, I'm going to stop mentoring you, but I'm going to stay in the shadows. And the first exercise you did with me was exactly this. You started talking to me just like that, and you said, right, I want you to ground yourself. I want you to take your shoes off and put your feet on the floor, and I want you to feel the floor with all of the nerves in the bottom of your feet. And whatever you do, don't take the concentration off the bottom of your feet. And I'm going to keep on talking to you, and I don't want you to take the concentration off the bottom of your feet. And I'm not being funny, mate. I'm not someone that class myself as could be hypnotized or anything like that. I know myself, and I was concentrating on my feet with all of my essence, right? And within how long was it? You just carried on talking and carried on mentoring me. And how long was it? 2.5 minutes, 1 minute, whatever. You just, Lance, how are your feet? I was like, fuck. I was gutted. I was absolutely gutted. And I kicked myself, and I was like, I was deliberately concentrating on my feet, Master Lee. And that was before I even called you Master Lee, right? And I was like, I was literally concentrating on my feet as hard as I could. And I was like, right, this guy's going to carry on talking to me, so he knows his shit. Right? And I was listening to him, and I was like, concentrate on my feet. And as soon as I wasn't concentrating on my feet, how are your feet? And then it dawned on me, that's how easy it is. And I class myself as being someone that's not easily to be fooled. I've looked into this stuff for a very long time, whatever. But yeah, then it dawned on me. I was like, okay, that's how easy it is. Let me just roll back my sleeves and fucking listen.
Is it? Would you say it's the intention, or would you say it's like a reminder, like, oh, this is it's like a bridging gap from microcosm to macrocosm? Is that kind of like grounding yourself, or thinking of your feet, kind of like a that I'm everything, kind of like a.
Well, it's you're the cause, not the effect. So all these effects are coming into your atmosphere. So you can either be the co-creator of your atmosphere, along with the grand creator or the absolute in creation, in the ray of creation, the all and everything. So you're a participant. Some people use the analogy of being like a drop of water in an ocean. The same principle. So we're all micro co-creators, and we've all got our job to do in our own atmosphere. So nobody's got any excuses. Nobody can say they can't do anything because you've got a 2-meter atmosphere. I mean, they've told us 2 meters. 2 meters. They're telling us. The denying force are telling us what to do. Take control of your 2 meters, your atmosphere. That's where your consciousness
Give
dwells.
some more context to what you're saying here, because you've talked to me about this before. You know from your history, from occult groups, through mystery schools, through being involved in Santa Maria, you know the occult and significance of standing 2 meters apart and wearing masks, and it's nothing to do with what we're told. Go into that a little bit more.
Well, it's all to do with we have an atmosphere, as without, so within. Okay, so we understand that we've got an atmosphere. So we have our own personal atmosphere. The problem is we spend all our time preoccupied with anxiety about the larger atmosphere, of which we can't really do anything about. The only way we can affect the atmosphere, the external or the outer atmosphere from afar, is by affecting our local atmosphere. So there's the saying, something like, what is it? When you look in a mirror, you can't change anything in the mirror unless you change it yourself. If you want to change something in the reflection, then you have to change yourself.
You can't comb the mirror.
Yeah, you can't change your hair in the mirror. You have to change it on yourself. And then automatically, the mirror reflects back. Well, this is how our reality is. Because it's like a consensus-based reality. Those that are thinking a particular thing or acting a particular way will have majority rule. And this is the game that we're playing. So if we say it's 80-20 split at the moment, well, we've just got to keep fighting. This is the fight. This is the great work.
This is the great work. This is why we're all here. And I said it last week, and I don't care how goddamn cheesy it is. Like, imagine another time to incarnate in history. This is the time. Right here, right now. Rise above.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Yes.
What do you guys? Because I mean, history. Because I'm new to all this, so it's like every day there's more contradictions that I guess I'm noticing, or maybe I'm not noticing. They're not there as far as history goes. Now I'm starting to look into Tartaria, and I'm wondering is that contradicts a lot of timelines and things I've previously read, and
right. I
don't know. It kind of makes me realize, like, I'm a fan of Robert. Well, starting to become a fan of Robert Anton Wilson. I just started the Illuminatus series, but I know he has like a quote that he doesn't. I don't believe anything, and that kind of starting to ring a bell with me.
What I would say,
just not.
What I would say is, like, the way that we look at it is like, from a syncretist point of view, is each one of these scholars, each one of these teachers has probably got something to tell us. This whole thing about the fake history and the possible idea that there was a reset maybe 150 or 200 years ago, and this great reset idea that we're about to live through has actually maybe happened before many times. There's many people talking about this. There's Robert Seffer, Mind Unveiled. There's obviously like John Levy. Each one of these people has got something to take from them. The whole idea of Tartaria, I don't buy into that 100% in detail. I buy into it more as a concept. that there may have been a historical reset a couple of hundred years ago. I don't know if it was 1850. I mean, it seems to me like this 1850 date is very poignant. We covered this, what was it, 2 shows ago in the false history thing, but it's like it's very important to what's going on now, because it seems like everything that's happening now, all of these institutions, this COVID industrial complex, that's all about roughly since 1850. All of those.
Yeah, I think what you're referring to is what Robert Anton Wilson said about, he called it BS, belief systems, yeah, and reality tunnels. Yeah, this is to the caller.
Mateus.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. What?
Yeah, Robert Anton. He talks about what's it you call it?
He calls it. He uses the term BS. Most people think it means something else, but he says belief systems. So to him, the biggest enemy was belief systems. This is from what
okay.
Yeah, so he kind of says, like, almost don't believe in anything. Or I would say use Cartesian doubt, which basically means have a certain amount of skepticism when it comes to anything that we're informed with, especially when it comes from, the authorities or the education system.
So when
it's important.
Go on.
Yeah, so with regards to a syncretist can almost like jump on a train, and then when it's time to get off, they get off at the right stop, and then they get another train, and then get off. Now, somebody with a belief system, they have to stay on the same train, even if it's taking them. They want to get to Birmingham, and they end up in Scotland. They'll still deny it. They'll stay there in Birmingham.
This is going.
They'll change the map. They'll change the map to suit the. They'll change the train to suit the map.
I've heard it described like this. It's like if you wanna hold many different ideas to form your reality. Like, think of thoughts like feathers. Feathers are light. You can hold many different feathers, right? But a belief system is like an anvil. A belief system is so dense and heavy, so restrictive. Well, I'll tell you what, even only a strong man can only carry one anvil on his back. You can carry 100,000 feathers. Feathers are concepts and ideas, and I think that's what this comes down to. That's a way to conceptualize it. Is like when we look at Gnosticism, Eastern mysticism, whether the Hindus and all of those, the Vedic texts are right about the history of mankind, the Sumerian texts, etc., etc. Each one of those has probably got many, many different grains of truth to be taken out, and the path of a syncretist or a polymath, like Inner Guardians puts it, is the ability to delve into each of those, take what is authentic, and put it into your own tapestry. And at the end of the day, everyone is weaving their own tapestry. That's the way that I think about it.
But you've noticed how they've demonized that. Jack of all trades, master of none. We meant to have
right, of course.
Thing in your life.
Wow.
You meant to have.
Yeah, it's looked down upon. Well, that's a syncretist. A syncretist is not just a jack of all trades. It's someone that can actually master many trades. But we're also talking about, you can only specialize in one thing. You have to be monolithic in your expertise.
Yeah, I spent 35 years thinking there's something wrong with me until I realized what a polymath was.
And who are the famous polymaths? Leonardo da Vinci, right?
Yeah.
Who else? All these famous geniuses. They're polymaths. Right.
They're everywhere. See, the thing is, they're everywhere, but it's kind of like the way that reality is structured. They're hard to identify. So people generally want to put other people in boxes. So that, that's what they do, and that's all they do. If they start speaking about something else, then they don't know what they're talking about. When in reality, what one man can do, another man can do. It's just that they don't know how. And all it is just basic knowledge. So an exercise that we always used to do in our retreats, in our esoteric groups, was that the moment the retreat started, you wasn't allowed to identify what you did for a living, what your status was. You were just treated as a normal person. Now, when all the tasks were given out, cooking, cleaning, fixing the house, doing the gardening, there was no sort of priority given to say, if you're a surgeon, well, you should maybe chopping the onions or something because you're going to be very good, at cutting things. No, they could find themselves on the roof fixing a gutter or digging a hole, because that's kind of how you grow. That it's almost like trying to encourage the syncretist.
Yeah,
in normal life.
Yeah, to encourage the polymath, and I looked up when you started telling me about these definitions, and because I've got to be honest with you, like in the Guardians, like your teachings have been really valuable to me. But what you've actually done in many cases, you've actually sort of defined or conceptualized things that I actually already understood, and I think you're not going to take that as any sort of debasement of what you taught me. I hope you take it as a compliment, because the things you taught me I already understood. And I looked up what is a polymath and what is a syncretist. A polymath is actually someone, this is like the dictionary definition, is someone that is like at a professional or a top 5% level in 3 different levels of expertise that might not be in the same field. Have I got that roughly right?
Yeah. I mean, that's the official.
So like,
but let's take it the other way, right? If we were to live naturally, and I'm talking like, let's go right back to, let's say we're living in the woods with no government, no infrastructure.
Only the polymath would survive.
Exactly.
You would have to be a polymath, otherwise you'd literally just die, and you'd starve, or you would die of exposure.
A polymath isn't something special.
No,
that's how we should.
That's the whole
Everybody
point.
should be. What they've done is they've through education and indoctrination, they've encouraged people to move away from that, and that, like for instance, most people, they wouldn't even know how to get food apart from going to the supermarket. That's a real sad state of affairs when you think about it in that way, in that context.
Or a perfect state of affairs for those who aim to be the self-appointed guardian, governor, farmer.
Yeah. I'm a big believer in exploring the wild, not in nature, but in yourself. What part of you is domesticated and what part of you could actually survive. Unfortunate to say, but we may all have to, those on a certain side may have to experience this as a reality. Living on the fringes, living on the outside, being excluded from this, that, and the other. All these creature comforts that we've got to send us to sleep are going to be taken away. That would be a conscious shock when you haven't got any cornflakes in
I bet.
cupboard.
Yeah, a massive conscious shock. Matthias, you wanted to say something, mate?
I guess one last thing, and then I'll wrap it up.
Yeah, we'll wrap it up soon.
Anyone else wants to give it a call.
Thank you very much for your input, mate. Go ahead.
But I just had a brain fart. I forgot even what I was going to say.
Don't worry about it. That happens to me all the time.
You know what? I'm not even going to sit here and try to think about it.
No, it's absolutely
It wasn't
fine,
anything
mate.
big, but I really appreciate you guys having me on.
No, thank you very much for calling up, mate. We love to hear from people, and it's great. We've had 2 people from the US tonight, someone from Canada. We've had Central Europeans that are living in the UK. We've had someone literally from within 1 mile from the studio, someone from just up the coast. It's been absolutely fantastic. So, Matthias, thank you very much for calling in, and please, keep your chin up, mate, because there are tens of millions of us now. Don't worry. Rise above, brother.
Thanks. I appreciate it, guys. Have a good night.
You too.
Rise above.
I'll be here every Friday.
See you next week, man. See you in the chat room.
Have a good week, guys.
You too.
And you too.
Wow. So, we've hit the 6.
Could you sense and hear his essence?
Yeah, I could. A real genuine, like everyone that's called up tonight, they've been real, genuine, passionate people. Like Jim from Canada, he literally couldn't shut up about everything he's been doing, fighting for local businesses on every different front. Matthias is like, he's like, I feel it, and I'm dying here. People aren't waking up, and thank you very much for what you're doing. We had Renee from Portsmouth, or just up the coast, telling us that these, we saw everyone that's called in. It's been very touching. It's been very visceral, and that's exactly what we wanted tonight. The only thing I wanted a little bit more is I wanted to hear from someone from the other side of the story. That's my only thing from tonight.
That will come. Don't worry.
I hope it will. Well, like Renee said, apparently
maybe not.
In the comment section on Facebook, which apparently we can't see here, we had the Denying Force absolutely slating us, which I'll have to check out once this is over, because this is going out on my personal profile and on Double LMC page as well. But from all accounts, she's been somewhere where I've been emceeing before at some boxing show. She knows me, but she felt compelled to come on because of how much we're getting slated on Facebook for this broadcast, which I find very interesting, because even Sean that was listening from Restream early on, he was double speared, and I said, Sean, you're going to listen to our show. It's very controversial. And when I said we don't say the C or the V word, he assumed it was like CUNT or like vag or something. And when I told him that it was covert and spearing, right, he was like, oh, okay. But yeah, big up Sean, everyone from Restream. You didn't sort the echo, so I'm going to have some serious words with you this week. Holy shit. So, in the Guardians, we haven't even got a theme for next week yet. But should we have a midweek chat again? Should we keep that going?
Sure.
I think it's good. Yeah, even 10, 20 minutes, very informal on Wednesday. It's nice to have a little midweek touch.
Well, we'll probably have more information on this tipping point.
Yeah. Well, listen, mate. This is like an hourly. Yeah. Hey, we didn't even get through the fucking through the slideshow. Should we have some tunes to play us out? In the Guardians, thank you very much. Word Nerd, thank you for your 5-minute contribution before the echo kicked in. Restream, Sean. Last chance, guys. Last chance before we move to another platform. We won't deal with this anymore. But anyway, Magix, please play us out with some tunes. Thank you very much, everyone. Have we reached the tipping point yet? Next week, we will be back, 7:30 p.m, Rise Above, each and every Friday. Don't ever forget, the parasite is pathetic. We are effervescent. We are omnipotent. Rise Above.
Here is the sunset.
Rise above.
Your truth and being true to it. She is the woman who doesn't run away. She stands in her spell and stays. And can you? What you bring here is what you receive. What you do is what is drawn to you. And however thin a path it might seem, if you deviate from it, you're lost. Sat down to say the truth, even when you fling the line uncertain of its response. But if you stay with it and hold to your eyes, you'll get to the other side. Stay with heaven and stand in your high. And when suddenly it comes, we will come ahead out of the silence. You just stand as you are, I tell you, nothing can harm you.
They say actions speak louder than words. Still you speak 'em like they matter, only heard. You may think it all goes over my head, but the truth is I clock everything you said. You won't see me kicking up a big fuss. Time will tell you if you have maintained my trust. I'm a lioness. I fiercely protect my pride. I'd gain no respect for outing your weakest side. I'm a lioness. Don't underestimate the score. I'm the scariest. My bite is much worse than my roar. Sometimes I may rise above it. I might let the odd thing slide, but I won't keep doing for the love of it. If I feel I'm being taken for a ride, ride. I'm a lioness. I sit, I watch, and I wait. You won't fool this miss, stringing up your colourful babe. I'm a lioness. My strength is my confidence, and with a little less, I'd be fooled by your pretense. They say, don't know what you got till it's gone. Can you see where I am going with this song? You might think I need your company. The truth is that you'd be less without me. If you want me, you've got to show us some love.
Yo. Check. Big up Magic's wicked set as we're rolling out. Rise Above each and every Friday. Thank you everybody for tuning in. All the new viewers and listeners. All our Rise Above family. Done like that. Yo.
To the back, put your hands up. From the left to the right, put your hands up. If you're feeling what I'm feeling, put your hands up. Here comes the bass. Flashing up a signal in the sky. When we come to rave, yes, we all unite. Blow it up like dynamite. If you with me in the place, put your hands up high. Let the energy roll when we play them vibes. We don't want no worries in your dance tonight. People in the place, yes, we all unite.
that I believe it. So don't give me no reason to lie. Oh no. You're the one that I invest in every minute of every hour. Tell me I'll be safe standing next to you. You tell me you need me like I need you. You let me here, don't let me down. Give you my heart, so take it. Show you my hand, your turn to play it. I don't want time to change it. I wanna know what's going on. Are you gonna tell me?
deep dark world, every dark has a day. He who dares wins, take a bite, be the brave. Roll the dice and choose life is crunch time that we play. You were the resistance from the cradle to the grave. You can't be held down, make it count, never a slave. The future is, now watch the future take shape. Let the world remain, well stand tall, renegade.
Right on the canvas, built from feeling, emotion persevering inside. It's just one touch to open, one touch to close, one touch to show me not all minds are cold. One touch to loosen the hold. One touch to free me from falling down on my from falling down on my one touch to open, one touch to close, one touch was never really mine.
Holy shit. 7-hour stream. 7-hour stream. We done it. 77 people tuned in as we breached 7 hours. Yeah, everyone, I want to say take care. Thank you very much for tuning in tonight. It's been emotional. It's been a really raw, emotional stream with all the guests and everything. Thank you everyone for tuning in. We'll be back next week. Don't worry. Big up Mateus, and thank you very much to everybody else that called in. Every insight was so valuable. Thank you so much. Remember, Rise Above is forever, not just for Christmas. Rise Above is forever. Gosh. Big up Jojn33. See you next week, bro. Big up all the Edinburgh crew. Big up all the Glasgow crew. Everyone north of the border, south of the border, east, west, north and south. Crater crew, Covert Union. Each and every Friday. Gots to do it my way. You don't like it, time to hit the highway. Thanks so much, everybody. Mateus, double L, forgot to mention. What's that? Mateus, it's all about practice, mate. Get yourself a microphone, buy a mic, get a pad and pen, you can do it, bruv. It's just years of practice. Watch as we attack this, swarming like arachnids. What you hear and here is taken, what you hear and here is taken, what you hear and here is taken. Years of practice. Watch as we attack this, I squash it with my fatness. They could never hack this, swarming like arachnids. Every single move premeditated, never tactless. Watch as we attack this. Don't stop, Mateus, mate. Record yourself, listen back. Get that mic, learn that mic, hold it in your hand, make it your best friend. The ancient art of the spoken word is very powerful, mate. Don't underestimate it. Massive thank you to Magix. And you know, it's like we're trying to break a record tonight for the longest stream ever. Gosh. Yes, Mateus, there's a big back catalogue. Go back. And go back to the other channel, Double LMC. There's more there too, mate. Big up Sam Carno. You're right, brother. They took away our ability to describe.
If I was a shy man, I would never get a girl like you. If I was a shy man, I would never get a girl like you. If I was a shy man, said I would never get a girl like you. Never get a girl, never get you. Never get you. Never get a girl, never get you. If I was a never get a girl, never get a girl, never get a girl, never get you. If I was a shy man, never get a girl, never get.
Another Magix original to play us out. Last one tonight, guys. Rise Above. Hard man, if you'd like to donate to Rise Above, I'd much rather you buy a t-shirt, and you can go on Rise Above. Let me just get the link up. I'll put it on the screen, bro. I don't like donations. I want you to get something in return. Where is it? riseabove.news/merchandise. Buy a t-shirt, buy some stickers. I don't want free money. I want to give you something back, bro. Please buy some merchandise. T-shirts are £20 and they're high quality. Stickers are 75p each. Hard man, I have got some t-shirts left. Email me, man. Email me on Rise Above Livestream. I'll sort you out a t-shirt, bro. I've got some here. Fuck the website. We have it in stock. The website must be wrong. I'm going to sort out Bradley's t-shirt situation. If I have to send a helicopter, I'll make it happen. Trust me. Mugs and cups are coming soon. Wait. Wow, awesome tune to play us out, Mr. Magix. 7 hours, 15 minutes. Holy shit. Hard man, make sure you email me. I will sort you out a t-shirt and stickers. Email me riseabovelivestream@gmail.com. If I don't know what the website's saying. Captain Buffton bought 8 t-shirts the other day. I think he must have crashed the website. It wasn't buy one, get one. Right, everyone, thank you so much for tuning in. It's been Rise Above. Holy shit.
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above,